Hello. Uh, who's our IGF3 colleague? Hi, yes. Are the colleagues still there? Because they didn't make. There's no one. Okay, okay. Let me call Ingrid because they didn't make Teal and I co-host. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Let. It's very UN style. Let me. Okay. Okay. Awesome. They just. Thank you all so much for being here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Please kindly allow us a couple more minutes to fix some last minute technical issues, and we will start as soon as possible. Thank you so much. Okay, great. Thank you so much for your kind patience and sorry about the wait. We're gonna get started. With that being said, I'm gonna invite our fantastic youth leader, Doris, who's our moderator for today, to kindly introduce herself and get the session started. Doris, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Unfortunately, I'm unable to put my video on because of technical issues, but I'm so happy to see all of you here and excited for this particular session. My name is Doris Mukali, and I'm an STG4 high-level steering committee member. And yeah, excited to share this particular session and looking forward to hearing all your great insights. So do we have Menti on so we can start because you're running late? Fantastic. I can see that Menti is on, and you can see how you get at menti.com and use the code that is on the screen. Next slide, please. And you can also use the the code over there to just log in with your phone. So the first question is, what are the top three technologies you spend your most time on? So it would be great if you could share your responses there. I can see 4 people online sharing their responses. Use the code to just log in directly, or you can just go at menti.com and use the code on the screen for you to share your responses with us. I can see that social media apps, websites, social media apps. Waiting for more responses. Google, WhatsApp, email, great. Internet, social media apps, WhatsApp. I mean, there's nobody who uses TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, or X. Now it's called X. Oh, I can see Instagram, finally. Website, WhatsApp, great. I can see Caleb has shared his responses on the chat.
Yeah.
And he says he uses WhatsApp, TikTok, Google, Workspace, and Twitter. Okay. Somebody else uses data analysis, stimulation, and ChatGPT engineer here. Okay, definitely. It's very telling. As people put on more responses for this particular question, I think it could also like move on to the next question so that people can still be working on both questions. And our next question is, what stage of the technology life cycle do you consider to be the most impactful to the environment? Oh, great. It's a very interesting question. Looking for your insight. So we have 7 people and we have 4 choices for you to make: maturity, invention, growth, and decline. And you're using the same Mentimeter. You either join at mentimeter.com and use the code, or you can use the code on the screen to join and share your answers with us. And I'm so sorry that my video is not on, but I'm very enthusiastic about these questions and your answers. Very excited. So do we have any responses, or is it like a voting? So I think we could still keep the Mentimeter on, and you can feel free to share your insights as we continue with the conversation and this particular session. And we can always circle back to see some of the interesting insights that you have shared with us on Mentimeter. So keep the Mentimeter link on with you, and also use the code if you have any insights that you want to share during the conversation. So we're going to move to the next part of this particular session because we are running a bit behind time. And the second part of this particular conversation will be the keynote from Pedro. So I'm just going to stop here and let that second part of the session take on. So just give us a few minutes as we connect the video.
Guests, partners, and participants. First of all, thank the Internet Governance Forum for letting us host this workshop alongside our partner ITU and the Digital Policy Lab at the University of Melbourne, Australia, which I thank all the participants that are joining us. Thank you for amongst you today to share some thoughts on eco-friendly emerging technology. And the critical role of dear guests, partners, and participants. First of all, allow me to thank the Internet Governance Forum for letting us host this workshop alongside our partner ITU and the Digital Policy Lab at the University of Melbourne in Australia, which I would also like to extend my gratitude to. And of course, all the participants that are joining us, thank you for supporting this event. It is really my pleasure to be here amongst you today to share some thoughts and ideas on the importance of promoting eco-friendly emerging technologies and the critical role of higher education in supporting so. I don't need to stress that technology is advancing at an unprecedented pace at the present moment. We have witnessed the rise of technologies such as ChatGPT, on which our institute has widely published, artificial intelligence, same, with just released a publication on the impact of artificial intelligence in higher education, blockchain, deep learning, and so on, to be incipient initiatives to take a prominent role in society. And we can expect for them to continue to do this in the foreseeable future. The 4.0 world is upon us. We believe this to be a positive sign as the innovation continues to express itself in new tools that undoubtedly can help us in the future. Nonetheless, we do not believe this innovation must come at the cost of our planet. Therefore, higher education has the obligation to guide the bright minds of the future, not to only be environmental conscious, but to also push beyond and try to be regenerative, as we must not only preserve what we have, but also reclaim spaces that have been lost in our fight against climate change. For this very reason, we have identified some key areas of focus for, as we say, greening higher education to achieve this vision in this coming future. First of all, fostering a global consciousness. We must keep trying to allocate values such as global citizenship, ecological awareness, empathy, and resilience to highlight our interconnectedness and the importance of our shared world. This set of values must permeate the whole educational journey of the individual and the group. Second, seek new partnerships. Higher education has to try to seek a new model of partnerships. Governments, private sector, higher education institutions, and of course, a wide range of stakeholders need to come together and create innovation clusters, not only centered on research and development, but also focused on training of education professionals and on bridging the gap to access to technological knowledge and resources to rethink them and create better solutions for our planet. And last but not least, probably the most important contribution of higher education is the push for new policies. Innovation is not exclusive to technology, and our policymakers have to look for new ways to respond to the demands and problems that will appear due to the velocity in which new technologies are emerging and their impact on our societies and our citizens. Policy must be prepared for these new realities and not be fall behind them. I would like to finalize these short opening remarks by highlighting the theme of this 18th IGF, empowering all people. If we look at the far-reaching capacity that young people, women, and many underrepresented groups can play in the process of educating, creating, implementing, and using eco-friendly technologies, we know that we should move from the mentality of leaving no one behind to letting everyone taking the pilot seat. It is time for everyone to be a main driver of a sustainable future and to join efforts to explore the foundation for eco-friendly technologies to be just, accessible, and ethical. You can count on UNESCO ESALC in our commitment in greening higher education to support so. I wish you all a great workshop to start this exploration. Sincere thanks for your attention.
Such a great start to our session today. And to build on that, now we'll be moving to the next part of the session by presentations on current work on emerging technologies and environmental efficiency. So we're going to move back to that particular session to ensure that we build on a good foundation before we have our panelists joining in and sharing their insights about this very important topic. So I'm going to give the first presenter the floor. And yeah, looking forward to a very interesting presentation and very interesting discussion from all of you. Thank you. The first presentation will be from Lily, who is sharing her screen currently with very nice looking slides.
Thank you so much, Doris, and thank you so much to Francesca in highlighting, the importance of greening initiatives through the role of higher education and beyond. I mean, higher education is really the bridge that connects not only to other levels of education through, for example, teacher training institute in embedding the greening and environmental concept into education system, but more importantly, the bridge from knowledge to practices in the actual field to the industry, specifically to what we're talking about today, to innovative industries. With that being said, the foundation of any other greening process start with where innovation happens. And with that being said, it's my great honor today to share with everyone an ITU technical report that we published in 2021 within the framework of Artificial Intelligence for Environmental Efficiency project. The technical report, it's a global guideline on implementation of eco-friendly criteria for AI and other emerging technologies. And it's also my honor today to be here with two of the co-authors of this global guideline, Professor Ingrid Walkmer and Professor Yungjin Wang, to provide further insight on what is actually being covered and what we hope to achieve in the area of emerging technology and environmental efficiency. If I may start, I would like to first present very quickly about the goal of the report. Is really the focus on SDG 13, and it's important to find some commonalities within the field of the industries and to involve different stakeholders to work towards the common goal on finding a middle ground, balancing the interests to a place where everyone should be somewhat comfortable understanding that little compromises in their practices can contribute greatly to SDG 13. And the scope of this ITU AI for Environmental Efficiency project is a very global project. It covers all 5 different regions of the UN. And the time frame overall for this project was from mid 2020 all the way until 2022 December, with this particular report being produced from November to September with some consultation activities and expert brainstorming and working involving stakeholders from different industries in finding what are some of the dimensions that should be touched upon. And the framework of the report starts with having very basic yet necessary information identifying what it actually means by AI and what it means by emerging technology, and actually finding the link between those identified technologies to environmental efficiency factors through an adjusted model of life cycle assessment of product with 3 main stages of environmental impact. And upon knowledge based on technology and the knowledge on life cycle assessment, we further provided both long-term and short-term strategies in responding, or I would say calling for policymakers and calling for industry leaders and calling for just general citizens in participating in the process of greening innovation towards the greater benefit of SDG 13 with the consideration of what works at individual level, at local level to serve the best. With that being said, if I may share briefly on the very key identification of AI and emerging technology, we would say that the way we defined it is that emerging technology is a really broad term. It covers some of the very trendy like AI, like ChatGPT, like drone, 3D printing, this and that. At the same time, it also it leaves room for different countries, different institutions, and different communities to identify what are the most commonly applied technology at that moment. So for others, there may be blockchain. For some others, there may be big data. To give a room on the technologies to, let's say, to be identified in understanding their specific applications in the 16 domains. And the 16 domains have very high relevancy to the SDG overall, with some specific focus on education, health, infrastructure, and energy. And upon that process of identifying emerging technology and what it actually means, the process on linking AI and other emerging technology with environmental efficiency started. As you can see, the very traditional model of life cycle assessment, what you're seeing on the left, involves 5 different stages. Well, when we conducted this knowledge at ITU, we decided to actually simplify it to 3 main stages, which include materia, usage, and end of life. And materia is basically anything that comes within raw material extraction, design, manufacturing. And when it moves to usage, the responsibility is not only on the private sector that actually implemented or designed it, but also on the individuals who have those very daily interaction with them on understanding the operation, the consumption, the maintenance, the repair that people can actually relate to as the first Minty question addressed. And then the third stage is end of life, which include deconstruction, transport, waterways, disposal, recycling. And in recycling, there's more than just tossing into a bin that someone will take care of it whatsoever. It actually highly refers to reuse, recovery, recycling, and remanufacturing, which some of our expert respondents will be addressing maybe later on. And now, without going really further into all the technologies or 6 domains, I would like to share very briefly to end this presentation on the guidelines and recommendation we provided. The first one, very importantly, is we need to have an evidence-based approach. So having data collection strategy before implementing any kinds of recommendation at policy level, at private sector level, at even individual level is very important to actually address local needs and ensure, that decision making is based on the evidence. And second, we recommended actions to be implemented at all 3 environmental stages for major emerging technologies. And third, in terms of possible actions, it's not just from a technological perspective or an environmental perspective, but rather a environmental perspective, blending in this mentality from the very beginning of designing this technology. And fourth, the guideline includes some very general recommendations for different stakeholders working in different industries to relate to AI and other emerging technologies. So to respond to the evidence-based approach, we have designed several instruments, specifically 3 generic survey templates targeting different group of people in understanding where they stand and where they should go moving forward with this eco-friendly emerging the technology. So for the general citizens who's all related in some way to technology, there are 7 questions. And in order to get more or less a valid response, we would hope to have around 500 to 1,000 citizens. And information to be collected include their awareness, their perception, their known practices to actually enable climate neutral technology use, and the different levels of knowledge among citizens regarding environmental pollution and health in relation to such environmental pollution. And the second set of survey is targeting policymakers specifically. And if we're looking at a global scope, once again, it will be around 100 to 500 policymakers with 10 specific questions, understanding the existing policy, it's where it stands now in terms of its implementation, including both the actual practices as well as the risks and challenges, the effectiveness of current policy, and what are some foreseen policy areas that can be useful to address those current concerns. And the third one specifically target the private sector, the industry that are highly in charge of delivering those technology to respond to national development plans as well as to individuals. And there are about 11 questions, and we're aiming at the same number of executives, and hoping that the information can reflect some of the proactive sustainable measurements, some of the new climate friendly technologies that they're inventing or under design, and some of the sustainable energy solution in implementation, as well as their current strategy to minimize waste, either that's their own choice or is enforced by their state or by their country. So with all those, we're hoping eventually, following this global guideline, that we will have somewhat an idea of where a country or where a community stands in terms of moving forward with creating eco-friendly technology policies, and also eco-friendly policy system to further incentivize the greening technology process, which a lot of those information eventually can be retrieved back to education, because the earlier our kids can start in understanding those awareness and those concepts, the design, the better that they can have those awareness into their actions, either at individual, institutional, or national level, into their future. I wouldn't go really into the contextualization part. I know we are short on time, but the whole idea is for the general survey is really targeting all the relevant stakeholders. Well, some of the contextualized questions, depending on which country or community we're targeting in, it's very important to first identify the emerging technology in that particular context and the environmental responses towards it. Let's see. So I would say that there are some sample recommendations and there are some sample, whoops. Okay, there are some sample recommendations on AI. So, and there are some sample actions for different applications. So when we drafted the report, we basically divided that for certain technologies, we have recommendations for the 3 stages: material, use, and end of life. And for some of the very generic ones that touch upon or cut across different emerging technologies, we had some key themes, for example, consumption, for example, recycling. I wouldn't go into details. I will share the link of the global guideline. So if you want to read it later, there will be more information on it. And in terms of the very general recommendation for stakeholders, we have divided it into development, deployment, business and market, regulations, policy, and standard, which also cut across the different process of technology. And we try as much as we can not to provide too many recommendations to be overwhelming, but somewhere to start with. For example, for regulations, policies, and standard, echoing back to what Frances just mentioned, a multi-stakeholder engagement and engaging in new partnership models can support with this process of greening. Of greening innovation. And for business and market, a lot of innovation, although they're just really emerging and pop up really fast, go away really fast, it's important to have those ultra long-term financing and investment strategies to support with the greening process and also as an incentive. With that being said, I will end right here, and I would give the floor to Ingrid to actually discuss some of the initiatives and the actions that have been taken place upon conclusion of this guideline, but a new start for action. So Ingrid, the floor is yours.
Could you bring up my slides, please? Okay, hi everyone. My name is Ingrid Volkmar. I'm professor at the University of Melbourne. I'm also directing a digital policy lab at the University of Melbourne, and this is one of our projects. What I want to talk about today is, in a way, a glimpse into our research. This is a project that's currently being undertaken, and we are looking at the very different approaches to AI policy across countries, across the global north and the global south. And the reason is that, as you know, AI is a globalized technology. It will be a game changer in many ways. And that is why we feel new policy approaches are needed, especially when thinking about AI, environment, reduction of emissions, carbon neutrality, etc. While AI is often portrayed as being not very energy intensive, the context, the technological context, the ecosystems around AI are not carbon neutral, and they are producing a lot of emissions. So it is really important to take a full look at this new picture and this new reality we are seeing, and think about, in a creative way, perhaps about policy frameworks around environment, carbon neutrality, in a new AI world. So far, we basically talk about generative AI and the implications on education, the implications on politics, the implications on journalism, but AI, and specifically generative AI, will be also a game changer in creating new technologies, creating new ecosystems. So that is another reason why digital policy around environment and climate in context of AI is specifically needed. Go to my first slide. So in this study, we are looking, as I said, across the world, and what I can do here is only portray a few of these insights. So what is really interesting is that AI policies or AI strategies by governments or nations started, excuse me, in 2017, but in very different ways. While AI, and as we see also other technology monopolies operate around the world and create monopolies and create globalized ecosystems, policies are still national, territorial, looking at national practices. So the first generation national strategies around AI were basically around the definition of national regulatory motives and themes of AI. And just some examples, in China in 2017, AI development plan was created. AI was seen as a driver of the industry, education, skills, standard setting, ethical norms and security to become a world-leading AI tech country in 2025, and so on. Similar in Singapore, similar in Canada, but again, very nuanced differences we see here in United Arab Emirates. AI policies meant to be developing skill sets of workforces, integrate AI into medical security services, and so on. But there are also countries in the global south that already in 2017/18 started to look at AI as a policy, through a policy strategy. So in Mexico, AI was meant to increase the competitiveness of companies and inclusion, driving the data and digital infrastructure, supporting cybersecurity, ethics, research, and so on. In India, in 2018, national AI strategy was meant to support healthcare, agriculture, etc. Nobody talked about environment around AI at that time, which of course had to do with the technology status of AI at the time. A second generation AI strategy domain, if you like, began in 2019, where these focus on enhancing security and protection of human dignity. That is where AI was already seen as human-centric AI, creating diversity, inclusion, sustainability in Japan. In Canada, Artificial Intelligence and Data Act was passed to manage the risk and the information disclosure around AI systems, etc., etc. You see this on this slide. But then what was really interesting, there was a shift in 2022, in Germany, when the G7 digital ministers met, and what they were creating was not so much reproducing the sovereignty approach to AI governance, or the national approach to AI governance in an intergovernmental way, what we also see at the OECD or UNESCO and others. But what they started saying is that we are now living in a reality of international data spaces. And that was, in my view, a real big shift away from this paradigm of the sovereign territorial regulation of AI and other technologies, or intergovernmental regulations. Now we are looking at, according to the G7 digital ministers, into an international data space. And I feel this was a real, is a paradigm shift that we need to take on board more. What they say is, in dialogue with stakeholders from the private sector, civil society, and academia, we will seek ways to better harness digital technologies for a net zero, nature positive, and resource effective economy and digital ecosystem, recognizing the importance of more holistic measurement of all impacts of digitalization on the environment and climate, so to increase energy and resource efficiency in the use of digital technologies and services, such as data centers and telecommunication networks. And this is one of the most coherent list of all sorts of environmental issues that need to be addressed in AI policies, but they have been brought up through this perspective of international data spaces. We normally in digital policy frameworks don't talk about international data spaces. This is the first time, and this is a really important shift in these debates. And I would argue that this shift needs now to be taken on to meet the challenges of the future. So it is this holistic data space, international data spaces, but we also need to look at a holistic planetary environment in context of AI and environment policy. So it's no longer global north, global south being divided by environmental policies, but we need to look at both global south and north. In Nigeria, the e-waste from the US is being burned, being sent from the US to Nigeria, being burned, and all these, the smoke and all these fumes, etc., go up into the air and into the atmosphere for all of us. So we can't just look at this in a sovereign space anymore, and this idea of the digital, of the data spaces is really a very good approach for policy frameworks, perhaps, to also link this much, much closer to a holistic perspective of implications on a planetary, interconnected, interdependent environment, and that is really important. So it could also address the growing magnitude of an interrelated international data space and its implications on the planetary environments, which is not possible in the frameworks we have today. What we are seeing today is really a fragmentation of policy debates around AI and environment. So there are intergovernmental organizations that address specific growth sectors, for example, OECD. There are others who look at carbon footprints, etc. But these are all interconnected or disconnected, rather, debates, fragmented debates, and we need a holistic approach to this as well. Furthermore, data spaces should also look at households, and it's not sufficient the metrics we are having, which are looking at predictions of the future developments of certain technologies, of drones, of mobile phones, of all these other devices. But as we heard in the earlier speech by Lily Liu, we need to look at this holistic technological environment and ecosystem as well here. And we need to look at the global north and south at the same time. So this idea of international data spaces, a holistic planetary perspective, I think is needed to solve the problems we are having today. And also, just a final note on this, yes, data centers, we know that Google, Facebook, and Meta, etc., they are aiming to reach carbon neutrality through different means, through carbon offsets or through solar, using solar power. But there are numerous other data centers, smaller data centers, which are not operating along those lines, and those are this data center issue needs to be addressed as well on a global scale and not just a national scale. And just to show you some of the issues countries of the global south have in this space, here is some examples from Nigeria. Nigeria is aware of the importance of AI, its benefit to the economy. They are producing all sorts of national centers for AI robotics, but in terms of energy use, AI has been considered as a major way of enhancing renewables, but at the same time the country has massive electricity problems. So these are really these imbalances we are seeing if we are looking across global north and global south in a planetary perspective, and then we can interpret these sorts of policy frameworks in a perhaps new way. This is an example from Argentina. I will just skip this, but it's similar. It reflects these specific country perspectives and the imbalances within a country, and also the relation of energy and data centers to the national energy grids, which are often, like in the case of Argentina, fossil fueled, and with only 12% of energy consumption coming from renewable sources in the national energy grid. So these are also issues that have to be addressed. And similar, in India, there are also these imbalances on a national scale, but I think it's time to produce a global map, perhaps, of these national perceptions of planetary, holistic AI climate issues and policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ingrid and Lily, for your great presentations. Now, to further discuss the presentations made by Lily and Ingrid, we're going to have a discussion, 10 minutes discussion, where we're going to have respondents. We're going to be giving us insights in terms of what are their insights on these presentations made by both Lily and Ingrid on artificial intelligence. So our first respondent will be Ola. If Ola would take the mic and give us just some of the reactions that she has from these particular presentations in terms of the recommendations and in terms of the foundation that it sets for this particular session. So Ola, the floor is yours, and looking forward to hearing your reactions on these two amazing presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Thank you very much for the two presentations. I'm going to be talking from the private sector perspective. I have my background in financial and risk management within the energy sector, and I have been interested in energy transition and sustainability and all the emerging innovations that would hopefully get us to net zero someday soon. So with regards to the two presentations that we've listened to today, I'm going to be looking at, the pros and cons of AI and emerging technology from a private sector perspective. We all know, like you've said in the presentation, that AI and other emerging technologies have come to disrupt the way we have worked in the way companies have worked. And especially with the need to get to net zero, companies have been looking for different innovative ways to, develop their clean energy strategy. And it has therefore redefined the way the different organizations work. The innovation has driven clean technology, and renewable energy companies have been able to use a lot of data, which they have been able to garner together from using AI to make decisions and to meet their strategies. And also the emerging technologies and AI has also helping with pain points, the customer experiences. So the companies have used the pain points to create new and value-adding business models that is leading to customer satisfaction today. And that has helped them with profitability and also meeting their net zero strategy. One very important area that we need to emphasize is also the fact that investors have been very interested in what companies are doing with their money and how it affects the environment. And there has been quite a few reporting guidelines that have come out. Companies are now required to report on the environmental impact of their activities. And with the use of AI and emerging technologies, companies have had to state what the impact is. And with that requirement, they're therefore obliged to make sure that any negative externalities to the environment is quickly curbed. And investors have been asking a lot of questions on the impact of the company's activity on the environment. Just in September, the task force on nature and biodiversity decided that companies have to now report on the impact of their activities on nature and biodiversity. Again, with the use of AI and other emerging technologies, companies will now find it easier to capture those issues and to do something about those issues quickly before those impacts, those negative externalities, before they get out of hand. These emerging technologies also have helped with job creation because there have been quite a number of startups that have been created in the area of AI and, you know, a lot of other technologies that were mentioned earlier. And this has boosted income and also GDP. What the AI and other technologies have also done is to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. So there's been talent creation and retention. What we know is that AI will continue to improve, and AI companies will continue to also embrace the circular economy. So materials will be reused, there'll be recycling of machines, and we hope that this would create sustainable companies in the future. There's still some disadvantages today with the emerging technologies. They're very energy intensive, like was mentioned earlier. The different data centers do use a lot of technologies. So we expect that government regulations would come in to, government will come in to regulate these data centers. And we also understand that there's been quite a bit of greenwashing, you know, where companies may state what they're doing with curbing the environmental impacts, but that is not, that hasn't really been effective. So we believe that government regulations will come in to help with that. Also, in terms of the incentives, again, government policy should be an incentive. There should be support from financial institutions and funding agencies to help with the development of this technology and the ability to control the environmental impact. We saw from the African Climate Summit that just concluded in Nairobi, quite a number of funding institutions have committed quite substantial funds to help the countries to get to net zero. Substantial part of those funds will be spent on developing technologies that will help them to get to net zero. We believe also that the government should create institutional changes that would help with data security, data privacy, and data ownership. And government should also build knowledge, they should build capacity and understanding. Those are my comments.
Thank you so much, Ola, for your interventions and sharing with us the perspective on our private sector. And I know that we are short on time, so we're going to be moving on to the responses from the other respondents, and then we're going to have an opportunity for our audience to ask questions in terms of this very particular important discussion and hear their reactions about both the interventions by our panelists and also the reactions from the two presentations from our presenters, who was Lily and Ingrid. So the next respondent would be Abby. And as Abby gives her reactions to the presentation, I would also just like to ask the question that, given her passion on clean energy and greening economy at Future Perspectives, how does she see the role of civil society as she gives her responses to those particular presentations? So if she could just cover those two questions, that would be amazing. So Abby, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Doris, for giving me the floor. I represent Future Perspectives, a nonprofit organization that inspires the youth to spearhead, in terms of in championing education, reform, and propelling investments in innovation, obviously to solve modern issues that we have, like climate action or climate change. Obviously, we know that in being able to address these pressing challenges requires a multifaceted approach. And we believe that as advocates for of Africa, our organization needs to foster civil societies or nations need to foster a collaborative system that values knowledge sharing. We also believe that the governments, businesses, foundations, universities, and other key design interventions geared at delivering systematic, scalable, and sustainable impact. From our perspective, some of the ways that we've seen that we can help to impact policy at the community level is by having convened spaces to facilitate meaningful and inclusive dialogue, as well as create platforms to spotlight innovations. We believe capacity building and skills enhancements to drive youth leadership and action is really important. Obviously, also providing our youth the opportunity to be able to engage in cutting edge thought leadership on key issues is really important. Shaping new narratives and shaping new innovators through immersive storytelling. Again, coming from the youth perspective, we believe that these are opportunities that civil society and foundations can really help these policies that can support eco-friendly technology. And also, we believe that the youth, have to be prominently woven into global conversations, and that their participation and activism will not only create a profound impact, bring forth not just Africa, but the global world needs. We know to sit at the table and their collective power, and also equipping them with the necessary knowledge, skills, and tools. We obviously to unleash, really great policies and technology and innovation really yearns for. So we believe that the civil society and foundations as a whole, they play a really critical role too as well, from a with as well in ensuring that we provide this nonpartisan for people no matter creed, and as well as bringing in the marginalized communities, as Lily had mentioned in her presentation, that they're all integrated into those conversations because they're the ones feeling the brunt of the issues that are at stake, and they're the ones also coming up with the solutions to make sure that they have a seat at the table to help ensure that those solutions that are coming to play are coming from those people who are greatly affected by the current scene. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abby, for sharing your perspectives on the role of civil society in ensuring that we create policies for environmental friendly policies. So we've had interventions from the private sector, we've had interventions from the civil society. Now I think it's about time we hear the response from one who is going to be giving the perspective on higher learning, what is the role of educators in ensuring that we are creating an ecosystem or a foundation of creating this particular process. So the floor is yours, and looking forward to your insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Doris. Thank you all for having me here. I'm Yongjin Wang. I'm an associate professor with the School of Engineering, the University of Birmingham in the UK. I'm not just a university academic, I'm also a practicing engineer. I've been involved in national, international innovation and engineering programs, in particular in the area of robots and automation and digital technologies to support circular economy. So I'm more speaking, or perhaps from two perspectives, from my two roles. One will be about from a university's point of view. The second will be about from the technical and technological development point of view. So from the university's point of view, I think if we're looking at the question how universities can be deeply involved and contribute to the eco-friendly emerging technologies in the area of AI and other areas. And I think actually many universities are already deeply involved, in particular for example, like here in the UK, we are being responsible engineers is part of our teaching module, is actually in the core of the teaching. And I know in many other countries, there are similar schemes. So I feel that based on my experience with how to motivate for universities to support eco-friendly development is to have both internal and external factors ready to create such an environment. For the internal factors, basically we're looking at, do we have the right people in the universities and in the higher education sector to deliver the eco-friendly emerging technologies? Are we as practicing engineers, are already responsible engineers, are we aware of what are happening, what are considered important to the long-term sustainable development goals? So that is about internal factor. About the external factor, actually a key, I think that is the key difference. For example, I mean, for some universities, for some engineering degrees or technology degrees, we are actually bounded by the requirement by professional engineering bodies. So professional engineering bodies can request for being responsible and being considerate in terms of engineering and innovation and AI, and how these technologies can affect our environment. Actually, the training of this awareness and the training of being responsible and being considerate is raised by the professional engineering bodies. And in some countries, they are raised by government. So we have that requirement, and that is a key reason for many universities to be active. And another key external factor is for many leading universities, in particular those research-intensive universities, many research directions can be affected by research councils and research funding bodies. And that means what is the position of eco-friendly development in those research councils, in those research funding bodies, and that could affect how deep the university can be involved. So I feel in terms of the what we can do in the future, also after hearing the two presentations, I feel actually it is just the beginning. It's just the beginning of something, and I feel actually the eco-friendly development of emerging and AI technologies can be separated into two areas. One is more about itself, how AI tools, what is the environment efficiency, what is the environment impact of AI tools and techniques. That would be one area. And the other area is how we can use AI tools to achieve circular economy. So these two are very, very two different topics, and we need two different measurement systems for these two topics. And then we can think about how these measurement systems can affect the internal factors and external factors. And that would create a much greater boost to the eco-development or being responsible in terms of AI development. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your interventions. I think we have had a particularly productive session by the two presentations from Lily and the responses from our respondents. So I'd like to take like this particular opportunity to open the floor to the people that have joined us from around the world to just respond one, either to key insights that they have from the two presentations or any reactions they have from the insights that have been shared from an academic perspective and also a practicing engineer perspective, a private sector perspective, and also the perspective of the role of the civil society. So if anybody has any responses, there's an opportunity to interact and to be part of the session. You could just raise your hand and I'll give you an opportunity either to ask a question or to just share your insights from either your background, your context, or from wherever you're joining us from any part of the world. This is the opportunity to do so. And yeah, the floor is yours. So just raise your hand and I'll be able to give you the opportunity to do so. And it's so unfortunate that you can't see my face, but I'm very eager to see all of your responses from the interventions and from the presentations. So please do feel encouraged to do so. You could just raise your hand, introduce yourself, tell us where you're joining from, and ask us your question. Or share your insights, either or both.
Thank you so much, Doris. And it's so nice to hear from our expert respondents from academia perspective, civil society, and private sector on how to not only work on themselves, but really to find a synergy to work together. If I may add, meanwhile, waiting for questions from our participant, this is really the importance of engaging the global south. I mean, a lot of times when we look at the evolvement of environmental policies in relation to technology, it's almost by default that we go to the global north where a lot of innovations take place. And, they're the icebreaker into certain industries through innovation. However, the impact is global. It's very, very important that we understand the global south perspective on where they stand, in interpreting such designs, in interpreting such consequences, and in interpreting what kind of benefit and what kind of risks that can bring to their actually very high achieving SDG 13 figures. I mean, a very shocking moment throughout my work is when I look at the SDG 13 progress comparing with other SDGs. It's almost like the Africa area is red, meaning is less advanced in other SDG areas. Well, when it moves to SDG 13, there's a lot of green, which means they're actually really advanced. So when we look at those policies, especially for the global north participants, is there something that by engaging the global south stakeholders that we can learn from them, that we can have an equal conversation, that we can flip the traditional model of having this shared responsibility and actually involve them in their experiences to protect the environment, in their experiences to use innovation effectively, and in understanding more or less the global demand on where innovation can go and should go for the better good, instead of from the material stage where there's a lot of natural resource involved, to the usage stage where sometimes infrastructure is not even there, to the recycling stage where sometimes certain places in the world are considered as the trash hub for those electronic devices. Can we rethink this model and to create a more equal world? Thank you so much. Back to you, Doris, and see if there's any participant who would want to get engaged.
Thank you so much, Lily, for sharing your insights with us and just talking about how this all links to the SDG 2030 agenda and how we should all have like a collective action towards ensuring that we have more equality and more inclusivity in terms of the power dynamics of having these particular conversations between the global north and the global south. So I think that's a very important point to have in mind. So once again, I'm extending the opportunity from our audience not only just to ask questions or to react to the presentations given, but also to share their aspirations in terms of this particular important conversation. So as we wait for the audience to raise up their hands and share those interventions, I would like also to give just 2 minutes to our respondents and also Ingrid, who was part of the people that shared our presentations with us, to share any aspirations they have in terms of how we could move forward, any concrete steps on what happens after this particular session. What is your call to action moving forward in terms of policy creation? Just basically a summary of this session or some of the key insights that you have gotten as part of the session. So we're going to start from Ingrid, and then we're going to move to Abby, and then we're going to go to Wong. As I can see, Ola on the chat has already had to leave for an important meeting she had to attend. So unfortunately, we'll not be able to get those insights from Ola, but we're going to have those insights from the rest of the panel. Thank you.
We are at the beginning of something new, perhaps, and we have to start thinking fresh in this environment. And that's something that relates to education, as we heard from Lily and others, but that also relates to training of young generations, but that also relates to how we phrase and frame digital policies around environment and climate. And I feel that for too long we are so glued to this idea of the sovereign national perspective on regulating digital sites, on regulating social media, on regulating misinformation, as we see governments trying to do today. But these approaches often fail because we are living in a new globalized, fluid data world where we need new approaches. And I think to look at the environment that clearly shows that national territorial approaches have reached their limitations, and we might need to think about something like digital or eco-sovereignty, perhaps, a new idea of sovereignty where it's clearly, it comes through clearly that we are thinking about a new planetary perspectives and safeguarding the planet, and not just countries, global north, global south, but we need to look and develop more models that help us understand such a holistic perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ingrid, for sharing your insights on the importance of empowering young people through education and the importance of also having like, young people and doing that through education. So I'm going to give the next opportunity to Abby to share her 2 minutes interventions or less on the conclusion of this particular session of key insights. Thank you, Abby. The floor is yours.
Yeah,
No, Abby, you're breaking. We can't hear you clearly.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. I want to agree with Ingrid. When you look at it from the young people perspective, it's a very holistic world right now, where it doesn't matter if you're in Nigeria or you could be in Australia. Technology has really helped to integrate people together. So I think we need to do the same thing in our approach with young people in terms of making sure that, like Ingrid said, it's not a sovereignty divide or a global north or a global south, but seeing how we can integrate everyone together and have a holistic approach as we start to look at, emerging technologies that can support, obviously individual countries, but at the end of the day, really looking at it from a holistic perspective as to how do we support the world and the planet, and then going from that perspective. So that's one of the things that we're going to be working at Future Perspectives, is really bringing the young people together from all parts of the world, and to see how we can learn from each other and create these that can really change, the trajectory of where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abby, for building on the interventions from Ingrid. Now we're going to have Wang, who's going to be giving the last interventions on his concluding insights about this particular topic.
Right. Thank you, Doris. Thank you, everyone. I feel actually the discussion today really highlights the importance of engagement. For discussion like this, this needs to happen to a wider group of people, and having a wider engagement, and to involve key stakeholders, and to get the stakeholders sitting together. I mean, to have the innovators, the policymakers, the industrial partners and industrial players, in particular the sector leading organizations involved in the discussion, and this would make create more aligned information flow. And I think many discussion we have had today, and also is not widely received by some key stakeholders in the area. And second is, I agree with Ingrid's point about this challenge in regulating challenges in terms of the international data exchange, and that could not be solved with just one nation or several nations' effort. But I also want to highlight that this problem is coupled with many national challenges as well. For example, the data protection and data regulatory laws or any policy in many ways can be crossed with the IP protection and with export control requirement. And in many cases, the changes to the policy about data would require actually an update to how we can protect IP, intellectual property, and how the export control could be applied to many countries. And but I feel that if we step back and look at from a human being's historical perspective, actually I feel that AI is not as special as we thought. I think if we look at the technological development in history, pretty much every engineering outcome has positive and negative impacts. So all the way from nuclear technology to plastic to even robots and labor. What is the relationship between robots and labor? And don't forget, robot was created nearly half a century ago. I mean, it started to be used over half a century ago. So already had very good lessons in the past. Then how we can deal with the relationship of technologies and with our society. And in many ways, I feel we also we need to be creative and in terms of finding solutions, looking for solutions, but also I think we need to take a cross-disciplinary approach and look at what lessons we have used in the past, we have learned in the past, and what tools we have as human beings we have experience with, and these tools can also be applied to the use of AI for eco-friendly development. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your insights in terms of the need for multidisciplinary approach, the need of ensuring that we have a very keen focus on understanding that this is not a new challenge. It's as a historical perspective and how we can be able to go about it to create more effective policies. So at this juncture, if we don't have any questions or any reactions from the audience. I think because we're running a bit out of time, it'll be time for us to conclude this fantastic conversation. And just listening to all the insights, I think the three key things that stand out for me is the need not to just have like these conversations between people that are already practitioners in terms of creation of effective policies, but to have like intergenerational conversations or intergenerational ownership of this particular policy creation, ensuring that there's effective consultancies from civil society, private sector, young people, academics, and people working on, even the construction of these new technologies. I think the next key point that came out very strongly during the session is the need to have education as a foundational basis of this particular creation of effective policies, whether that is in the funding of new research, in terms of ensuring that it's an evidence-based process, or that is educating the next generation of young people for them to be able to effectively interact with these new technologies. And I think that what came out very strongly is that we need to have it needs to be collective action. It's not one particular player that's going to be able to create effective policies. It has to be collective action from every particular stakeholder, and therefore having that multidisciplinary research or multidisciplinary collective action, as we had from this particular session, from the private sector, civil society, academics. So I think those are the three key issues that came out from this particular session. I think it's been fantastic for me to moderate and to listen in on all the amazing work that our panelists, our respondents are doing, and also from the two presentations that we had from Ingrid and Lily that give very key, concrete, and pragmatic recommendations on what we can do moving forward. So with that, I think it's been fantastic moderating this from Nairobi, although it's literally 4 p.m., 4 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning, but it's been amazing being with you. It's a very good start for my Sunday. And yeah, unfortunately, I could not have my video on, but you all have that old picture of mine from 2020. That's how I looked during COVID. I was trying to smile through the pandemic. I don't know whether it worked, but it's been fantastic having all of you here. And thank you for joining us from whatever part of the world that you're from. And yeah, hoping that all of you have a fantastic time during this particular, summit, discussing emerging technologies, internet, and how the world can best respond to our advances in technology to progress, humanity, and not to bring us back behind. So thank you and have a fantastic morning, evening from wherever you're from. Have a great day.
Thank you all and enjoy IGF.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Well, we can maybe start asking our speakers to come here. We will present you when we start in 2 minutes, but we can save time if you already all come here. I think we only miss Carlos here. Okay. I can all right. We are ready to start. All right. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming here, and welcome to this day 0 of the IGF Kyoto 2023. My name is Luca Belli. I'm professor at FGV Law School, and together with Henriette Esterhuizen, I will co-moderate this session on digital commons for digital sovereignty. We have a very good selection of speakers today. We will start with Renata Mieli, who is the coordinator of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, the CGI.br, and works at the Ministry of Science and Technology of Brazil. Unfortunately, Renata Avila could not join us because she was our remote speaker and she had a last-minute problem. We will have then Lea Gimpel, that is AI and Country Policy Lead at the Digital Public Goods Alliance in Germany. Then we will have Anita Gurumurthy, that is the Executive Director of IT for Change, India. And then we will have Franziska Putz, that is Senior Advocacy Manager at Wikimedia. And then, last but of course not least, Carlos Baca from CITSAC, is the General Coordinator of CITSAC Mexico. All right, before we start, this 5th edition of the Internet Commons Forum, that is let's say a play on the Internet Governance Forum, is the Internet Commons Forum, because some years ago we felt that there was a lot of interesting discussions at the IGF, but very few discussions on digital commons. And so we started to have this revolutionary Day 0 event on Internet Commons, that we are bringing on since 2018, if I'm not mistaken, yes. And during these 5 years, together with Henriette and other friends from APC, we have tried to feed this discussion about digital commons, internet commons, and their relation with several topics every year. The topic of this year is digital sovereignty, and I would like to just spend a couple of minutes now to introduce the debate so that people understand what we are speaking about when we speak about digital commons and what we want to speak about when we speak about digital sovereignty. On the digital commons part, it's very important to understand that we are not only speaking about a type of resource, we are speaking about a type of management, a type of governance, actually. It's a governance that links the resource with the community. So it's a way of management, if you want, a way of management also of digital resources. It's something that is alternative to the traditional way of managing states and markets, but is complementary. A very good example, well, we will see a lot of examples, but a very good example on which I've worked a lot over the past years is community networks, that are local networks built by unconnected community to create their own connectivity, and so to manage connectivity, local services, local content, according to the need of the community, so for the community. It's a very good example of how even digital resources can be built and managed by local communities. And this actually brings us to a very core pillar of what we can see as digital sovereignty, which is not digital sovereignty in terms of authoritarian control, censorship, or social control. Is digital sovereignty. It's another issue on which I've been working a lot over the past years, especially in the context of the BRICS group of countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, where it is evident that it's not only that social control is only one part of digital sovereignty. There is another important pillar, which is what I call good digital sovereignty, which is about understanding the technology, developing the technology, and regulating the technology. None of this is controversial. None of this is controlling people. It's understanding how the technology works to be able to develop it, not only being a consumer, but also a producer of technology. It's very much a question of self-determination, as we were speaking with Henriette a lot, and being able to regulate it. If you're a state, you can regulate it. If you're a local community that develops its own community network, you define norms. And actually, I want to stress this point because if we read the literature on commons, Elinor Ostrom won a Nobel Prize discussing and doing research on commons. And what the key point, the key consideration of Elinor Ostrom was precisely that this management system is very performing, works very well, as long as you have a governance. You have rules, including rules that define how to deal when people try to abuse of the commons or disrespect the common governance framework, right? So today we have a lot of good case studies to understand how this plays out, not only with the community networks, but also with Wikipedia, with a lot of different type of initiatives, and also how states are starting to understand this, which is very important because the commons by themselves may be very fragile, may not be able, a commons movement alone may not be able to to create a counter narrative to very large and well-resourced corporations or state. And so it's very good that state try to understand this alternative system to try to foster it and protect it. Having said that, I now give the floor to Henriette for her initial introduction, and then we will start with the first speaker, Renata.
Thanks for everyone for being here. As Luca says, we've been working with this concept for the last few years, and I think that what we are really trying to do is to identify what it is that is broken in internet governance. Vint Cerf always says, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I always say to him, but actually, Vint, it is broken. And I think that that's the challenge that we're dealing with in internet governance. We have models that try to increase more transparency. We're trying to create paradigms that are not shaped by control. We're trying to prevent abuse of power by governments, abuse of power by corporations. But we're actually failing. And then when we have something like the Global Digital Compact that really just illustrates how you might put fantastic new principles, emphasize human rights, emphasize digital inclusion or access, but you're placing those principles on top of a fundamental approach to internet governance, which is flawed. And I think that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to find something that can really change how we think about what the internet is, what its essential character and nature is, to establish it as a commons. And based on that, then explore what are the different legal, economic, and governance implications of governing the internet as a commons. And so every year we explore different aspects of that. But personally, I really believe fundamentally that if we don't grapple with this, and if we can't shift the paradigm at this level, we will always be working with multi-stakeholder processes as a label. but not in fact as a transformative approach to making governance more inclusive. And I think just finally, I think the really important emphasis here is this is not about sovereignty of states. It might be with regard to some aspects of governing the internet as a commons, but it's also about self-determination. It's about giving people more control. It's about giving communities and content creators more control. So it is, in fact, really striving towards a fundamental shift in how we think about the internet and how we hopefully will one day govern it.
Excellent. And so we start to see that there is a lot of various dimensions that interact and intersect. And we are very happy to have a very different range of stakeholders represented here today, and also to have a very good feminine representation of stakeholders, which is always something we have to strive to do and to implement, not only paying lip services to gender balance, but also doing it with concrete deeds. And we are also very happy to have Renata Miele, who is now working for the Brazilian government, and she has been working a lot on these kind of issues from a civil society perspective for many years. And it's very interesting to also understand which kind of thinking it's evolving in the new Brazilian administration that, as you may already know, is very different from the previous one, and to many extents in a very positive way. And so let's see what is the current thinking at the Brazilian government and at the CGI that also Renata represents in her double hat.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Luca, for inviting me to participate in this section. I think it's very important to us to talk about sovereignty in internet, and I would like to thanks to be here with Leah, Anita, Francisca, Carlos, Ariette, to talk about this. Well, we are living in a world where the internet, digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and the development of critical infrastructure are central to economic growth in our countries. In this digital era, there is a particular element that binds all these economic chains together and makes them functional: data. Without a substantial amount of data, none of these technologies make sense. And I think if we talk about sovereignty, digital sovereignty, we have to talk about data. Countries that have the capacity to produce these technologies and data, and who create effective regulatory frameworks to harness this digital ecosystem for the public good, will be able to assume leadership positions in the world and reduce their dependence on others. However, in recent years, these goals have seemed distant for many countries in the Global South due to deepening technological asymmetries. These disparities are not only concentrated in a few countries, but also in a handful of companies, leading to the increasing privatization of digital development. Of course, we are talking about the big techs that are ubiquitous and that are concentrated in privatization all our lives and economics and everything. In this scenario, what can we do? What kind of policies can we develop to enable our countries to achieve digital sovereignty? We need to become technology creators, like Luca said, rather than technology consumers. We must understand how technology can be used to benefit our societies with the perspective that it can empower countries, but they can empower also people and reduce inequalities if they are designed with these goals in mind. An example is developing socially referenced applications to address real issues in communities. This is an important challenge that is related to development and encouragement of the use of existing services, such as passenger transportation and traffic engineering. Understanding the strategic importance of having our own solutions for these services, which can free us from dependence on applications like Uber and Waze, is crucial. This is because the use of these platforms collects essential data for the development of public services and public policies, which are currently controlled by international private companies. In Brazil, for example, we have some cities that are developing his own applications for transportation, and this is very important to start something in more global scale in Brazil. Having creative solutions for these types of services helps develop the digital economy chain and can bring more empowerment to the services providers associated with them. They can develop fair economic arrangements, such as cooperative models, for example. To achieve this, we must strengthen our national industries, universities, and research centers, but also reinforce the role of the state. A strong state that promotes the digital economic chain is essential. We need public policies that bolster tech infrastructure in both the public and private sectors, a robust science and technology policy, clear goals for industrial innovation, and a reduction of dependence. Incentivize national technology usage. Promote the use of national technology and digital services while regulating the activities of big tech platforms and data usage. Prioritize cybersecurity. Develop strong cybersecurity policies, include the data protection standards, privacy regulations, and policies for data flow. And on the other hand, we need to address the challenges related to the connectivity and meaningful access for all people. Achieving digital sovereignty is the landscape will be a complex journey, but by implementing these strategies and policies, we can work towards a future where our countries have greater control over their digital destinies. Another strategic topic for the discussion of digital sovereignty is linguistic and cultural diversity. The Internet Steering Committee in Brazil recently hosted the first Lusophone Internet Governance Forum, bringing together Portuguese-speaking countries to discuss the challenges of promoting multilingualism on the Internet. This aspect becomes even more relevant at a time when artificial intelligence emerges as a new stage in the development of the digital economy. This is because generative AI models need to be fed with a large volume of data, and most of it is available in English. This is not only a language issue, but also pertains to the topics covered as language is related to a country's culture and identity. We need to tackle the challenge of seeking investments for processing large language models in Portuguese and in the other languages to achieve a strong position in AI models. This is a matter, of course, of digital sovereignty too. And to finish my presentation, I would like to bring an example of a digital initiative we have recently in Brazil that, for me, design what we are trying to say about using our own solution for the digital internet. I'm going to talk about PIX, a payment system introduced in 2020, and a payment system that was developed in Brazil and has since become the most popular payment method. It is user-friendly, and most importantly, transactions are tax-free. The introduction of these services has had a significant impact on commerce, particularly for small and personal businesses, as it has made transactions more cost-effective. Additionally, it has reduced the data concentration in the hands of major international financial companies, such as Visa and MasterCard. Nowadays, we have around 70% of Brazilian people connected on the internet, and this is the same number of people that usually use the Pix to do transactions on the internet, because you only have to have a bank account and a cellular phone, a cell phone, and a connection to do some transaction with Pix. And this is something important to democratize the access of payment on the internet. This is only an example of something we developed in Brazil, and it's an example of a tech sovereignty, but there are another ones we can talk about later. And I think this is some principles, some points to start the discussion about how important it is to our countries be more activity and be more creativity and produce their own technology solutions. Thank you very much, Luca, for the space.
All right. Thank you very much for this, as indeed, yes, it's something that there are very few, a couple of points that I wanted to stress about what Renata was mentioning, because are key to understand the direction that we should take also for this conversation. First of all, the fact that it is interesting to understand and to discuss digital commons, and both digital commons and digital sovereignty, as a sort of counter-narrative to the kind of very concentrated digital ecosystem that we all know we are witnessing now and over the past decade especially. Digital commons are particularly interesting because they are antithetical to the logic of value accumulation and even sort of dependency creation, structural dependency creation that large corporations try to build on their ecosystems. And the second point that what Renata was mentioning, which is also something that we have been discussing a lot, is precisely the fact that also exists some elements that may be driven by local communities, like community networks. And by the way, I think we will speak a lot about this with Carlos, and we will have an entire session on community networks and digital sovereignty, where we present this booklet on digital sovereignty and community networks on Thursday. But it's also something that the state has a role to play in, and the fact that the state can also foster some example of digital sovereignty, like the PIX in Brazil. You have in India, you have UPI, which is a similar online payment system, which is a public digital infrastructure that allows to be independent, or at least strategically autonomous from large tech corporations. And no one here has anything against large tech corporations, but the fact that one is totally dependent from anyone is never something that one would advise to a friend. So it's always good to think about strategical autonomy and to start to understand, and this conception of good digital sovereignty in terms of understanding the technology, being able to develop it and regulate it, is essential to be strategically autonomous. Now, speaking about digital public goods, I think that no one better than the next speaker speaking about the digital public goods alliances can tell us. Sorry, Henriette, I see we want to say something.
Just before Leah starts, I just want to welcome the online participants. There are not many of them. I don't know who they are. Maybe they're on a boat in the Pacific somewhere, because if they're anywhere else, they have no business being awake. But we do have around 15, maybe 12 minus the tech team. So welcome, and please use the chat. I'm monitoring the chat, and thanks for being with us.
Fantastic, thank you very much, and welcome also to the online participants, not only all the participants here, of course, but also the online participants. So now we have Lea Gimpel from the AI, that is AI and Country Policy Lead at Digital Public Goods Alliance. Please, Lea.
Thank you so much, Luca, and thank you to this distinguished panel for being part of this discussion. I think it's really timely that PICS was already mentioned, because digital public infrastructure is definitely something that has a huge overlap with digital public goods. But perhaps I start by telling you a bit more about the concept of digital public goods, what the Digital Public Goods Alliance is, and then move on to digital public infrastructure to use all the buzzwords here. The Digital Public Goods Alliance is a multi-stakeholder alliance that is endorsed by the United Nations to help the discoverability, investment in, and use of digital public goods, especially for low and middle income countries, to help attain the Sustainable Development Goals. So what are digital public goods? Basically, in 2019, Antonio Guterres urged everyone, so stakeholders from the private sector, from the public sector, as well as civil society and everyone else, to promote open source software, open content, open data, open standards, and open AI models to help reduce the fragmentation in the digital ecosystem and ensure more efficiency. And that is essentially also the definition that we use for digital public goods. And what they all have in common is that they are open source, they do no harm, and they are focused on reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have these like 5 categories of products. So just to repeat, open source software, open AI models, open standards, open content, and open data. And as a Digital Public Goods Alliance, we basically do 2 things. First of all, we advocate for this kind of concept and help especially low and middle income countries to use digital public goods for their public service delivery. And secondly, we also maintain the DPG standard and the DPG registry. So the DPG standard is basically a set of 9 indicators that we use to assess if any given product can be considered a digital public good. We have a submission platform on our website where you as a product developer can apply for the DPG label, so to say. And it's basically like an insurance for donors, for governments and others, that these products are vetted, that they are open source according to several standards, and that they help attain the SDGs. And currently we have more than 150 products on the Digital Public Goods Registry on our website, which you can actually go through and also basically map to the Sustainable Development Goals. So if you are interested, for instance, in education and making sure that no one is left behind there, you can go to the registry and find all the DPGs, so all the open source software and other components, such as also open educational resources, and see which ones are registered to exactly fit this purpose. And in the second part, I would like to shed a bit of light on the evolving topics in the DPG ecosystem. And one was already mentioned, that is digital public infrastructure. So Renata mentioned PICS. From a DPG perspective, that is strictly speaking not a digital public good at the moment, but we hope that it's going to be in the future, because it's not open source, but it's basically a means to help give countries sovereignty over their own infrastructure. And that is also what DPGs are made for, so that you as a country, as an implementer, can use DPGs yourself, adapt them, adopt them, extend them if you want, and also choose a vendor that you would like to work with in order to implement these. And if you are not happy with that vendor, you can go to another vendor and build your infrastructure. And at the same time, as a country, of course, you also have the possibility to develop your own vendor ecosystem, to create jobs, for instance, to help implement products that you either developed in your own country or that you adopt as a country, such as huge DPGs, such as DHIS2, which is a management information platform. But coming back to digital public infrastructure, from our definition, that's basically a set of 4 really basic components of a country's IT architecture, so to say. It's payment systems such as PICS, it's digital identity, it's civil registries, and it's data exchange. And as a Digital Public Goods Alliance, we work with a number of products that actually fulfill also this prospect, this purpose of being open source in order to be adoptable by everyone. So products such as Mossip, for instance, Moja Loop, and Xroad are examples of these kind of tools that you can use to build your own digital public infrastructure. And what all of these have in common is that they are not a tiny, open source project, but they are actually have multiple country implementations already under their belt, so a lot of experience of what is working in a specific country and what is not. And one of the main purposes of the Digital Public Goods Alliance is as well to help exchange country experiences. So basically help other countries to adopt these kind of products and develop, their own control over their digital destiny, as Renata said it so nicely. And as a second part, I just want to quickly also elaborate on open source AI and AI systems as digital public goods, because obviously given the current dynamics, that's a huge topic for us as the DPGA as well, because we also figured that probably the DPG standard needs to evolve in a way that AI systems fit better, and also given, of course, the dynamics around large language models and generative AI. And here, I think one of the main challenges is the current power imbalances and concentration of powers that we see in the current ecosystem. And as a Digital Public Goods Alliance, we of course would like to contribute to democratizing AI in several ways. I mean, there's first, of course, the use of AI. There's the democratizing of the development of artificial intelligence, so that it's not just happening in the global north in very specific contexts. And then also the benefits, democratizing the benefits and governance of artificial intelligence systems. And as a DPGA, we basically explore currently in a community of practice that is co-hosted of UNICEF, the overlap between responsible openness, because obviously not every AI system is fit for being released in the public domain completely, but we need to have safeguards around this as well. And in our community of practice, what we developed is an approach that you can say is a graded or gradient approach to the openness of AI systems, which means that we basically break down an AI system in its main components, being data, being models, and being the code, so the inference and training code for AI systems, and then look at all of these components independently and define which of these should be open or closed or in between in order for a product to be considered a DPG, because obviously it's not a black and white debate, but there's a gray shade in between being completely open and being closed or proprietary. And since data was mentioned, just to give you a little sneak peek, so to say, for the data component, we are actually allowing the most leeway, because it's also the most contested layer of an AI system when it comes to openness. So what we basically define as a way to be aspirational openness. So for instance, to have synthetic data sets that are modeled on the original data set, or to have a hosted access to the AI training data, which will help in the combination with a model that is mostly open, including model weights, architecture and such, and the code that needs to be open source, to ensure that the benefits of open source, so being transparent, being reusable, being extensible, is still part or it can be realized by this AI DPGs. That's an approach that we are currently discussing. So if you have any opinion on that, happy to elaborate either in the session or later on afterwards. And in a nutshell, the work that the DPGA does really has country experience, country digital sovereignty at its heart, because we believe that countries need to have control over their own digital infrastructure in order to deliver digital services at scale and cater to their populations. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Leah. And actually it's very interesting. I think the work of the Alliance is very interesting because it aims at mapping what exists and creating a sort of repository of what exists. So that is something already very beneficial, because there are no many organizations that do so around the world, although many people are interested in this. You don't know where to look at to understand what exists already. And then the other point that you stressed that I really like, and I think it's very interesting for the conversation of today and the other conversations we will have along this week, it's the connection between digital sovereignty and AI. Actually, another piece of very directed advertisement. We will present another book on AI sovereignty, transparency, and accountability on the second, on the day 2. And a part of it is precisely dedicated to how digital sovereignty can be baked into the conception of AI sovereignty and the kind of layered approach that you need to have, because if we only look at regulation of AI as risk, it's important, but you run the risk to only look at the tree and not the forest. You have to look at all the layers, from that data to compute, and we will speak about everything on day 2 at 5:30 if you're interested. Plus there will be free copies of the books. But after this very direct advertisement, I think now it's time to open for some comments and reactions, because we already have some very interesting comments from the online attendance. So if you have any comments, now we can have 5 to 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, to have some initial reactions from the audience and also from the participants online.
So I have a comment here from Timothy Holborn from Australia. I forgot the Australians are awake. Like a typical South African, I overlooked the Australians. And he is raising the very important point about the supply chains and the ecosystems of creating digital public goods. And he's saying that there needs to be recognition of the effort, the labor of people who build the commons. And how they can benefit from those directly. He says digital sovereignty at a rule of law level is quite important, but also human-centric. Systems need to support info orgs or personal self-hood systems where personal agents can make use of permissive commons artifacts that may be about a relationship between two people. In other words, he's actually adding to the complexity of this ecosystem. And then he says he wonders how policy now seeks to support personal ontology management. I wonder if you're an academic, Timothy. But and I think for me, just the question that this brings up as well, which I hope the other speakers can also address, is how do you recognize the role of the public sector, of the state, without creating a new paradigm of top-down control? So how do you mobilize the public sector and the role of the state to protect the commons without it actually taking over and capturing the commons? Corporate capture and state capture. How do we avoid that? Any other comments from the room? You can go and stand at the mic.
Yeah. So we have 2 comments here, 3.
Just line up behind the mics.
Let's take these 3, and you can line there at 4. Okay, let's take these 4, and then we will proceed with the next segment. Yes, and you can. If I can ask you to introduce yourself, so that for the transcripts also we know who you are, and then we can proceed. Yes.
Definitely. I am Alexandre Costa Barbosa. I'm a fellow at the Weizenbaum Institute, and also a coordinator of the Brazilian homeless workers movement technology sector. Really glad to see this table, Professor Lucabelli, Renata, Anita, other colleagues. I'd like just to share with the other audience here that we've launched recently a booklet on digital sovereignty led by social movements, which I think is completely related to thinking of this so-called new commons, right? This local community-based governance of commons pool resources, right? So I think, Professor Lucabelli, I actually have a dream, you know, like one day we will see like community networks or even social movements being on main sessions of Internet Governance Forum, not to showcase successful digital inclusion initiatives, but actually to draw concrete lessons for global digital governance. But my question is related to digital public goods and digital public infrastructure, actually, because PIX, for instance, was funded, was an initiative that came out from the Brazilian Central Bank, from its own laboratory for promoting this kind of technology. But I remember, like in France, the French Central Bank, they are developing their own digital infrastructure, like a repository, an inventory for carbon emissions to support ESG and so on, but it is not considered as public digital infrastructure. So I'd like to hear a bit more how you come up with like digital ID, payment methods, tax or consent-based data sharing platforms as the digital public infrastructure per se, because I don't think that's enough. I'd like to hear a bit more on that. Thank you very much.
Shall I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can take all the comments and then have maybe some quick replies and then go on.
Okay, thank you. My name is José Renato. I'm also from Brazil. I am an advisor at the Laboratory of Public Policy and Internet, LAPIN, an NGO there. Yeah, it has actually a huge connection with what Alexandre said, because one of the main things that I missed in the presentations was, okay, we were talking about digital identity, having more control over data and et cetera, and technological development as a whole. But we have an issue also with physical infrastructure, if I may call it that way. Like I'm talking about data centers, I'm talking about satellites. We have a huge issue in Amazon, for instance, due to that. So I would like to know a bit more of your view in these issues and maybe also a glimpse of what's the state role in promoting these initiatives. And just to add upon that, also, how do you see the role of the state in fomenting community-based solutions for sovereignty? I think that the movement, the homeless movement in Brazil is a great example of that. But yeah, maybe hearing some comments on these two topics. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Astha Kapoor. I'm the co-founder of Apti Institute. Hello to the friends on the panel. I guess a quick question, well, two questions. One is, I think that, and Leah, this may be for you, is that when we think about digital public infrastructure, so much of it is being built out of India, for instance, and we've all learned the lessons from that. But how do we think about interoperability? Because at the moment, UPI and BICS don't talk to each other. So the idea of those, and India is on trying to export or build digital public infrastructure over different parts of the world, and then how do we really think about those solidarities? And then moving from solidarities is also the idea of commons. We have so many bottom-up mechanisms, but they are happening in isolated boundaries of the nation state because, again, there is no way for these movements, this data, to talk to one another. So the tussle between the state fund sovereignty sort of goes antithetical to some of the infrastructure that's being built and also the notion of commons.
Hi everyone, my name is Al. I work for the Tor project, which might be a good example of an existing digital public good and a piece of infrastructure that's been around for almost 2 decades now. And I'm curious what people think about how we fund the existence of digital public goods once they are in the world. And if we're really thinking about the antithesis of value hoarding and big tech and digital products that make money, essentially, how do we make sure that these things continue to exist once they are in the world and used by millions of people? I see a lot of amazing projects fighting over scraps, essentially, in this funding landscape, and I think it's complicated. There are some cool things that are happening, but I'd love to hear more about what the panel thinks about how we keep these things alive once they exist, and what kind of money we make that happen with. Thanks.
Hi everyone. My name is Shilpa. I'm a PhD candidate at University of Melbourne. My question actually comes from my research and during my stay at Australia. I realized that the principle of self-determination, as we all understand, one of the principles that international law and international legal system exists on, it's actually very differently interpreted based on which jurisdiction you go. And I was surprised that Australia doesn't have one, and because of which the indigenous people over there cannot protect their right, even if they want to, including their data. And I thought that that's the kind of a problem that exists in many countries, including India, because I came to know that there was this one particular company that was collecting data of poor people, telling them that oh, you are getting like, it's your data, you're getting participated, but then how are they going to control that data? My question is that, when we talk about digital commons, if we continue with this practice, I think it will soon become a tool of exploitation. So I think that the concept, before we move on to discussing the digital commons, we need to first talk about self-determination, because these people need to be able to control. Otherwise, it's just this digital gap and the whole this era. There'll be a new era of colonization, I believe. Thank you.
All right, we have a lot of very interesting comments. My suggestion is that we have maybe a quick round of replies from anyone from the panel, and then we proceed with the next segment of panelists that actually many of them will plug into the comments that have been shared. One more question. Okay, one more question online.
Timothy, can you unmute yourself and speak?
Great. Are you able to hear me?
We hear you clearly.
Am I coming through? Wonderful. Look, I've been working for a very long period of time through the W3C to create open standards technology to support freedom of thought and rule of law. So as we migrate away from these environments where we had a vault of all of our important papers, the sorts of things that we need to walk into a court of law and say, Your Honour, peacefully, I would like to resolve this dispute. This is what verifiable claims and credentials and the things that you call identity were produced to create. But the underlying infrastructure to make sure that people can store all this information and operate their own artificial intelligent agents so that the microphones and sensors aren't going outside of your house, but certainly have a role with your door locks and your lights and your life and your children and everything else. So how, whilst there may be different ideologies, much like the United Nations agreements speak about the freedom of religion, some people may well want to be defined by their wallets, but other people want to be defined by what they do. And so to do that, we need to create a lot of infrastructure, commons infrastructure, and commons may be the common relationship between two people, which is based upon agreements between those two people, even when the relationship between two people or more than two people change. So how are we building the infrastructure to support our human rights? At least as an option through these different modals, where the artificial intelligent agent that is your prosthetic extension of self in society has a meaningful relationship with you as a human being, not someone else who wants to make use of you as a natural resource for profit and or mitigating any risks that may occur. If indeed our public institutions do not want to make a distinction between good people and bad ones. So there's a different sort of structure to what is able to be made possible. I might also note that large language models are quite different to logical programming in relation to things like properly encoding language and languages and building what is called in psychology personal ontology. And so I just wanted to highlight that. I also wanted to highlight that the volume of work is significant. And I'm currently working through the idea of producing, through the 110 chapters or so in Internet Society, some basic foundational framework to be able to support things like digital prisons, because I think we need an alternative to Facebook, to support the needs of refugees, to support the needs of people whose future is unknown unless we can get the knowledge in the evidentiary sense to a court of law where peaceful decisions are able to be made. I hope that helps.
Thanks, Timothy. And if anyone's online or want to log in, Timothy has posted some very useful links in the Zoom chat. Anybody want to respond to Renata?
Yeah, let me maybe start with the basics, so the definition of DPI that I put forward. So our main guiding point here is infrastructure that has society-wide functions, and that's why we land at these four. But obviously there are other important parts of a country's digital stacks that need to be in place in order to run it safe and securely. But we believe by focusing on these 4 components, we actually enable an informed discussion and really help guide also resources into building out these basic components. I mean, this is still an evolving definition. Others have broader definitions, but we are here with the World Bank on the DPI definition. I think what another useful approach to think of for DPI is a building blocks approach. And that is something, for instance, that the GovStack initiative is developing. So basically defining the core building blocks for specific services and pieces of a country stack that you need for digital governance initiatives. And for instance, GovStacks has a lot of building blocks, around 30, I think, currently, with the specifications. Some of them would fall into our definition of digital public infrastructure, so relating to digital ID, for instance, or data exchange. Others are smaller components that you, for instance, need to deliver on a sectoral use case. And that's the main definition or the differentiation, so to say, so society-wide functions versus sectoral use cases. Obviously, for sectors, you also have foundational pieces of infrastructure that need to be in place. And in terms of the question of interoperability and, having products that speak to each other, I mean, as a DPHA, we are committed to open source. So what we want to see is that technology is not only developed by countries themselves, but that in an ideal scenario, it's also shared openly and experience is shared, and that these components are built based on operability standards, open standards, etc., to help that these different components can speak to each other and be adopted. And so basically what we want to see less of are these bilateral agreements that some countries currently do in order to share their technologies towards sharing their technology really in the public domain as a commons and then help others to adopt it.
I'll just respond quickly. You go first, Renata.
I always forgot. Just a word. I completely agree with Alexandre when he said we have to have more social movements speaking for themselves in this kind of panel. And I agree too when he says the PIX is not a digital common, a public technology, because it's not open source and there is a lot of things, but it's a public policy that effectively democratizes the commercial transaction and has an important goal to the sovereignty in our country. And in Brazil, I just want to underline this. We have lived through the last 6 years under governments that did not have any agenda of sovereignty, and much less in the digital term. So we have to start from the beginning. And there are a lot of to do, and we are talking about, in this moment, about how can we face the challenge to have a policy to data centers in our country. We are discussing this in this moment in the the Ministry of Science and Technology. How can we discuss initiatives to have our sovereignty of our data, and this is not simple, and this is something we have to achieve in the long term. It's not a policy that we have the results in the short term, but we are we have this compromise to face this challenge and see what can we do about this.
Just quickly on the question about interoperability, I think, well, firstly, I think digital public infrastructure is actually a very useful new concept that is existing or emerging in our internet governance space. And I think it's a good opportunity to look at collaboration between different stakeholders, between communities, civil society organizations, businesses, and government actually working together to define common definitions, but also principles on which to regulate, where there's a need for regulation, and to be interoperable. I must say in Africa, we have a new data policy framework. The African Union Commission, member states adopted a very high-level framework on data policy, which actually enables data sovereignty without data localization in a way that would restrict trade or harm freedom of expression. I think the example of MOSIP, the Indian open source digital identity system, is also a very good example. But you need frameworks, and you need principles, and you need collaboration. So I think this interoperability also has a political will component that we cannot, and a component of collaboration. And just finally on regulation for more community-based ownership, I think currently our whole regulatory paradigm in internet governance is shaped by big companies and trying to create some kind of level playing field, and the European Digital Services, Digital Markets Act in that sense is a good response. But we also need regulation that enables diversity and that creates more open markets that are more open to community initiative, to smaller players. So I think well, finally, I just do think we can use this DPI discussion as a way of trying to rethink some of the ruts that we have fallen into with our approaches to internet governance.
Yeah, just a quick comment before we give the floor to Anita, just to help the participants also to have a little bit more clarity, because we are speaking about a lot of different things now, and just to put again the discussion into at least three main pillars that are emerging here. The digital commons that are really about resources and communities that self-govern a specific resource that can be a digital resource. The digital public goods or digital public infrastructures that have a lot of points of overlap with the digital commons, but usually see a role of the government, of a public entity, fostering, thinking about them, and even promoting them, like the PICs, if you want. They both overlap, and actually the government has a role in protecting the digital commons, and digital commons can help enormously the development of digital public infrastructures. And both represent two very good examples of how you can reclaim digital sovereignty, meaning not being dependent from the ecosystems and the digital structures that large tech corporations, that usually are very few and very concentrated, develop, and through which they technically regulate the digital development of the world. The comment that was made about AI and compute is a very good one, and that is a very good point that we analyze here, the fact that there are basically three large corporations that provide cloud computing for AI to the entire world. Well, we can name them because there is not shaming, it's just naming. AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. Then there is a little bit of emerging Chinese tech giants like Alibaba and Tencent, but otherwise you have basically 70% of the market concentrated in three cloud providers that define cloud computing for AI in the world. So that is something that needs to be tackled. I'm very happy to hear that. And actually, I think that one of the best things that the Brazilian government did was also to reopen the program to promote the development of semiconductors in Brazil. It was something that the previous government wanted to sell, and that was the only production of semiconductors in Latin America. It was really not strategic to sell it. But anyway, we will speak about all this maybe today and for sure on Tuesday. Now let's give the floor to Anita, because a lot of what we say about digital public infrastructures and digital public goods comes from Indian evolutions over the past 10 years. So please, Anita, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say we have a little over 20 minutes left, and there are 3 speakers.
We started with 15 of delay because of the previous panel started with 15 minutes late, so we have like 35.
Okay, so do we have to hand over the room to someone else? I'm not very sure. Also, just to say that small caveat is, I think I'm not an expert on India. My location is certainly Indian, and I try my best to speak to those experiences. But I thought I would do what we've been working on for a while, which is the connections between the digital commons and digital sovereignty, and to conceptually put out some thoughts. Of course, as Luca, you mentioned Ostrom's work, and the whole idea of the natural commons and the management of the natural commons is not a new phenomenon. However, the management of the natural commons, has had to deal with systems for different things, maybe lakes or maybe mountains, grasslands. They've all been localized. So when you actually look at the digital, you're talking about a certain idea of scale, and therefore finding the contextual integrity of the commons for that scale. And we have, I think, historically for 20 years, going beyond the internet commons, had rules, had systems. We've had systems for the content commons, we've had protocols, we have the open software movements, and now, of course, data and the layers of digital intelligence that are getting built on top of these commons, for which systems don't exist, common systems don't exist. And these pertain very much to textual data, which is language, and other forms of data, including IoT data, which we see in LLM models, but not only. Also, foundational AI counts on all of these social knowledge commons. Of course, as you said, the governance of the commons is key, and access and use conditionalities become vital. And this is not only because we have to have rules for how to access, who will use, but also to avert the pollution of the commons, which is a very, very important thing. So what is sovereignty? Sovereignty as self-determination connects the idea of the commons with 2 things. One, with the process of commoning. So the commons are only as important as commoning. There's no point in having a pristine lake out there which is not of use to humankind. So the idea of the commons with commoning, which is the act of creating, preserving, and nurturing the commons for the purpose of using the resource prudently. And the second is sovereignty connects as self-determination, as one of our friends pointed out, connects also to the whole process of communitizing. Communitizing, as is quite evident, you cannot have a community that creates a resource and cares for it, but is divorced from uses of the resource and benefits that arise from the resource, which is exactly how it is with the regime of data, with the de facto regime of data. We seem to create and create and create, and no one seems to care for it, and someone else seems to benefit from it. So commoning and communitizing are therefore processes very, very central to the commons, and I think that enabling a collaborative regime of access, use, benefit sharing, and governance that is about relevant models of democracy appropriate for the resource under consideration. So commoning and communitization of a resource will pertain to the nature of the resource and cannot be some generic set of principles that are going to be homogeneously applied. Digital policy needs to address not just the creation of the commons, the digital commons, but also the enablement of commoning so that some people don't capture access. The option value of data and the quest for infinite aftermarkets has led to a data hoarding with deeply adverse consequences for the digital economy. I think suffice it to say that all of us understand what it means. And in order to make sure that communitization and commoning are not divorced or decoupled, policy needs to ensure harm prevention and redistributive justice. I think this is indeed the role of the state. It's a very tricky role because the commons has always been, certainly through crony capitalism, been very conveniently exploited by the state for certain purposes. So the challenges that face us essentially link to one of openness. That does not necessarily lead to commoning. And second challenge that we are confronted with is the highly disembodied imaginaries of communities that do not recognize the role of public goods and the rule of law in ensuring the connection between public goods and the commons. So we get into endless hair splitting about is this commons, is this public goods, is this DPIs, etc. I think it is important to recognize that it's not possible for for instance, low-income neighborhoods that manage their own slum communities in India, in a place like Dharavi in Bombay, where it's not possible for them to have their own water supply, have their own internal systems, because the commons of their housing has to be managed in relation to the public goods that are provisioned by the government. So public goods in relation to the commons are not just a kind of privilege, but they are part of the duty of the state to provide, which is why the example of PICS or of UPI in India become very, very vital. So I think these relationships between self-determination, sovereignty, commons, and public goods have to always be kept in mind, because it's a process of fine-tuning, calibrating how these relationships will actually work. We have, in the realm of data, innumerable principles. We have the FAIR data principles: findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. These have been critiqued for some kinds of limitations, for instance, that they do facilitate greater data sharing, but do not pay adequate attention to the power differentials and equity in data sharing and reuse. We also have the criticism that the fair use principles, like, let's actually have federated systems. I'll give you your privacy, but I will take your data. That's the larger model. Such approaches enable private sector actors to engage in free riding. So then there has been, in the realm of academia and practice, the whole idea of the care principles. And these are originally developed from indigenous data resources, connecting back to the Nagoya principles of the Convention of Biological Diversity. And these, of course, connect to data ecosystems and their collective benefits, collective control of data systems, and reuse principles that actually inhere in collective benefit. Well, the care principles are very important because they do push for communitization. They do push for self-determination and communitization. But there's one more vital connection between commons, community, and sovereignty, and that is not only linked to sovereignty as territory or sovereignty as knowledge, but sovereignty also as embodiment, and this comes from feminist thinking. And here I think that we really need to understand that the resource governance questions around data or AI cannot really look at the commons as some kind of dematerialized, abstract idea, but as an idea that's extremely particularized and embodied. And that, I think, is a very, very vital connection. It's not very easy because you're dealing with a resource, you're dealing with principles of territory, you're dealing with principles of knowledge, and you're dealing with principles of embodiment. So again, there's a lot of complexity in the management of the commons of data. I'd just like to wrap up with a couple of comments. One is that sovereignty is implicated not only in the terms in which human bodies are dematerialized into a resource for digital capitalism, but equally when they get rematerialized into a large language model or rematerialized in the form of a basic AI model, we really have to look at how this has material impacts on our ability and means to choose our life course, which is called the equality of autonomy. And that's why self-determination is not only about management of the resource, but self-determination is also about the accountability to the human beings who are part of the commoning. So this is really important, and I think this cannot be forgotten. Finally, to address my issue around openness and its limits, and also the whole question of what is to be done to govern the systems of commons, and what are the institutional systems of governance in the digital commons. A few points. I think that digital resources, like a data bank or a local seed bank with informational databases where there is a certain pooling of seeds that farmers do, etc. You might have a biodiversity register to accompany that. All of this, these really require some kind of state support. I think you really need to also endorse these, you need to support these, and you also need to create standards and protocols which are public goods. And finally, I think that the provisioning of the public goods, as I said, is really the duty of the state in the digital era. It cannot be wished away. And I think the elephant in the room is really not just the governance of the commons, but the governance of the non-commons, which basically means governance of the capitalist systems, regulation of the capitalist systems that poach the commons. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita, really for this fantastic overview of also how all these dimensions interact and intersect from the individual to the community to the state. And also something that we analyzed in other work, it's about the fact that when there is no individual community or state sovereignty, there is a corporate digital sovereignty, which is because there is, as the Romans already said thousands of years ago, ubi societis ibi ius. When there is society, there is regulation, and if you don't have individuals asserting their sovereignty, if you don't have community doing it, if you don't have the state doing it, there will be someone else, some private ordering, acting. And so that is also a very much something that we have to keep in mind. Something that actually is very good to create a connection between what you were saying, the individuals and the community create value that then is hoovered by corporations. I think comes from the next speaker, from Zisky from Wikipedia, because also we have seen a lot of the latest generative AI being built by basically hoovering Wikipedia at large. So please, Zisky, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me join this panel. I'm Zisky. I'm part of the global advocacy team from the Wikimedia Foundation, which is the nonprofit organization that hosts Wikipedia and other free knowledge projects. I really love that I'm following the speaker because there's very thought-provoking concepts, and there's this saying within the Wikimedia community that Wikipedia is a thing that shouldn't work in theory, no matter what wonderful theories we have about the commons and how they should operate, and it only works in practice. So I'm going to start with a little audience Q&A to make sure that everybody is still awake and alive as we near the end of this session. Could you please raise your hand if you have visited Wikipedia, read an article on Wikipedia before? This is what I like to see. This is what I hope to see. Now keep your hands up if you have edited Wikipedia before. All right, I was assuming this was going to be a biased sample, but this still makes me really happy that in this room we have a lot of hands raised. Thank you. And now everybody again, raise your hands if you already knew that it is possible to edit Wikipedia. Absolutely beautiful. So like I said, this is a very biased sample in this room, but I still like to ask, because one of the greatest challenges that my team, and I have two wonderful colleagues sitting right here, if maybe you want to wave your hand so people can follow you after. Yes, so reluctant. One of the biggest challenges that we find is that most people actually aren't familiar with how Wikipedia and other free knowledge projects work. And when I say people, I also mean government officials, legislators, very influential policy makers. And I think that's because we're relics of the early internet days. And by we, I mean Wikimedia projects, including but not limited to Wikipedia, but also really any project that's dedicated to the idea of both free access to knowledge, and maybe more importantly, to this idea of communal ownership and creation of information resources and technology, otherwise known as the digital commons in this room. And that lack of awareness is maybe understandable because we're 20 plus years into those early web 2.0 days, and the internet looks really different right now, and as do the conversations about how to regulate it, how to shape it, and who gets to participate in these processes. The world heavily relies on one dominant type of online service, as we've heard a lot from this panel, and that is for-profit and advertisement-driven. And in my experience, when I start talking to people that I work at Wikipedia, maybe we're in a shared Uber together or something, even though they're my age, they probably had teachers telling them not to use Wikipedia in the classroom, they still can't believe it when I tell them that it is an online space that they can be part of creating. And the problem is it seems absent, as I said, in many of our policy and governance discussions as well. Instead, these discussions reflect an anxiety about how to deal with commercial interests, as well as the ability of bad actors to amplify harmful content online. And those are important topics that we definitely need to come up to solutions for, but there's really a lack of proactive action that's being taken to promote a positive vision of the internet. Instead, I think we're really focused on what we want to prevent, but we could also be talking about what we want to create together. And if Luca has been plugging all of his books, I will do the same to plug a workshop that we're running on Wednesday to talk about proactive visions of the internet. So please come find us if you want to participate. But this kind of anxiety that's dominating these conversations is also very much part of the conversations taking place around emerging technologies like AI. Most AI governance discussions are focused on making sure that this field isn't also captured by commercial interests, again, as we've heard on the panel, and that it doesn't amplify racist biases and existing inequalities. And again, that's a good thing. But I think that Wikipedia and other players in the free knowledge movement, such as those that support the commons, are uniquely positioned at this time to raise the values of participation and also to share concrete learnings in these conversations about the governance of emerging technologies and what that might look like from a more bottom-up perspective. So let's take Wikipedia and AI as a case study. Just top of my head, Luca definitely didn't ask me to do that. So we know that Wikimedia is not known for producing any kind of revolutionary, game-changing technology. If you've read a Wikipedia article, you probably have noticed that we're largely using the same software as back in 2002. But that's also kind of the point. We're still here. We're still providing a public good. We're not stealing your data as part of that. We're not selling your data, and we're not asking you for money or putting our content behind paywalls. And there's more than 300,000 volunteers around the world, just to give you a sense of the scale, who are working on creating this public interest infrastructure, which is being read around 6,000 times a second and exists across 300 languages. So I think it's fair to say that our model, even if our software is really old, our model is resilient. And we have been committed to creating freely accessible information through processes that are participatory, transparent, and also open to everyone. And this commitment is what shapes how we think about emerging technologies like AI. These are tools that must have people's interests and participation at their core. So technologies like AI are going to support human rights and inevitably the public interest when they support the work that humans do on our platforms instead of replacing that work. Wikipedia volunteers have long used AI tools and bots to help scale their own activities, and those are really important things like detecting vandalism or translating content. When these tools are built by the foundation, then we do so in consultation with the very people using it. We want to know if editors are trying to combat a disinformation challenge that they're seeing across a particular language project or a particular topic, then we want to know exactly what those challenges are and how we're going to end up helping them. They are obviously our strongest partners in considering the context-specific effects of AI, like on these small language communities as an example. So any AI tool that we develop is also going to be open source and transparent so that others can use those tools and improve them. So whether you're editing an article about the digital commons or trains, whatever floats your boat, or you're working on AI, our model's always going to be the same. Volunteers work together to create the tools that will serve their needs through processes of discussion, debate, and consensus. But don't get me wrong, our model is absolutely not perfect. At a time when Wikipedia plays an essential role in training almost every large language model, we need to be transparent and also proactive about the biases and limitations of the open access infrastructure and processes. So, as Luca alluded to, almost every large language model out there right now was trained on Wikipedia data, and it is almost always the largest source of training data in their data sets. But as most people I'm sure in this room know, open access does not mean equal access. Our projects reflect broader structures of power and privilege and patterns of exclusion as a result, and these are going to impact the type of knowledge that's hosted on our projects. So some examples to think through. Participation is going to be limited first to those who have time, who speak the right languages that are hosted online, and who also have a stable internet connection, which we heard can also come down to physical infrastructure challenges or barriers. Also, your government's policies might influence your ability to write freely about a certain topic. And even if you can contribute, there may be harassment or bullying once you enter our projects. Our own human rights impact assessment found that underrepresented communities experience the majority of harassment online, which disproportionately affects women and racial and ethnic minorities. And on top of all that, you have the very fun problem of what counts as a reliable source. So here we're dealing with existing knowledge gaps whose knowledge has been documented in the right way, with the right licensing, and published in the right journals or newspapers to count as credible. But we take on our responsibility as a steward for one of the world's largest online platforms by working closely with our volunteer community to address those challenges. So we work to foster a welcoming culture and engage newcomers to our projects. Maybe this is this process of commenting that we heard about. This includes things like a recently ratified Universal Code of Conduct, and also technical features that make it easier to start editing perhaps ancient software. We also conduct human rights due diligence, as I referenced, to understand the impacts that our projects have. And we work to identify and fill knowledge gaps through a variety of forms. So we're urging those who build large language models to do the same. Generative AI tools need to keep humans in the loop for their own interests. It's even been shown that large language models trained on the output of other large language models become measurably worse. So they always need knowledge that's been produced by actual humans. Clear and consistent attribution is one of the ways that these tools should include recognition and reciprocity for the human contributions that they are built on. And we also ask that creators of large language models embrace increased transparency in the sources of their training data, how that data is weighed, and the resulting outputs to help us understand and assess the information from their products. So if there's something that we know from our 20+ years, it's that people are essential to the longevity and integrity of the information ecosystem. AI should aid people in sharing and participating in knowledge, not replace them.
Thanks, Ziskin. We are over time, but we started a little bit late. There's not another session in this room, so if people are able to stay for another 10 minutes, please do. Baka. And then we'll hopefully have some time for discussion as well.
Hello everyone. I want to take my time so I can be as short as possible. I want to highlight one of the process that in our experience is the most, or one of the most important thing to actually like you said, the communalization of the digital common goods. No, so we need to understand that it is a process always. No, it's not like a place in which we will be there sometime, but like a process in which we learn every time we are learning, and we make mistakes and we learn again. And capacity building is one of these processes in which communities can rethink, can analyze, can reflect about their own challenges and and how the technologies can be used for their needs, for their dreams, etc. And as some people here know, I always talk about the experience we have in doing things and trying to learn from the communities. So we will have another session in the afternoon about community networks. So people who are interested in this topic, we can have more conversation on it. We will have also different panelists. But I will try to focus on this aspect of the community networks. So all the learnings that I am sharing now is from two different training programs. One of it is a training program for coordinators of ICT networks in indigenous and rural communities in Latin America that we have been developing with the ITU since 2019. It's a blended program. It has 5 online courses and then boot camp, 10-day boot camp that we will be developing this year in Guatemala. And it have not only training in how to install or develop a network, but also in indigenous communities and community communication. We have a lot of training in broadcasting, for example. And the other experience that we accompany with other organizations in different parts of the world are the National Schools of Community Networks that has been taking place since 2020 in 5 countries: Indonesia, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Brazil, and yes, it is the 5. And we have the support from the FCDO from the UK, and we have been coordinated it in a joint effort between APC and Rhizomatica. So what we learn in this process? Well, these learnings are very closed or very linked with the community networks itself and the goals of the community networks, no? So what capacity building is important because people learn how to install, operate, maintain, and manage their own network. So it can be more sustainable over time, these projects, because the people can repair, can do the things that in other ways they can't do. Other thing that it is very important is this critical thinking about the technologies. No, we said always that we have the right to be connected, but some communities also want to think how to take care of this connection. They don't want to have access, free access for everything. They want to think and to reflect about it, and it can develop a process in which the selection of the technologies are more linked with the real needs of the communities. Other thing is that the community networks are sustained, very related or very linked with the organizational structure of the community. So if the community, for example, have a traditional way, political way of living, they introduce the network in this way of living, no? It's like the water or other kind of goods. The local economy is strengthened through different process, no? Through the incorporation of the technologies. It also happened that the community start thinking on how to develop their own content and to strengthen their own identity through these processes in which they include the technologies. And finally, this knowledge, when we develop these programs, are socialized in the community. So the community start to think that it is possible to have another way of connecting and to have access. But it is important one thing, and we have developed a lot of mistakes if we think that there is only one way to develop capacity building. No, the capacity building that the community needs to be very linked with the ways of learning and the needs of the communities. So we need to design the capacity building for the communities itself, not for all the communities. So we depart, for example, from the technological experience of everyone. No, if we want to teach electricity for the person in the communities, almost all have changed. I forgot in English the name of the focus. They have some experience dealing with electricity issues. No, so they go always beyond technical training. No. They always link this technical with other things in their territory. For example, they think like the computer like a human body. No, one of the communities say that we can understand the community, the parts like a human body, or we can understand an intranet, a closed network like a lake, like our lake, or no. So there is always a link between the communities and that. And most important, they breaking paradigms about who can manage and who can deploy and who can coordinate the projects in which through this they can access to the technologies. And finally, what is the kind of public policies do we need? Is easier, but is complex at the same time. No, we need to take in mind that this thing that the training programs, the development of this kind of capacity building needs to be particularized and contextualized, and it takes time. No, so one program needs to have the time to design what the program wants to develop, and then we can we're going to implement the training. So I think this is for me. I want to make an invitation for you. We have this CN Learning Repository. This is a community network learning repository. You will find a lot of materials linked with community networks. You can also, and please do, share your own materials in this space. And see you in the other session in the evening. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Barka. Yes, there's a session at 11 o'clock on the learning done through community networks. Can we take 2 questions, if there are any more questions before you go? I don't see anyone. Is there a question? No? Well, I would like to, I mean, we always do this with this Digital Commons Forum. We kind of go all over the place. And Luca, next year, we're going to do it differently, okay. I think what I do want the panel to respond to, maybe Luca, you can do as well. I don't really want us to do closing remarks, but I think maybe if you can come up with something, we're in this moment at the moment, in this particular space, the IGF space, the UN space, we've got the Global Digital Compact hovering, we've got WSIS plus 20, and then there's also this work that we are all doing, which in a sense exists in different spaces, but which is making a difference. And there's also the elephant in the room that Anita talked about. What do you think that this community and these processes that we are involved in at the moment in terms of digital governance, internet governance, what would you like to see emerge? You know, what can we do differently or do better in this WSIS plus 20 GDC moment that we are in? Or if your response is, let's put our efforts elsewhere and build alternative processes or invest in alternative approaches, then please say that. So just a really quick bite-sized comment from all of you, starting with you, Leah.
Hello, hello. Here we go. Yes. Yeah, thanks so much. So maybe a key takeaway and related to your question is that we really need to center around people. So I really like the idea of building regulation, building digital policies around the commoneering task as well, not only regarding open source technologies for governments and public services, but really empowering people to do this and to take on their own destiny, so to say. So I still believe in these processes, but I think that we need to include these perspectives more prominently of the people.
Thanks, Leah. Ziski.
On a very tactical, practical level, I would really like more shared resources. Like, I want to know what talking points you guys are using when you're showing up in these kinds of spaces, so that the next time we're having conversations, we can make sure that we're pushing similar points. And I also want to have access to more case studies and stories that everybody's experiencing in their contexts and countries where they're working. I think that would be a really useful way to lift up each other's work.
Yeah, we need a knowledge commons around the internet as a commons.
I think we have to convince our governments that okay. Hello? I think we have to convince our governments that investing in digital commons and in digital sovereignty is important, because the main perception is that it's more easy and it's more cheaper to buy services that are already there and don't develop our own. So it's a convincing process. This is very important for us to initiate this space. I don't know. Thank you very much.
Anita.
Thank you. I think these are times when we have to get real. I think when Uber is threatening the European Union and saying we'll exit. The DSA comes into force, bye. So I think we really need to govern in a way that the commons can be legitimized. So I think the governments of the Global South should simply make a very big leap in being able to say platform regulation, markets shall be fair, and back 1 or 2 digital commons experiments. In my country, in the south of India, the state of Kerala is setting up an alternative OTT platform.
Yes, very quick. I think we need to have more policies that are co-designed by people, no, people who are involved in the communities that have the challenge to live without connectivity, for example, need to be in this conversation in different ways. It's not always to sit here in an IGF, but we can learn a lot from them, and also to try to design public policies that are very linked with the needs of the communities, because if not, we will have these big programs in which the communities are not really the targets of these processes.
Okay, the final word to sum up. I think that looking at the past 5 years of Internet Commons Fora, I think what we have been successful in is to create an interest on the topic that previously was totally absent from IGF discussions. And that, I think, is the main challenge we still have, because I've experienced this working a lot with community networks, or even a lot with digital sovereignty over the past years. You have these initial preconceptions due to how most people that are in power or everywhere in the world have studied over the past years. So we think, for instance, that the only way to manage or to have effective governance is state and markets. We don't, people usually don't even think that there might be a third option that is viable. And I think what we have been good at over the past years is to give a lot of examples that a third option that is viable exists. Although, of course, we cannot, again, think that community networks will defeat Google, right? This would be ridiculous. But the fact that governments understand that they may be a very good alternative options to foster digital sovereignty, and that government themselves understand digital sovereignty not only as authoritarian regimes controlling socially people, but to have communities, individuals, states understand how technology works, developing it and being able to effectively regulating it, even to protect human rights of the individuals and to protect competition, which are essential to democracy, right? So the fact that we managed to send this message to governments is already could be a great success. I'm very sad that today we didn't have one of the speakers I've invited, Henri Verdier from the French, is the French digital ambassador, because they have written a very good paper on how digital commons could be good for digital sovereignty, and it's good to see that there are governments that are already understanding this. My dream, to use an expression not only of Alexandre but also Martin Luther King, is that more government will understand this. I think that now they are starting to understand it because they see there are very good examples of good digital sovereignties from the global south, like India, like the PICs in Brazil, that now actually are copied by the global north because they are understanding that is a very good way of being strategically autonomous. And so I think that we have to keep on repeating the message. As any parent know, it's good to repeat the message so the children understand it, and then they can implement it in their life. And so maybe sometimes we should think as the government, as our children, that we have somehow to educate with good examples. And if in this perspective, I think we have been pretty much successful over the past years. But of course, there is a lot of room for improvement. Henriette, do you want to have a final word?
I just want to say maybe this is what we should be looking at with the WSIS Plus 20 outcomes. And Anita's your idea about governments investing in this, collaborating with other stakeholder groups. I think that's a very concrete deliverable, and I think we can strive to find a way well, I would hope, to find a way in which the UN system can play a role in facilitating that kind of collaboration in the space. So thanks very much, everyone. Apologies for going over time. And we wish you all a very good IGF. Thanks to the online participants, and to the interpreters, and to our tech team.
oh, 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 oh. Test, test. Good morning, James. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Yes, yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Early morning. Okay. This is just my mic test. Okay, next. Mr. Mr. Alex Weber, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, I can hear you. Okay, thank you.
スマートのロデリックさんって今座ってらっしゃいますか？じゃあ定刻となりましたので始めたいと思います。Thank you for coming to the Open Run session at IGF. This is Hiro Takaoka from MIC. We have excellent panelists and moderators from Japan, the US, and from around the globe. First, this session consists of two panels discussions. First one is about a panel discussion on the advantage, challenge, and potential of ORAN. And the second one is a cooperation with OTICS. So I would like to start off from the first panel. So before that, let us have a opening remarks from DG of Global Strategy Bureau of MIC, Tawara Yasuo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tawara Yasuo, Minister of Internal Affairs and Communication, Japan. It's a great pleasure for us to host the IGF and to hold Open Secure 5G and Supplier Diversification session here in Kyoto. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all from related companies and organizations for their efforts in organizing this session. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants for their interest in this session. Telecommunications infrastructure, such as 5G, is becoming more and more important every day, and is backbone infrastructure that underpin our social and economic activities. In Japan, the public and private sectors are working together to deploy nationwide networks so that advanced service can be provided stably while ensuring the safety and reliability of the supply chain of facilitating, including base stations. In this sense, I'm convinced that the public-private session today are very meaningful. We have two panel discussions in this session. The first panel, the panelists will discuss Open RAN's advantages, challenges, and potentials. In the second one, they will discuss collaboration between governments and audits and training laboratories. Let me start off by briefly introducing the Open RAN Security Report. The Open RAN Security Report was released in May this year by Quad, Australia, India, Japan, United States, critical and emerging technologies working groups, against the backdrop of growing interest in Open RAN, in which security risks were pointed out due to the diversification of interfaces and components. Since security is considered to be one of the major challenges in implementing Open RAN, this report aimed to objectively evaluate security issues and potential mitigation measures. This 160 pages report analyzes the advantages, challenges, and possibilities of overcoming challenges of Open RAN compared to traditional RAN through objective research and analysis, including technical demonstration. This report points out the following 3 points. First one is Open RAN offers important cybersecurity advantages due to improved transparency or visibility. It means a mobile network operator can control and manage its network more easily, not depending on system vendors. Second, most of the risks attributed to Open RAN are common to those in traditional RAN as well. Based on our analysis through technical demonstrations, only 4% of the security risks are unique to Open RAN. And finally, these risks, which are inherent in Open RAN, can be mitigated and managed through recommendations presented in the report. Checklist is attached as appendix. By meeting the security requirements of the standards and checklist, we can achieve the security levels equivalent to traditional RAN. Based on these considerations, this report considers that use of Open RAN does not fundamentally alter the security risk landscape for telecommunications compared to traditional RAN. This is a brief introduction to this report. In today's session, based on the contents of the report, I hope that representatives of the companies and the relevant organizations from the various countries will engage in active discussions on the potential and challenges of Open RAN from various perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, DG Tawara. So now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Hishida, moderator.
Hello. It's very nice to be here. My name is Mitsuhiro Hishida from MIC Japan. Until July, I was working for the Global Strategy Bureau, and now I'm based in Kanazawa. Kanazawa is a regional city in Hokuriku region, 2 hours and a half ride from here. This morning I came with this limited train, express, and came here. It's a great pleasure to be back in such a setting. Well, today we have 2 panels. First panel I'll be the moderator. And second panel will be chaired by Ms. Jesha who is my one of the good friend. So in my first panel, I'd like to discuss the advantage, the challenge, and potential of Open RAN. As Mr. Digitawara mentioned in his opening remark, we published the Open RAN security report, which focuses on the security aspect of this Open RAN. But in this panel, we talk not only about security, not only security aspect, but also we talk about the, for example, the cost respect of cost, and also the energy efficiency and so on. So with it's such a advantage and disadvantage and some challenges. We can, I hope we can conclude some positive message from this panel. But let me first introduce a panelist from my left side, Mr. Umesh from NTT Docomo. And next we have Mr. Santiago from Philippines, and also we have Chris from Ericsson, and also Mr. Sato from Fujitsu. Mr. Sato from Fujitsu, and also lastly we have Mr. Mehesh from Rakuten Symphony. So I'd like to ask each of the panelists to have some opening remarks, and then I'd like to go to the panel discussion. So first, Mr. Mehesh, please.
Thank you. So my name is Anil Umesh from NTT Docomo. I have been working on Open RAN, the topic of this session, for some time, and I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to to attend this session today. Yeah.
Konnichiwa, Eric Santiago from the Philippines. I'm in charge of the fixed and wireless network of PLDT Smart. And we've been doing a lot of trials on Open RAN with our partner NTT Docomo in the past several months, and we're looking forward for more implementation later on. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Price. I'm representing Ericsson from the CTO office of Ericsson. For us, those who follow the news, we've recently made some strong announcements about our support for Open RAN and O-RAN technologies. We have an incumbent portfolio which we are looking to make sure that we can evolve. We can create opportunities for new technologies, for new ecosystems to come into existing networks. We think it's very important that we don't branch off into separate tracks. We think it's very important. Is it not on? There you go. It's, yeah? Okay. It's very important to make sure that we maintain a cohesive communications infrastructure solution as we emerge through new and emerging technologies that O-RAN brings, such as cloudification and the enablement of artificial intelligence in networks. So for us, we're very pleased to be here to talk about Open RAN, to talk about not only the security concerns and considerations, but also the opportunities that Open RAN brings. Thank you.
This is Naoto Sato from Fujitsu. Fujitsu using the beyond 5G optics, wireless, and software technology to create cloud-native solution toward 2025. And Fujitsu's key initiative, in fact, that O-RAN technology to drive Open RAN and virtual RAN, and also building the intelligence into that, allow various devices and services to be combined by the leveraging the automation derived from cutting-edge AI and deep learning, as well as security technologies. And the last one, maybe the green technology. We also aiming the increasing power consumption by building the sustainable infrastructure. And today is really happy to discuss together with us. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Mahesh Kasar from Rakuten Symphony. It's a subsidiary of Rakuten Mobile. Rakuten Mobile is world's first fully virtualized cloud-native Open RAN-based network. We launched in 2020. We have 5 million plus subscribers in Japan, covering 98% of the population of the Japanese territory. The technology has been proven now and we have also started building a new network in Germany based on Open RAN technologies. So we can authoritatively say that this is the technology of the future where we need to lead the democratization of network and communication structure. Looking forward to that discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually, we have also one panelist online. So I'd like to call on Mr. James Grading. Mr. Grading, are you there?
Konnichiwa, can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, everybody. And really shame that I can't be with you today. I'm still in the UK and unfortunately couldn't travel to Japan today. But I'm representing Vodafone. We are market leaders in Europe for Open RAN. We've been on this journey now for the last 7 to 8 years, testing many components in the Open RAN space, understanding the security challenges and concerns. But we're at the point now where we've deployed a number of sites in the UK in the Open RAN stack, and evolving that now to other markets across Europe. So very, very good to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, so also with these panelists, we are going to have the panel discussion today. So first question I'd like to pose to each panelist is, it's a relationship between this IGF and this panel. As you know, we are now in IGF, and the theme of this IGF is internet we want. So what kind of internet we want? In my idea, it's a free internet, free connection, being inclusive, no fragmentation, and so on. But actually, to achieve such a free internet, accessible internet, we need to have a secure, stable internet connection. In this sense, I think infrastructure is very important, and Open RAN is the technology to enable such a stable, secure internet. This is my idea, but I'd like to ask each of the panelists very quickly about how do you think about this, the relationship between the internet we want and our Open RAN technologies. So maybe, yes, please.
Thank you, Hishida-san, for the very, how to say, the good question that we should think about. From my point of view, in Open RAN, what we see is, yes, first of all, the openness does lead to, we think, inclusion in the sense that we want to see more new and innovative vendors and providers come to be emerging, and we would also like to see, together with the existing vendors, that this would help to provide vibrant supplier ecosystem, and through this we hope to be able to deliver better services, like in terms of, Hishida-san, you mentioned secure and stable, but in the end this is our goal, and in the requirements getting more diverse, we think it's more important to have good supplier ecosystem to provide this kind of secure, stable internet, and we think Open RAN is very important for this.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks for the question. For me, Open RAN can contribute to internet governance by the increase in transparency and accountability. I think those are two very important things as we proceed with Open RAN: transparency and accountability. By doing so, you will increase also the innovation in the field, right? We will minimize vendor lock-in. In that way, we could also support sustainability later on, because of that innovation will trigger more low power consumption equipments, and with that competition, it will just benefit the end user. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. So I'll take a slightly different approach to the question. I think if I look back in time, 3G, we first got the internet to the mobile phone. And in 4G, the internet sort of became utilized through the mobile phone. In 5G, we're driving industrialization of the internet. We're trying to bring new capabilities and engage enterprise on mobility in the internet. And I think this is a huge change for us as an industry. The role Open RAN plays and can play here is to create those ecosystems where we're able to compete on capabilities, efficiency, price, of course. But not only that, it can also introduce artificial intelligence into the network and into how the network is able to make decisions as we address more and more complex internet capabilities on the mobile internet. So I see Open RAN playing a number of roles as a technology evolution champion for various aspects of how we bring 5G forwards and how we make it easier to use and how we better serve society.
Okay, Satan, please.
Yes. So openness and Open RAN allows us to transfer the mobile network from, in fact, the one we have, is really limited. Vendors and the companies can participate to create, maintain the mobile networks. From into the one which is more open, I mean that IT technology combining the mobile network kind of communication technology, and IT technology should be more used in communication technology, which means that the IT technology market is continuously grow. So those kind of the IT engineer can join the mobile networks, which means that the foundation of the supporting the mobile network can also grow. It means that we believe in that reading the inclusiveness and the sustainability in the future. So I think this is possible. And if that foundation is grow, then we have more possibility to have innovation in the future. So this is as a consequence, this brings good things in our society.
Thank you very much. So, yes, please, Mr. Ume.
Yeah, thank you, Shida-san. In my view, I'm a strong believer of the connectivity as a critical factor for development of human potential. And there is a human potential which have not access to the internet and the communication technologies yet. It has been dominated by a closed community. It has been dominated, and the things has not changed, whether we change from 1G to 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G, a world which lives in 5G, and there is a world which does not have any G available for connectivity. That is possible when we do Open RAN based deployments and we open the interfaces for everybody to participate in building those networks. This will bring in vendor diversity, this will bring in cost optimization, this will bring in access to the technologies to the lowest part of the world. So I would look at it as a platform to give access to every individual on the planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So lastly, on the online, I'd like to ask Mr. James Grading the same question. Mr. Grading, what do you think about this relationship between this the internet we want and this Open RAN technology?
Yeah, so I think I agree with the panelists and their comments thus far. But I think bringing digital communities or digital capabilities to rural communities is key to all of this. What Open RAN does, it brings competition into the market. It brings other technologies into the market as well. And as part of that, you can really drive best-in-class solutions for all the different environments, be it urban, be it rural, be it remote communities where you wouldn't have that capability before. But that's bringing internet connectivity to people. But I think the other thing is is changing how we operate as an industry going forward as well. So through automation and AI, I think Christopher mentioned that brings capabilities through SMO and the capabilities of RIC platforms and X apps and R apps that will actually benefit not only us as operators, but the enterprise customers and consumers on the ability to be able to drive specific requirements for the customer, be it for dedicated bandwidth, 5G network slicing, or whatever that might be, but actually bringing certain applications to the customer and putting in the customer's hands.
Thank you very much. So from the previous discussion, I understand that maybe openness will include, will invite more players to this open RAN field, and it will be promote the competition, and it will also promote the innovations, and it will maybe such a democratic setting will maybe be the beneficial to the internet we want. This is my understanding. Well, now the next question, by the way, this brings about for the next question for the Open RAN discussion. We also hear about the security concern. I read some paper issued by the European colleague mentioning that since Open RAN introduces the new interfaces, it will be the challenge for the security of the Open RAN, the networks. So my next question is this security issues. What do you think this Open RAN can how do you see the security of the Open RAN? Do you think the introduction of the new interfaces can be a really challenge to this the Open RAN, security of Open RAN, or do you think maybe we can overcome such a challenge by introducing some new technologies? This is my second question. So maybe from Umesh, please.
Thank you, Shida-san, again for that question. So I think this is also very important. The way I see it, so there are, I think, well, Open RAN is a new way of working. So whenever something new comes in, I guess nowadays security is very important. So that's assessment on security, that will always come into play. But in the end, I think this is something we would address. And if we look at it from a different perspective, from the way we see it, it was also mentioned, I think, also in that this Open RAN security report. But we also see having this open interface or the open specifications allow for transparency, and also having this in the standards. Many people looking at this topic could make things better. And again, also I mentioned earlier about having new entrants, having new solutions, but I think this is also, hopefully we would also see this for security. So in the end, we think at the beginning, I think this is Open RAN is new, so that's a new aspect which we need to consider, but in the end, we think Open RAN could be better for security. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Umesh, I think you explained your viewpoint from the viewpoint of the operators who already introduced these multi-vendor systems. So I'd like to ask Mr. Santiago. I think in your company you are now interested in introducing the Open RAN technologies, and I think you are also introducing some POC in your country. So far, how do you think about these security issues? What is the evaluation so far?
Yes, thank you. You know, in anything, in any new things, hardware, software, there will be new issues on the security, right? But as I have been doing my due diligence, there's really only 4% of new security issues that can be found on Open RAN, right? So with that said, I fully believe that it can be overcome if we focus on three things. Number one, we really need to have a regulatory framework. Second, there should be that industry collaboration to be able to solve those 4% new security issues. And the third one, it's really dependent on the engagement of all the stakeholders to fully resolve it. So it's doable. I'm optimistic that we could be able to overcome it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, I'd like to also ask the viewpoint from the operators, and from the online, we have James Grading from Vodafone. So James, I think the Vodafone is also interested in introducing the open RAN multi-vendor system. How is your viewpoint so far about the security of the open RAN?
Yeah, so I think if I can rephrase the question slightly, Vodafone are not introducing, they have already introduced, or we have already introduced Open RAN into our network. And based on that, we have got deployments in the network which are taking live and commercial traffic. And Vodafone takes security very seriously. Through working with the Open RAN Alliance in Working Group 11, providing standards to the vendors that specifications need to be met. I think Anil actually touched upon it as well. What it does, Open RAN actually brings more opportunities to really address some of the security challenges that we've got in any RAN network. Because from working with traditional RAN, it's almost a black box to the operators. But what this does, it allows the operators to really unpick each component of the Open RAN stack and ensure that the standards are met through secure by design. And that could be secure by design internal requirements, but also secure by design from an industry perspective as well. As any testing that we do within Vodafone has to go through a resilient third-party penetration test, and by which that we're breaking down all of the components and ensuring that we've got the capability of that transparency. So I think what it does is it actually ensures that the security is not only driven by the vendors. And specifications would be provided into vendors to say this is what the security requirements would be up front, but also puts the responsibility on the operators themselves to actually ensure that what is being deployed in the network is secure and secure by design. So I think it's working as a community to ensure that all security specifications are agreed and tested up front. And actually, some of that testing should be driven by the vendors in advance before coming into the operators. So I see Open RAN really opening up the box, for want of a better term, on security and putting more of a spotlight on it and ensuring that all components are secure throughout the architecture.
Thank you very much. So I heard from the James that the security, about the security by design. So in my understanding, so security by design is the operator is going to be test each of the component, but this through such a process, it's kind of the collaboration between the operators and the vendors. In this place, I'd like to ask the opinion from the vendors. So, Mr. Sato, I think you as ICT vendors, Fujitsu is now producing the Open RAN components.
Yes.
So how do you think about this security challenge of the Open RAN?
Yeah, in fact, that from a vendor point of view, we also focusing on secure by design. I mean, process in order to develop the software, and also that how our solution is secure enough to the market. This is also the challenge, but we think that this is most important thing is the resiliency for the security, which means that once transparency is on, then each vendor has to have the responsiveness for the security. Then, which means that more, it's kind of competition of the vendors will be more high, and then finally that the good consequence to have the good security and open transparent network will be built up. So this is what we are thinking currently.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask another vendor's opinion from the Chris. I think Ericsson is also providing some components for the Open RAN. How do you evaluate the security issues?
Security in mobile networks is extremely important. We take 5G technology, for instance. There are over 100 open interfaces which are standardized and secured in that technology. Open RAN brings 3 new interface areas that need to undergo the same due diligence, need to undergo the same hardening, require the same effort in order to bring them up to the same level and establish them as global standards. So Ericsson, for instance, is the leader in the Open RAN security community as far as contributions are concerned. We believe strongly in building secure by design. And so you'll see with the open interfaces that we're bringing on the SMO side and through the Cloud RAN to radio side, the same due diligence we see on existing 5G interfaces will be applied, and the same levels of security and trustworthiness can be expected. There are challenges, of course, in the AI area and in some of the automation pieces where we are addressing new concepts that we're not masters of yet, and building this on top of the 5G network that we have today, for which we're not masters of yet, I think is an added complication. But I think due diligence and good testing and interoperability work is critical to driving technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I'd like to ask Rakuten, just your point of view, Mr. Mahesh. I think the Rakuten is kind of the working as a system integrator to enable this open RAN technologies. So in this space, I think you are dealing with many vendors and dealing with this such a security by design concept. How do you now evaluate such a security of the open RAN so far?
Well, from Rakuten Symphony, we have both. Actually, we have built a Rakuten mobile network. So we have experience building the world's largest fully virtualized Open RAN network with security inbuilt. So security was part of the design itself. Our approach is pragmatic. We take zero trust and zero touch approach to the security. From telecom perspective, I may say that we have been a lagger in terms of security approaches, but IT and enterprise IT has been gone ahead. So we learned from those practices, best practices picked from the enterprise IT segment, and we have deployed those practices in the network. So that fortifies the network security by resilience, privacy, user, and the data integrity in mind. At the same time, if we look at the parameters which have been considered for the security fortification, where the strong identity certificates, the validation of the secure elements, every time you get an element, you get a validation on the securities. We did the segmentation of the network elements, and at the same time, all the network activities has been made visualized. So whatever activity happens, you have vigilance on it. That gives you, that also limits the access to like network elements from various parties. So through these different practices, we have secured our network. We have done that. So in terms of these discussions on Open RAN not being secure, we would invite them to see it, and if they still feel that seeing is believing, they'll definitely believe it.
Thank you very much. So from the previous speakers, I understand that this issue of security is now being addressed by each viewpoint, some point, from the vendor's perspective, from the operator's perspective, and I think it's kind of the collaboration among the vendors and carriers, and also sometimes the entity such as ORPC, who is not setting some specification for security. With such collaborative works, I think the security of the Open RAN will be addressed. I think this can bring about the secure and open and secure infrastructure. Well, now then, next, I'd like to turn to the next question. It's about the cost. Since the Open RAN is kind of the multi-layered structure, there's an argument that it costs higher. It's more costly than the ordinary vertical integrated networks. But how do you think about this cost effect? First, I'd like to ask Mr. NTT Docomo, because NTT Docomo is already introducing multi-band system. How do you think about this cost aspect of the Open RAN?
Thank you. Yes, as you mentioned, yes, we have introduced Open RAN since our start of 5G in 2020, and then also very recently, last month we announced that we also introduced virtual vRAN networks. On the cost, we believe also from cost point of view, Open RAN and vRAN would be beneficial. We have seen actual aspects like obvious would be having with Open RAN we have more choices the way we see it. So cost, there is competition, and there's also we would be able to choose the best solution where cost is one of the factors. So among others like performance or schedule, and that is obviously one thing. And there are, as mentioned, this is also a little bit common to what I mentioned for security, but there are new aspects in Open RAN. So there are, especially in the beginning, there may be some factors where there could be additional of cost, but in the total, I think we are expecting cost to be also to receive benefits from cost, and we also think that as Open RAN and vRAN as they scale, we expect to see even further benefits. That's the way we see it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to ask another carrier who is introducing multi-band system is Rakuten. So, Mr. Mahesh, do you also think the introduction of the multi-band will promote the competition and it will reduce the cost? Do you think so?
Obviously, yes. Because until now, the mobile networks were dominated by the mobile infrastructure providers, and they have all the vertical stack, which was proprietary and has been not cost effective so far. So in Rakuten Mobile, our approach was an open architecture with multi-vendor ecosystem, which will bring in off-the-shelf components which are available in the market. So we can pick and choose from which components we want. The second aspect was we did the hardware and software disintegration. Most of the network components were virtualized and put onto the cloud. So whenever you have a scalability problem in the network, you need to put a cost to it. Now that cost is gone because the scalability is managed by the cloud infrastructure itself, by the Kubernetes. It will manage your pods and the containers itself, so that how much allocation need to be done. The AI-driven approach put into the software will also manage what are the components to be utilized. So your cost goes down there. Your cost goes down for operating the network itself. In Rakuten Mobile, if we'd have gone with the traditional vendor and traditional approach, we would have ended up spending 40% more on the capex. So today, our saving on the capital expenditure was 40%, and operational expenditure is 30% if we would have done it in the traditional way. So cost is another area where we have already championed the aspect here.
Thank you very much. So next, I'd like to ask the vendor's perspective. So Sato-san, how do you think about this cost perspective of Open RAN?
Yes, thank you. From vertical integration point of view, I think that of course integration cost is not eligible in fact, that has to be smart enough. Beside of that, from hardware point of view, we believing that evolution of the device is the speed of the evolution of the device is really fast enough. And also that we like to take advantage of this means that our Fujitsu VLAN solution is also thinking that we like to have our VLAN solution on top of the cutting edge devices, which means we can take advantage of those evolution of the devices. And also, from traditional RAM point of view, of course, it is really optimized in terms of the energy savings and performances as well. We understand that the speed of the hardware evolution, and I think that this can afford to do that by maybe Ericsson because of the hardware investment. In fact, that for traditional RAN to invest hardware, it's really hard for us. And device evolution and servers, which used by any other industry area. This means that the cost effectiveness for those things, that we like to take advantage of those things into the mobile networks.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask Ericsson's point of view. And I think Ericsson is dealing with the vertically integrated networks, and also you are providing some of the open RAN component. How do you compare the cost between these different types?
So the cost is a question of opportunity, and I think one of the things that Anil said is it's a matter of choice. Where am I going to choose to deploy different technologies and why? What am I trying to achieve by using them in this area, and where are my potential savings or not? At Ericsson, we believe in the most efficient and most effective networks that we can produce. In other words, we want to leverage the air interface as much as we can. That's the critical thing that we need to solve for mobile networks. Technologies such as MIMO to allow you to leverage a sequence of frequencies up to 5 to 6 times more than you do with a traditional radio is extremely important. So bringing that technology and bringing those capabilities into the O-RAN ecosystem is something that we're striving to achieve and really want to bring forward. That provides then choice for operators to be able to leverage the best technology and to be able to deploy it either in a cloud solution where that makes sense, or in a standalone solution where that makes sense to the operator. There's no right answer, I think, on how best to approach this, but as the technologies emerge and as they mature, we'll see more and more synergy between the two. We'll see the ability to integrate different components in different ways. But that takes time. We know it's not so simple just to plug things together and expect the national network to work. It takes effort, it takes global standards, and it takes ecosystems. And that's, I think, where we're spending our efforts and times to try and bring a O-RAN forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next, I'd like to ask the Vodafone's point of view. Mr. Grading, I think I heard that from your previous comment that you're actually introducing the open RAN in some areas, and I think you kind of in a position to compare the traditional vertical integrated system and also the open RAN system. So far in this at this point of view, how do you evaluate the cost between the traditional vertical system and open RAN?
So I think again, many of the points have been touched upon already, but I think we're fairly advanced as an industry in Open RAN, and when you compare it to traditional RAN, I think there is still some way to go in total cost of ownership from a competition perspective, the ecosystem maturity perspective. But I think what we're seeing is that, and I think Kumar touched upon it, is around the automation. We can talk about ecosystem competition, best in class, but what automation will do is it will drive down our operating costs significantly. And I mean that from not only from an operational and maintenance perspective through artificial intelligence of identifying when components may fail, but also driving down, the capabilities or pushing up the capabilities to actually do preventative maintenance and so on and so forth. But also it brings the opportunity to automate the way that we optimize the networks as well. And driving through SOM capabilities to ensure that the networks and the Open RAN stacks are performing to the best of their ability. So I think it's not only competition, but it's also automation, and what SMO brings will also drive down that TCO model. I think just to finish from me is on around what this will do is it not only drives down. What Open RAN is doing is creating competition, not only to drive down costs for the vendors and the hardware providers, but also from a traditional RAN perspective, because it's creating that competition in the market. So overall TCO costs for the operators will be benefited through Open RAN and the competition that Open RAN brings.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to ask the Philippine operator's point of view. So, Mr. Santiago, how do you evaluate I think you're already introducing some POC in your country. How do you think so far about this cost, comparative, the cost of the Open RAN compared to the traditional one?
Yes, absolutely. So we did the cost-benefit analysis to start with, right? And what I have seen so far is that during the transition, or the short term, it will be a little bit higher on the Open RAN, as typical, right? But if I look at the overall TCO, the lifespan of the hardware, right, I will benefit. Why? Because of the flexibility. I will have that also that resource optimization. I will also have that capability to be able to do virtualization and more innovative ways on how to maximize my investment. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I heard that the word the TCO, total cost of operation. So even if in the short term, in the introduction of the multi-vendor system might be costly, but from the long term, maybe as a viewpoint of this TCO, maybe it might be more costly effective. I think this is the kind of the conclusion from this panel. Thank you very much. So now I'd like to turn to another aspect of the Open RAN. Next, I'd like to focus on the energy efficiencies. So I also heard from the opponents from the Open RAN that the introduction of the new interfaces maybe maybe have a bad effect on the environment. So it will cost, in energy efficiency point of view, it is more costly than the traditional one. This is what I heard from the opponent of the Open RAN. But how do you see this energy efficiency argument? First, I'd like to ask from the NTT Docomo, please.
Thank you. Yes, so also from energy efficiency, well, we see, well, on a big part from two aspects. One is from the hardware perspective, and one is from the software perspective. And on the hardware, as mentioned in the previous discussions, the hardware is really, I think, evolving. So being able to take on new hardware, I think this is kind of the idea from virtualization, but that does help to bring in better components with also from energy efficiency point of view. One is the CPUs and the servers. That's one area. And for RAN, this the component, the hardware accelerator component, taking care of the very delay strict processing in the layer one, that plays a big role. And also there we are seeing new components in the market, coming into the market. So there we think this, from hardware perspective, we are expecting that this will get better. Energy efficiency also for Open RAN would get better. And also for the software perspective, there, I think there was mentioning of SMO and automation, but this is also an area where we are also have actually have some implementation already in the current network, some parts of it. Mainly, initially is on the reducing radio, turning off the radio, which are not used, but that helps. And we are also seeing studies in the industry which also tries to optimize hardware also in the baseband. So this is also another area which we are hoping that will come.
Thank you very much. So I understand that the development of the hardware and also software will improve the energy efficiency. I think this can be the kind of the future direction for improving the energy efficiency of the Open RAN. So I'd like to ask the Rakuten point of view also. Mr. Mahesh, do you also think the improvement of the hardware and software can reduce the energy consumption of the Open RAN?
Yes, obviously the disintegration of software and hardware has lead us to less usage of hardware, which is obviously one way of reducing it. We at Rakuten Mobile, we have been conscious about the sustainable innovation in the hardware. Also, we have deployed some of the best practices to reduce the energy consumption in the network. We are committed to the reducing the carbon footprints and approaching towards the net zero future. By some of the examples, I would say that there are some RAN intelligent controllers which have been in place, which will basically monitor the consumption of the radio, which is the largest consumer of the energy. The another largest consumer of the energy would be the data centers and the servers, which are being optimized. For example, on the radio side, we have developed the IoT-based smart meters, which will continuously monitor the consumption of the networks. Fujitsu-san also has such development, and they are in place. At the same time, we also monitor the traffic on the network so that we can manage the radios. They can put some radios on hibernation or on the slow consumption so that you don't consume more energy on the network. So with these, some of the aspects which we have already deployed, and those are not sufficient, I would say. Sitting in Kyoto talking about sustainability is a touchy topic. So these are not sufficient enough. So we will continue to innovate ways to reduce that carbon footprint and excel towards the net zero consumption.
Thank you very much. So Rakuten mentioned the Fujitsu, because I understand that Rakuten is also using the part of the Fujitsu as a component. So I'd like to ask Sato-san's point of view. How do you think about this energy consumption issues?
Yes, as Mahesh said, that cloud native point of view, that once the data center is centralized, then we have more possibility to have the smarter control for the hardware resources, and the software resources can be optimized, and stopping the some servers and so on. So of course those points would be the part of the one advantage. And also I'm feeling that currently for example in Open RAN front haul and RU and base station, that we have some kind of the energy saving sleeping mode or something like this. We're thinking that it's kind of we're chasing the sophisticated operation every time, means that Open RAN front haul and standardization has been defined, but we have another sophisticated technology to control the RU or something like this. But I think the more the standardization and the sophisticated radio control, and this has to be well balanced in order to define more implemented open RAN standardization, because openness has to be, simple is best. So simpler open standardization and having the certain level of the sophisticatedness of the RU control or something like this. So we're thinking that this would be the important things.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask the Vodafone's point of view. So Chris, Fujitsu mentioned that there's the more sophisticated way of the controlling the hardware can bring about the cost efficiency. How do you feel this way?
So from the Ericsson point of view, I think we set ourselves some targets when 5G was announced. We'd seen from 2G to 3G to 4G that the power cost had gone up on radio sites basically with every bit that goes through. The cost per bit hadn't changed significantly. So for 5G, we set ourselves some targets to support 5G throughput, but reduce the power consumption on the base stations by 40% from what we got in 4G. We're currently at 37%. So we're absolutely striving for much better energy efficiency and sustainability. And these are industry targets. There is work across industry in improving standardization and implementation. These targets, though, we find can be met with dedicated silicon solutions. General purpose processors haven't been able to deliver the types of power performance savings that we've been striving for. But it doesn't put them out of the question, right? There's room in a network for different types of implementations and different trade-offs that you might need to make in different deployment scenarios. But for Ericsson, we expect to see an improvement in the O-RAN performance. We have, for instance, over 1 million radio devices that have artificial intelligence built in to turn on and off antenna in microsecond time in the market today, which are, from a hardware perspective, O-RAN capable. We haven't yet updated them to software, but we will be doing that during 2024. So we already have hardware capabilities that are extremely energy efficient. We expect to hit that 40% target, not only on the pre-built, but also on the O-RAN networks as the technology evolves and the standardization continues.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask Vodafone's point of view. So Mr. Grading, I think also you are considering the energy consumption issues when you are designing the networks. So far, how do you evaluate this environmental effect of this open RAN so far?
So I think all the panelists have mentioned the different components and the different energy draw that each component brings, and I think I'm right in saying 80% of the energy on the site is down to the RUs, and what we've found through some of the testing that we've done in our live environment, the RUs are competitive to traditional RAN RUs today. So those energy savings that we're seeing or energy benefits that we're seeing in Open RAN are actually coming to fruition now. But I think the area of focus really needs to be on two areas. One is the digital units, the COT servers. And that's where much of the energy draw is, and also around what Open RAN does is it gives us the opportunity to develop the silicon, the chipsets, to be far more efficient from a processing perspective, from a layer 1 perspective as well. So I mean, from Vodafone's point of view, the RUs we're seeing are actually competitive from an energy perspective now. But the area that really needs to be focused as an industry is the servers and the DU areas.
Thank you very much. So lastly, I ask Mr. Santiago's point of view. So far we hear from the argument that this improvement of the software and hardware there is a possibility to improve the energy efficiency or each component. So far, how do you feel about this kind of the argument? Do you think it's possible that we can achieve more energy efficient open RAN network?
Yeah, energy management is one of my pillars in my network ambition. So to further reduce energy consumption. And with that said, I could see Open RAN similar to what I'm doing in 4G, 5G to implement the same self-optimizing network AI algorithms in order to further reduce the power consumption in a most smart and efficient way, but at the same time providing still that increase coverage and capacity as you go along. So I could see that one as really doable by implementing Open RAN. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are almost coming to the end of the time we are allocated, but we still have I see 5 minutes more. 7 minutes. Okay. So lastly, I'd like to ask each panelist about the human resource aspect. Well, from the argument I hear from this open discussion, my impression is so far the system is all on the responsibility of the ICT vendors. So carriers can just ask the ICT vendors, and ICT vendor can set up everything, and there's not so much required for the operator side. But since Open RAN is introduced, maybe my understanding is there is going to be more responsibility for the operators. They have to know more about this. System is going to be more transparent, but on the other hand, the operators need to see each of the components based on this clarity. There is also human capability is also required for the operator side also. This is my understanding. So lastly, my last question is, how do you evaluate such a need for load sharing between the carriers and vendors? And how can the introduction of Open RAN can change such a load sharing between carrier and vendors? So first, I'd like to ask NTT Docomo, please.
Thank you, Shida-san. This is also one very important aspect. As you know, we have deployed Open RAN, also vRAN recently, but especially we have been seeing this system integration. This is happening more. We used to do it also from 4G times from Docomo, but now with vRAN, as mentioned by previous speakers, we are seeing more IT vendors coming into play, and we are having more. Currently, we are seeing more communication with these new players, vendors for system integration. So this is happening. I think in general, this could be done by the operators. I think that's what we are trying to do. I think many of maybe the bigger operators are trying to do this. But at the same time, this could be also maybe challenging with operators with less resources. So from our point of view, we are trying to do two things to get Open RAN to get this spread globally. One is to share the experiences, share what we have been done on the integration with other players, people or operators, vendors in the world, so that we don't have to do the same testing integration each time, which would help hopefully to reduce these costs also from the human resources point of view. And then the second point of view is from Docomo point of view, we are also trying to take on also not only system integration role for Docomo, but we are also trying to do this also for other operators who would demand this, who would, if by request, we are also trying to provide this kind of service. So we are, yes, system integration is new. This is important, and it is a collaboration between operators and vendors, but yes, at the same time, we are doing this. Yes.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to ask the Rakuten point of views also. So how do you feel this kind of the role? How do you see the Rakuten's role when it comes to the human resources?
When you do something first time, and if you lead the path, you need to create the path. So we knew that when we are going to deploy Open RAN based architecture in our network, we know that we need to develop that human capital. We collected, if you look at the structure today, we have engineers and skilled professionals from 70 different countries, which we accumulate to build Rakuten Mobile. Now with Rakuten Symphony, we know that when we deliver these solutions and architectures and the platforms to our customers also will need to build or reskill their resources for Open RAN based deployments. So we have built a platform called Learning Hub, through which we train our resources for Open RAN based technologies. We have moved one step further, and we have helped Asia Open RAN Academy in Philippines to train engineers, telecom engineers on Open RAN technologies. That platform is available. It has been supported by USAID as well, and MIC has been also a supporter of that activity. So we have done enough work in order to secure those resources for our own deployment, as well as when other operators will go for Open RAN deployments, we would definitely create that resource, be it in the radio technologies, be it in the cloud native network technologies, the orchestration of the technologies, the OSS, the automation, the AI. All these different aspects has been covered under that training in Asia Open RAN Academy, as well as under the platform which we are providing to the operators.
Thank you very much. So Mr. Santiago, he mentioned about this Open Academy in Philippines. So how do you think about this human resource capacity building that is going to be required for the introduction of Open RAN? Do you think it's going to be more coordinated action is necessary for promotion of the Open RAN in each country like Philippines?
Yeah, continuous learning is very important. Knowledge sharing, just like what we're doing with NTT Docomo, would be critical as well to minimize and not repeat the same efforts that they did, but being more efficient in focusing on the implementation and the operation of it. So to answer your question, yes, I mean, I've been very involved in a lot of Open RAN discussions around the world and focusing to really what can be implemented and how we could be more cost-effective moving forward. So with regards to HR, so that's part of my my vision this year and next year is really to have that set of engineers that I could call experts in this field.
Thank you very much. So next, I'd like to hear from the vendor's point of view. So Sato-san, how do you think about this human capacity resources?
Yes, I don't know if I can answering the question, but I think that the key factor would be we have to use IT technology much more, and as cloud native, as Mahesh said, that this hardware software disaggregation would be the key to bringing the another stage for the Open RAN and virtual RAN integration.
Yes. So very briefly, I'm looking forward to the next panel, but regardless of whether I want to build it myself or whether I want to buy it from a vendor, security is becoming increasingly important, both cybersecurity and infrastructure security. So work with your partners, work with your vendors, and work with your competitors to find the best solutions. Get in the ecosystem, contribute. I'd love to see everyone at the ORAN Security Forum. There's plenty of seats there for people to join. And also at the IGF on Tuesday, there are a number of sessions on infrastructure and cybersecurity that people can participate in. But the best thing to do is make your decisions about your network the way you want to, and then contribute, collaborate, and learn from your peers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, on the online I'd like to ask Mr. Grading's point of view. Mr. Grading, this is the last question. You will be the last speaker of this panel. How do you think about this, the human capacity building aspect of the Open RAN? In the introduction of the Open RAN, do you think there's a special need for the human capacity building?
So I think just to wrap up from me is that each operator, each vendor can't do this alone, and we're on an innovation path that we're all learning from. And I think what I've seen certainly over the last few years is been a huge change in the way that the industry works collectively and collaboratively. We've got a number of different MOUs with different operators, with different vendors and suppliers, which actually wouldn't have been the case going back 2 or 3 years ago. So knowledge transfer is going to be key to this, and I don't mean this in an Open RAN perspective, but in an open way. So really learning off each other and knowledge transfer and skills transfer, because as I say, each operator, each vendor can't do this alone. We've got to do it as an industry. So I think I'll leave on that note.
Thank you very much. Now it comes to the end of the session. I need to close this session, but thank you very much for today's very fruitful discussion. I'd like to thank all the panelists and also the panelists on the online, Mr. James Grading. Thank you very much for today's discussion. Thank you very much.
Ready? Yeah. So if you're ready, can I pass the floor back to Jaisha, please?
Okay, I think we are all set. Hello, everyone. My name is Jaisha Ray, and I'm the Associate Administrator for International Affairs of the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. I would like to thank my Japanese colleagues for organizing this very important event, and it is wonderful to be reunited with my friend, Hishida-san. So I will start out by saying that developing and deploying open radio access networks is a key priority for the United States. And we are working in a number of ways to advance and promote open networks. So, for example, we have our Institute for Telecommunication Sciences in Boulder, Colorado, which is looking at open radio access networks, or Open RAN. They are also taking part in a 5G challenge. In addition, we have the Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund to accelerate the development and deployment of Open RAN. And finally, we are actively engaged in international cooperation such as our very exciting efforts you heard about earlier through the Quad. And there is a role for governments in all of this, but this effort can and should be industry-led. And that's why we are working closely with a range of organizations like the O-RAN Alliance, the Open RAN Policy Coalition, the Telecom Infra Project, among others. And these organizations are helping shape the future of Open RAN approaches and revolutionizing the telecommunications network industry. None of this would be possible without the invaluable efforts of R&D labs around the world. The O-RAN Alliance is a community of mobile operators, vendors, and research and academic institutions with the mission to reshape radio access networks to be more intelligent, open, virtualized, and fully interoperable. And they have taken a leading role in establishing these labs through their Open Testing and Integration Centers, or OTICs. OTICs are O-RAN Alliance certified labs that provide an open, collaborative, vendor-independent, and impartial working environment to support the progress of the O-RAN industry ecosystem. So I am very excited to be hearing from this group of esteemed panelists about OTICs and other test labs working in this area. And so I will briefly introduce each panelist, and then I will turn to them for remarks. So first we have Mr. Yushi Torigoe, representing the Japan OTIC, based in Yokosuka. We also have Mr. Alozio Pereira da Silva, representing the North American OTIC in Washington, D.C., called the Commonwealth Cyber Initiative. We have Mr. Alex Weber, representing the Australian Department of Home Affairs, who will be joining us online. And finally, we have Mr. Tony QS Kwek, representing the Asia and Pacific OTIC in Singapore. So I will first turn to Mr. Torigoe for 5 to 6 minutes of remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ray, for a kind introduction, and also thank you very much, DG Tawara and MIC team for organizing this very timely session. I'm Yushi Torigoe, leading YRP R&D Committee, Promotion Committee, General Association for Promoting R&D on ICT with MIC, Yokosuka City, Yokosuka Research Park, and Keihin Kyuko Railways and others. Now I'd like to speak about the efforts and Japan OTIC in response to 5G and Open RAN. Could you display project? Yes, yes, please. So next slide, please. Thank you. So what is Open RAN, Open Radio Access Networks? Open RAN is setting open specification for segmented parts, RAN, so that each RAN part can be unitized. In the figure from the right in green, RU, radio unit, is a unit that communicates with the user terminals, such as your smartphones and IoT terminals, using radio waves by amplifying carrier wave power, controlling antenna, directivity, among others. DU, distributed unit, is a unit modulates and encodes signals to be transmitted, demodulators and decodes signals to be received, and performs communication control. Depending on the form of communication demand, it is often attached to the RU. Central unit is a unit controls connected to DUs and RUs that are connected via DUs, connects to the core network, encrypts packets, and manages radio resources for terminals. And the next, what are the benefits of, excuse me, this is another one. Yes, what are the benefits of Open RAN? First, reduced cost, faster technological development. Open RAN can lead to reduced cost and faster technological development. Second, participation of ventures. It can also lead to participation of venture companies through the development of technological capabilities. Third, solving safety and supply chain concern. Safety and supply concern can solved by promoting the participation of other vendors. If there is a supply or a technical problem with a single supplier or a set of RAN equipment, there is a non-substitute for equipment and there's a possibility that the communication network is that area will be affected. As a result, people living in the area may be unable to communicate the internet. Next, what is O-RAN Alliance? The O-RAN Alliance was established in 2018 with the aim of building next-generation open and advanced wireless access networks, including 5G. 5 mobile networks operators of Europe, America, and Asia are the founding members of the O-RAN Alliance. At present, more than 30 mobile network operators and more than 300 companies in total, including vendors and others around the world, would participate and contribute to develop interoperable specifications for open, virtualized, and intelligent radio access networks. And then what's the role of OTIC, Open Testing and Integration Centers? OTIC provides an open, collaborative, vendor-independent, and impartial working environment to support the progress of the O-RAN industry ecosystem, including awarding O-RAN certificate and badging, hosting O-RAN Plugfest, which is the proof of concept, conformance, interoperability, and end-to-end testing of O-RAN products and solutions, demos, community events or trials, and workshop or tutorials, among others. So far, 15 OTICs in the world have been established in the world, 4 OTICs in Europe, 6 OTICs in North America, and 5 OTICs in Asia, and Japan OTIC is the 8th OTIC in the order of establishment. About Japan OTIC, it was established in December last year, located in YRP, Yokosuka Research Park Center, Yokosuka City, Kanagawa Prefecture, Japan. YRP is an area where ICT-related research institutes and bases in other fields are concentrated since it's established in 1997. Japan OTIC is jointly managed and operated by non-profit YRP R&D Promotion Committee and all 4 mobile network operators in Japan. This joint operation by multiple operators is the first in the world. The purpose of OTIC is to contribute to upgrade O-RAN specifications, which leads to open, intelligent, virtualized, and highly secure radio access networks. In establishing and operating Japan OTIC, knowledge from research and development and surveys conducted by Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications is utilized. Here's the picture of laboratories and equipment of Japan OTIC. Currently has 2 testing laboratories, one operated by NTT Docomo, another by Rakuten Mobile. The photos were taken at the time of opening. There are more testing equipment and anechoic chambers. So this is the O-RAN certification and badging. O-RAN Alliance sets up O-RAN specifications that are specifications of functions of hardware and software that make up the base station equipment and the interfaces that connect the equipment. Certification and badging conducted by OTIC can only be granted to products provided by O-RAN Alliance members. First, conformance certificate is to verify that product is compliant to the O-RAN specifications using O-RAN conformance test. In this figure, ORU, green at the right, ODU at the middle, and ODU-OCU set, the middle and the left conformance certificates are shown. Second, interoperability badge, IoT badge, is to provide interoperability of pair of products connected via an open O-RAN interface or O-RAN profile provided by 3GPP interface using O-RAN interoperability test. In the figure, pair of O-RAN ORU and ODU, IoT, and pair of ORU and ODU/OCU set, IoT badge, are shown. Third, end-to-end badge is to demonstrate and validate an end-to-end system or subsystem meets minimum requirements on functionality and security using O-RAN and end-to-end test. It can also provide an indication of performance or other end-to-end functionalities. In the figure, the scope of ORU/ODU/OCU set E2E badge is shown. And after efforts of, this is the explanation also, after efforts of constructing test facilities and conducting OTIC operations, Japan OTIC issued its first certificate in June this year. This is the world first certificate for global vendors like NEC. The certification by Japan OTIC is expected to expand market entry opportunities for equipment manufacturers and innovative features, reduce time to market, and reduced cost for communication services. So here's the website and videos. Japan OTIC is working to raise awareness of ORAN specification and promote the use of OTIC. As you see, we established Japan OTIC website containing outlines, introductory videos, news, and events. We have conducted first ORAN seminar in July to promote the benefit of Open RAN and OTIC certification badging and visit of test laboratories. We also participate in various exhibition and speaking opportunities. Please contact us through Contact Us page on our website if you are interested in using Japan OTIC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Torigoi. Now, over to Mr. Pereira da Silva. The floor is yours.
Yeah, actually I have a slide, but it's not there, but then I'm going to speak. First, thank you for the invitation to be part of this panel, represent North America OTIC and Washington, D.C. metro area. Actually, we became OTIC 3-4 months ago. Okay, we are located in the Washington, D.C. metro area. The OTIC is divided in 2 sites, main sites, an indoor laboratory that is located in the Washington, D.C. metro area, and outdoor in the field as well, where we have a real deployment that is located in Virginia Tech main campus deployment. This OTIC application was primarily supported by 3 carriers in US, AT&T, Verizon, and Dish. Okay, we are mainly focused on conformance tests, performance tests, and interoperability tests. For short term, we have no plan for now to emit badging certifications, but for long term is in our plan. First, we want to guarantee that we have the overall capability and expertise to test and verify the end-to-end conformance, performance, interoperability test in the ORAN ecosystem before making any commitment to emit badge and certifications. Another specific quality of this OTIC in Washington, D.C. that is led by me is that different from others OTIC across of the world, this OTIC has been issued by an academia. Then in the same time, we have an academia environment, okay, with laboratory indoor and outdoor, where I will talk later in more details that we have been using to leverage the workforce development and ORAN, because we really have a platform indoor and outdoor where we can train people, engineers, and hands-on experiment, rather than focus just in theoretical approach. I think it's all from my introduction so far. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, we will go to the virtual world, and we have Mr. Weber online, who will be providing remarks.
Thanks, Jasa. Can I just confirm that you can hear me okay? Great.
All good.
Brilliant. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, thank you for the invitation to participate in today's panel, and I'd like to extend that thank you to my Japanese colleagues for the organisation of the event, and also to the fellow panel members who will be sharing their unique insights today. By way of introduction, my name is Alex Weber. I'm the Acting Director of the Future Connectivity Team, which sits within the Australian Government Department of Home Affairs. My team delivers a suite of programs and policy settings which aim to collectively uplift the security of Australia's telecommunications technologies by working to ensure Australia has access to a diverse market of telecommunication vendors and providers. What I will say up front is that the Australian government is very supportive of emerging technologies with the potential to contribute to an open, interoperable, secure and transparent telecommunications market such as Open RAN. Open RAN shows promise in delivering more affordable mobile telecommunications solutions when compared to single vendor solutions, supporting stronger technology supply chain security and resilience. By their very nature, Open RAN systems require collaboration and the ability to test the integration of various varying systems and technologies which cannot be achieved in isolation. So to address this need, the Australian government recognises the crucial role testing facilities, including OTICs, play in ensuring that there's an open, collaborative and vendor-neutral working environment for vendors to progress developments of Open RAN technologies. The Australian government is actively engaged in efforts to support the development and widespread deployment of Open RAN and the diversification of Australia's national telecommunications supply chain. We've endorsed a number of statements, including the Prague proposals on telecommunications supplier diversity and the Quad Memorandum of Cooperation on 5G supplier diversification and Open RAN, to name a few. We are also progressing a number of domestic initiatives, and one being the establishment of the Secure G Connectivity Test Lab. The Secure G Connectivity Test Lab, in particular, once established, will provide a prime opportunity for Australia to collaborate with other like-minded labs, including OTICs, to promote telecommunications, innovation, security, and harmony among testing environments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, we have Mr. Kwek. Over to you.
Thank you, Joshua. Can I project the slides? Okay, so I'm going to keep my presentation short. So I'm Tony. So I work at university. At the same time, I'm heading the B5G national program in Singapore, which is a phase 1 until 2025. Planning for phase 2. At the same time, I'm also heading the OTIC as part of the Future Comms initiative, which we view that that's one of the key directions that Singapore wants to drive. So I'll just keep our focus on OTIC. Our OTIC was announced in February MWC. We have 3 focus, essentially focusing on security, building security capabilities, testing on multi-vendor O-RAN solution, energy efficiency, sustainability. The goal is essentially the use of the OTIC is to build an ecosystems around Singapore. Probably the vendors could actually branch out to ASEAN as a market, and applications verticals which are essential for Singapore, for example, like maritime, aviation, and so on. This is my last slide. So the capability we are planning for expansion is enhanced security testing, fuzzy attack root cause analysis tools, which is additional testing, end-to-end sustainability testing capability. We have just set up our rig tester, ability to do rig ASAP RAPS testing capability across the different interfaces. We hope to showcase more next year. But what is actually more interesting is that we're actually expanding our OTIC to include NTN testing capability by next year. We foresee that in the future there'll be opportunities for O-RAN vendors to branch into NTN ecosystem. So we are actually preparing this in our pipeline. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now move into the Q&A portion, and I would welcome any of the speakers to volunteer to provide answers to these questions. So the first one is there a role for OTICs and other research and development labs, both public and private, to play in promoting the responsible use of AI and emerging technologies, avoiding internet fragmentation, cybersecurity, cybercrime and online safety, data governance and trust, digital divides and inclusion, global digital governance and cooperation, human rights and freedoms, and sustainability and the environment? So that's a long list of options, but the key question here is, what is the benefit here of the OTICs and how as far is their reach? Any volunteers? Please.
Thank you very much. Of course, it's a very traditional issue, a very important question for IGF. I was part of a past IGF session in maybe Germany, but now I'm in a position of OTIC. So To introduce, ORAN is an initiative that has only been around 4 to 5 years, and the current scope of certification and badging is OTIC, as I explained, conformance, interoperability, and end-to-end. Therefore, certification and badging currently performed by OTIC is limited to confirming compliance with technical specifications, interoperability, and meeting minimum requirements for function and security for end-to-end. Meanwhile, like other speakers already explained, discussions are underway to make security badge as the fourth certification or badge for OTIC. This is a dedicated there is a dedicated technical group, Working Group 11, to discuss security issue. I believe that the role of OTIC to be played in promoting responsible use of AI and emerging technology will be depend on the future developments. As for digital divide, of course, it is believed that reducing the cost of procuring communications infrastructure equipment, and regarding sustainability and environment, like other speakers in the previous session and this session discussed already, energy saving is the key topic of communication equipment energy saving, and will eventually contribute this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to chime in?
As I mentioned before, our TIC has a specific characteristic in Washington, D.C. because we came from we are academia as well, at the same time that we provide service for vendors, multi-vendors to test their disaggregate radio access networking. In our case, what we have been trying to do, what I have been trying to do there, despite being the XG testbed director in Washington, D.C., I am also a research faculty at ECE department at Virginia Tech. And this is play a very important role and when we have a OTIC infrastructure, because I like to say that we have not just an infrastructure that is bind to provide service for the OTIC, but we have a transformative infrastructure where we use this transformative infrastructure to create the workforce development and wireless communication networking. And just to give you an example, 6 months ago, we brought to this laboratory in Washington, D.C., a group of college students that they have never before touch and the understanding of the end-to-end of cellular telecommunication network. And we make available for them our radio ceiling radio infrastructure, where these college students, we walk them through how to deploy their own cellular telecommunication network, how to deploy their base station, how to deploy the core networking, how to connect COTS UE, how to connect programmable software-defined radio UEs. And this is what I call, we are using this as a transformative infrastructure, not just for OTIC, but to break the digital divide, but in the same time to do the inclusion of those students that are college students or universities that does not have access to this kind of advanced infrastructure that they can really bind and training the students with hands-on experience. I think this is what we have been doing in the OTIC so far. But in the same time, the OTIC in Washington, D.C. as well, we have what I call an end-to-end open source platform, right? We are aware that the industry partner today, they have been developed their disaggregate CU, DU, RU, but are proprietary, okay? We can bring this equipment, this piece of ORAN components to our laboratory, but this is not open. They are not open. They will not allow the students to train, to do really innovations, develop a new mechanism, a new algorithm, and training and test these mechanisms in this closed box CU, DU, and RU. What we have done is we create in Washington, D.C. OTIC an end-to-end ORAN okay, open source platform that allow us to develop a new AI ML mechanisms and deploy and test inside of a base stations in the physical layer and the application layer of the base stations. And this allow innovation, okay, and allow as well create the workforce development. And the same time that we can easily portable this new mechanism that has been trained and validating an open source platform to the commercial equipment. Because the open source platform is also end-to-end ORAN compliant. If the industrial vendor come to us and bring the SCU, the URU, and tell us that is complying with the ORAN specifications, this means that what we have developed and testing our ORAN framework, open source ORAN framework, should work as well in the commercial CU, DU, and RU.
Thank you. It's fascinating to hear how multidimensional and multi-stakeholder this work is, truly in line with our efforts here at the Internet Governance Forum on supporting an equitable and inclusive approach to the Internet. So very interesting. If it's all right, I'll move to the next question and turn to you and Mr. Weber first. So what are the benefits to the vendors or users in terms of cost and the speed of examination due to the competition among OTICs around the world? Would you like to go first?
Okay, so I would think it's not about competition. So what actually is more important is the normalization. So as we foresee, there'll be more OTICs. So how do you actually ensure the standard is maintained? How do you mutual recognize each other testing or badging? I think that's important. That's where different OTICs can come together to help to bring the ecosystem in order to ensure that ORAN is the solution for subsequently beyond 5G and 6G. Another important factor, how do we even to share our testing report, the mechanism? I think these are the things that would actually reduce costs, ensure sustainability. That's where the opportunities are. So I foresee more of a collaboration, which is what we have done organizing a global OTIC summit in August. We hope that this will continue so the OTICs can work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Mr. Weber, would you like to address that question and perhaps tell us a little bit more about Australia's plans with regard to OTICs in the future? Is there an Australian lab that has engaged with the broader research and development ecosystem? Thank you.
Thank you. So to answer the first question, I'll leave it to my OTIC colleagues on the panel for I guess further explanation. But I guess from a high level, at a high level, I think cooperation between labs will reduce development timeframes, and I think labs could coordinate testings such that each lab recognises testing from another, but adds new testing opportunities to promote development and innovation. And this may also include testing against additional vendors or sharing testing methodologies globally to promote telecommunications integration and consistency. In terms of the Australian government and our own testing facilities and what options there may be in terms of cooperation with OTICs in the future. So as I mentioned in my earlier remarks, the Australian government is working to establish its own testing facility known as the Secure G Connectivity Test Lab. The key objectives of the lab is to provide an environment for industry, including telecommunications vendors, to test their equipment, standards, software, and protocols that underpin emerging interoperable networks with a primary focus on security and interoperability. The lab will be a government-led facility with work currently underway to select a prime contractor to design, establish, and operate the lab over an initial period. So at this stage, we estimate that the lab will be fully operational by mid-2024, so next year. In post-establishment, Australia is very much open to increasing engagement across the broader testing ecosystem, including with OTICs. We currently engage with a number of government partners from, through with US and the UK in particular, and a number of, I guess, testing facilities within those countries. But there is an opportunity to engage with these other testing facilities, including OTIC. What I will note as well is that Australia is also engaging with a number of other, I guess, research institutions in support of our own telecommunications security and diversification objectives. And one particular initiative that we are currently undertaking is some work with Australia's Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organisation to undertake research and development into next generation telecommunications security requirements. And this particular research will develop security protocols towards interoperable virtualized telecommunications technologies and establish a sovereign evidence base for industry efforts to build upon. So I guess to sum up there, Jaysha, I think it's, you know, the information sharing and the opportunity that is presented to all of us across the testing ecosystem is something that we should all embrace and really, you know, seek to leverage the opportunity that is presented in this current form. Thank you.
I completely agree. Thank you for those remarks. You talked a lot about the opportunities for collaboration here, and I'd like to hear from the other panelists about what kinds of additional cooperation is feasible between each OTIC and perhaps even other research and development labs. Any volunteers?
Thank you very much for very important questions. First of all, the current challenge for OTIC is to efficiently conduct a test required by ORAN specification and issue certification in an expected time frame. It is also important to increase the motivation of each vendor to obtain OTIC certification and encourage them to obtain OTIC certificate. Therefore, it is possible for OTIC to share the best practices regarding first, efficient testing and certification methods, and second, effective public relation of Open RAN OTIC certification and raising motivation for obtaining certification and badging of OTIC. And we have started this practice in this ORAN Alliance. We have a regular face-to-face meeting. Last meeting was in Osaka, hosted by Japanese telecom operator. And we have very fruitful exchange of experience and knowledge. And we have another meeting regularly, 3 times a year. And also we would like to thank the hosting Global OTIC Summit in Singapore. One of our operator participated this summit exercise, and discussion and the information exchange was very useful. So we will continue this information and experience exchange. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to address collaboration briefly? Thank you.
Yeah. I see the collaboration twofolds. First, the OTIC, they can share facility resources, okay? Because some of the OTICs, they don't have what we call in-the-field test, okay? We should not do the testing only in lab. We should test outdoor in the field as well with different frequency, with different distance range, right? And the second part is that the OTIC, we as OTIC, we need to collaborate in such a way that you can have a minimal viable testing package that is common across of all the OTIC to make sure that the result that is getting for testing a CU and OTIC A is the same values that we get in OTIC B. What are the advantages when you have this? Because we can create together, okay, automated testing environment. What are the gain in the benefits to have an end-to-end automated testing? Basically, we will be able to control the cost to test, but in the same time, we will be able to speed up, okay, the time to the market from this CU and this RU.
And last but not least, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just keep it short. So we are trying to use remote access. So the first, we have connected to the University of Surrey. There's a B5G center. So they are looking at massive MIMO RU. So the issues, we are looking at some of these testing across remotely and accessing us. The second is to work with the Philippines. I think there's some discussion on this Open RAN Academy in Philippines, trying to let them use our rig tester equipment, developing packages to help them. And the third is partner with OTIC. So we are starting with Northeastern University OTIC in discussion whether we could share some resources and advance some of the research capability and the minimum viable. How do you actually define the minimum viable profile for different vertical services? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes this panel. Let's give them a round of applause, and we'll move into the final portion of the event.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the moderators and panelists. Finally, could we have a closing remarks from the moderators and DG Mr. Tawara? So first, Hishida-san, then to Jaisha and Tawara-san, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for staying in this room until the end. It's my great pleasure to be the moderator of the first panel. In my panel, actually, it was very encouraging to see that from all panelists, we heard a very positive comment from the future of the Open RAN, including the European vendors and the European carriers. And I think this is very worthy because we have a very balanced panelists. We have panelists from the Asia, from the US, and also Japan, and Europe. And we have panelists from the telecom carriers and vendors, and also the feeding operators, who is now considering the introducing of the Open RAN. So actually, I'd like to thank all the panelists for participating in this panel, and also I'd like to thank all the audiences here for listening to this panel carefully. Thank you for having me as a moderator here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I would just say in conclusion, we heard a lot about the opportunities that open radio access networks present. And those include opportunities to address security considerations, opportunities for performance and energy efficiency, and lowering cost. And so I found it very interesting to hear about the efforts around the world to develop these OTICs, which are so critical to addressing and solving the challenges and presenting opportunities. And so, for example, expanding market entry, reducing time to market, and reducing cost. But it can't be done alone. We need to collaborate between the OTICs, with the labs. Industry collaboration is key, and governments have a role to support as well. And finally, I was very impressed by the synergies between this workshop and the Internet Governance Forum. So we are discussing Open RAN, but it also relates to these broader issues. So we heard about AI and workforce and bridging the digital divide and supporting an equitable and inclusive approach to telecom ecosystems. And it's also part of the multi-stakeholder approach involving academic institutions, for example. And so it all comes together, and I'm very grateful again to the Japanese for organizing this important event, and to all of you for participating. Thank you.
Thank you very much to wonderful moderators, so Mr. Hishida and Ms. Jaisha. Thank you very much again. And anyway, open network is a very, very important issue. So open and secure network, we will construct and we will realize that such network is very important for future internet, for future network. So anyway, we will strongly promote Open RAN policy issues continuously with our colleagues, with our pragmatic country. So anyway, thank you very much today. Thank you.
Handshake, yeah.
Okay, handshake.
Great.
Thank you. Advance.
Is it funny?
Yeah, it's funny.
Oh, that's good. I feel like I'm laughing. Well, it's really good to see you.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Fun.
And I think you mentioned about the ideas.
Yes.
In another area, there's ideas
Yes,
in Colorado.
yes.
Matsui-san is now advising.
Yeah.
And he said he's going to visit these ideas.
Yeah, because he changed roles.
Yeah.
I met him the last time I was here before G7. He changed again? No. And then
ただいまのセッションで同通レシーバーを使用されていた方、恐れ入りますが、一旦会場の外の回収のところでお返しください。よろしくお願いします。
no, actually, yeah, I dragged him to something, actually. We went to lunch and then I took him to an event on data flows. So, cool, well, you should reach out to me.
Yeah.
Make sure he gets a good tour.
Yes.
Perfect.
And then we go. And then you go but stay till the end. So there are like two rounds of speakers. So you are the first round. Once you finish, there's no cut here, but stay till the end because we're going to involve you. Exactly. Because we're going to involve you in the continuation. That's perfect. Yes. Check Utsumi's video or it's okay? I'm glad you're sitting next to me. I want to ask you, you know, all that capacity building initiative that you started as part of the roadmap implementation.
Yes.
What's happening with that?
Well, not as much as I'd like. It's been difficult.
Arnett Rob, once your time is over,
Yes.
then
Oh, okay.
Erika-san is going to pick this up and say that time is over.
How much time?
4
do we
minutes.
have? Okay.
4 minutes.
That's to respond to the questions that you
Exactly.
want us to respond.
And then at the end, I'll bring you back again. You'll be there, but we'll bring you back again, like a conclusion sort of a thing.
You mean to speak?
Yes,
or-
to speak.
Okay. I'll say that.
Thank you, Erika.
Something.
It's new. It's new. I just pulled the coffee. Are you being serious? What about you? City station and everything. Yeah, and I have enough. I was thinking what to do. I'm so you're doing me such a great favor. So let's take it before you give it to you. Enjoy. Oh, thank you so much. And Fraud, be careful.
Yeah, I'm we are already together. Right here.
Yes, this is our focal point from the Japanese government. This is focal point.
It's really nice to meet you. And it's so nice. I'm looking forward to bring this to Utsumiya because we
Yes,
worked with him.
exactly.
Sorry about that. I'm obviously.
So Vice Minister Japan, Yoshida.
I'm really serious.
Rob from
Svetlana, I have the answer. Yes, dear. We can
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start in some time. Let's give 2 minutes because we do know that people are coming down from another session that just finished. So thank you very much for being with us here today. We have our esteemed panelists, and we'll conduct this meeting in 2 rounds. And we'll try to make it interactive at the end. If we have time, we'll try to finish on time. So please do give us 1 minute before we start the meeting. Thank you very much for being here. We can see that our audiences are now joining in. I think the meeting in the other room has finished. So thank you for your patience. And we'd like to start the session now. So this WSIS high-level dialogue will focus on multi-stakeholder partnerships driving digital transformation. And multi-stakeholderism has been at the heart of the WSIS process since its inception. I see many familiar faces. It's really nice to be with the WSIS family. And the IGF and the WSIS Forum are always occasions to get together, to renew our vows and to work together to make sure that we are building an inclusive knowledge and information societies. So I see our WSIS gender trendsetters here. Welcome. I see several prize winners. You're doing a great job at the grassroots level. It's so nice to see you. Balzur, our friend from Bangladesh, many others. Also, our UN partners, FAO, UN Pension Fund, and so many of you here. So thank you very much for joining us today. Also, a big thank you to the Japanese government for organizing this and for actually helping us materialize this session, which we had in mind since a long time. So thank you very much, sir, for making this possible. While we are waiting for our Secretary General, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, maybe we will move on to the video message by Mr. Utsumi, who was the former Secretary General of ITU. He was very excited about this session, but unfortunately could not join us today due to some reasons. So if I'd like to please invite the logistics team to play Mr. Utsumi's video. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to give a speech at this session. I organized two phases of the World Summit on the Information Society, WISIS, in Geneva and in Tunis, as the Secretary General of the summit. The summit was originally proposed by Tunisia at the ITU Kyoto Plenipotentiary Conference in 1994, just 3 decades ago here in this conference hall. It was only 1 year after CERN had released www for commercial use, and only a limited number of people had started using the internet. Therefore, the proposal was quite abrupt and awkward to most people. So the Plenipotentiary Conference couldn't make a decision on this proposal. By the way, I was the chairman of this Plenipo. 4 years later, I was elected as the Secretary General of ITU. At that time, many people had started using the internet, and ICTs had become a key for the business activities. I thought it is a good timing for world leaders to discuss the potential of ICTs. Therefore, I recommended the ITU Council to hold the summit, although I had strongly hesitated, because no specialized agencies had succeeded in organizing a UN summit. It was a too heavy responsibility for ITU. But the Council, without studying much, easily accepted my proposal. The preparation of this was extremely difficult and challenging because ITU had no resources for it. Furthermore, Tunisia and Switzerland competed to host the summit, and each of them insisted its hospitality. It took many months to obtain a compromise, which was a unique summit of 2 phases. I thank Tunisian and Swiss governments for their strong support for the summit. WISIS was very different from other UN summits. First, it was organized by a specialized agency, not by UN New York. I am very proud of the fact that WISIS is only one UN successful summit organized by a specialized agency. Second, it had 2 phases with many preparatory conferences and regional and sectoral meetings. Third, it introduced a multi-stakeholder approach for the first time in UN summits. These 3 unique features have shaped all the WISIS process and post-WISIS activities, even today. I think they come from the very nature of the information society itself. First of all, it was quite technical. Therefore, ITU, a specialized agency that dealt with ICTs, initiated the process. Second, the information society is a comprehensive arena where everyone is included. Therefore, multi-stakeholder approach was taken and every UN organization was involved. And last but not least, the information society was quite a new concept that not all people shared at that time. The multi-stakeholder approach could guarantee the participation of all the players that make up the information society. The 2 phases with a tremendous number of preparatory meetings could make people share a common concept of the information society, could enlighten world leaders about the importance of ICTs, and could make them commit to building the information society. A small specialized agency, ITU, requested other UN agencies to participate in the process, which facilitated the creation of an implementation mechanism. It was this heavy, complicated organization that could make possible the success of Ulysses. However, it led to inefficiencies and it required lots of time, energy, and money. The first phase of the summit achieved a common understanding of the key principles that will determine our ability to harness the potential of ICTs. World leaders shared the vision of a people-centered, development-oriented, and inclusive information society where everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. They recognize that education, knowledge, information, and communication are at the core of human progress, endeavor, and well-being. They recognized further ICTs have an immense impact on virtually all aspects of our lives. The rapid progress of these technologies opens completely new opportunities to attain higher levels of development. The capacity of these technologies to reduce many traditional obstacles, especially those of time and distance, for the first time in history makes it possible to use them for the benefit of millions of people in all corners of the world. The agreements in Geneva were numerous, but the essence was as follows. Recognizing the importance of ICTs, the world leaders ensured that by 2015, more than half the world's inhabitants have access to ICTs within their reach. Connect villages with ICTs and establish community access points. To that end, 11 action lines were identified. The outcome of Tunis was that the world leaders reaffirmed their agreement in Geneva and renewed their commitment to building the information society. And they confirmed that multi-stakeholder implementation should be organized, taking into account the 11 action lines in the Geneva Plan of Action, and should be moderated or facilitated by UN agencies. They offered a list of facilitators or moderators. They agreed that ITU, UNESCO, and UNDP should play leading facilitating roles. They agreed to enhance the existing financial mechanisms for the ICTs, but they couldn't agree to establish a new one. Concerning issues on how the Internet should be governed, they couldn't agree and decided to continue to discuss it through a newly created forum, the Internet Governance Forum. Two decades have passed since then. We all look forward to seeing ICTs open new opportunities. Are we now in the world we envisioned? I think that the WSIS goal to connect people to the Internet by 2015 has been achieved. At WSIS, we implicitly imagined that we would be connected by optical fiber. However, thanks to technological progress, mobile networks have realized the access to the Internet down to the individual level, surpassing the WSIS goals, such as connecting villages. Therefore, as far as the connectivity is concerned, we can say that we have realized the WSIS goals. Of course, I know ITU, Her Excellency Ms. Doreen Bogdan Martin, is working hard to help people left behind. The issue of the data divide is still a big challenge. The driving force that made African leaders commit to building the information society at WSIS was a hope that with the help of ICTs, developing countries left behind could leapfrog development. And this potential for ICTs to achieve their hope was reaffirmed at the 2015 SDG Summit, and big progress has been made since then. Yet, poverty and turmoil remain. We must work hard to make the best use of the potential of ICTs for the higher levels of development. It is also difficult to say that other basic principles confirmed at WSIS, such as freedom of speech and free flow of information, have been fully realized. In more specific domains, such as data divide, capacity buildings, security, and cybercrimes, much progress has been made thanks to the effort of the facilitators and stakeholders. However, there remains many issues to be solved. As a whole, I don't think that we have realized the commitment of WSIS to build the information society. Furthermore, many new problems not anticipated at that time have arisen, such as smartphone addiction, fake news, and election interference. As ICTs have been used heavily for intelligence activities and weapons, the scenery of modern battlefields has completely changed. And recently, the rapid development of AI is becoming a menace to humans. AI is a double-edged sword. While we may get many benefits from it, some critics say that it may damage human creativity and could lead to the destruction of mankind. Once humanity has enjoyed the benefit of ICTs, it cannot live without them. The problems are complex, diverse, and global. Some of them we have discussed for more than 20 years, and we understand the issues quite well. But others are very new. Humanity has never experienced them before, and they cannot be easily solved by one government or international organization alone. For new challenges such as generative AI like ChatGPT, on which we do not share common understanding, I believe we should make the best use of the multi-stakeholder approach so that each stakeholder can share the nature of the issues and participate in the problem-solving efforts. On the other hand, for issues such as cybercrimes, privacy protection, and security, where problems have become clear, we should avoid open-ended, fruitless discussion. Although we have been tackling these areas for years in various ways, we should take a more effective, organized approach that is focused on problem solving. Relevant organizations should work intensively with clearer mandates and qualified experts. They are expected to play a greater role. We have already experienced for 20 years the mechanism for the post-WSIS effort. I think it is time for us to review them in terms of efficiency in accordance with the nature of the issues. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to conclude my speech by expressing my belief that with our effort, the commitment made by world leaders at WSIS are bearing fruit, and we will soon see a people-centered, development-oriented, and inclusively information society in which everyone has the means to express their ideas and be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Utsumi-san. We really miss you here today. We wish you could have been with us. That was a wonderful video that took us through all the memories and the entire timeline. So you can see that the spirit, I don't think you'll be disappointed with us, because the spirit of cooperation and multi-stakeholderism, which was the heart of the WSIS discussions even at that time, it still remains. So thank you very much. And participants, just to let you know that Utsumi-san has made this video on his own. So that was an incredible effort. So thank you very much, Utsumi-san, for all your dedication towards this session. I'd like to remind you that we also have remote participation. So there are many WSIS stakeholders who have joined us remotely today. So thank you very much. For some, it's really early, and for some, very late, but they are all there due to their commitment towards the process. Without any further delay, I'd like to invite our Secretary General, the Secretary General of ITU, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, to please provide her keynote and opening remarks.
Thank you, Gitanjali. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here, and special thanks to the government of Japan, who is co-leading this session today. It's kind of a tall order to follow, Mr. Utsumi. I loved those photos. It was sort of a walk down memory lane, as many of us in this room can remember. Of course, we haven't aged since then, right, Henriette? But it was really a nice recap of what happened and how and why, and also good to get his sense of actually what we have achieved. So I'm happy to be part of this session today, which focuses on something that is really important to me, one of my kind of key priorities, which is partnerships. And of course, it's about multi-stakeholder partnerships to actually drive digital transformation. So look forward to hearing from our brilliant panelists. I have just come from another session looking to the future of the WSIS process, and it kind of ended with where I think we're sort of picking up here, which is the interlinkages between the WSIS and, of course, the SDGs. And I think the goal for all of us is that we achieve that 2030 agenda. We achieve those 17 goals, and we know that the 2030 agenda is not on track, and we believe that leveraging the WSIS process, leveraging the IGF community, leveraging digital technologies, we can achieve those SDGs. Rob and I were together in New York a couple of weeks ago, where we launched our SDG Digital Acceleration Agenda, where we demonstrated that 70% of the targets can be accelerated if you actually use digital technologies. So I hope we can get into that today. We, of course, are at that halfway point, as the DSG of the UN said repeatedly throughout the high-level week. It's halftime. We have to win it in the second half. And of course, it's going to take all hands on deck to actually win it. And to win it, we need strong multi-stakeholder partnerships. When we look, of course, at those SDGs, they do carry the hopes, they carry the dreams, the rights, and the expectations of people everywhere. And I think that's really what happens. that's what we're up against if we don't get the SDGs back on track. And I think with our work here today, we can make progress. I think it's fair to say that the WSIS has been a sort of hotbed of collaboration that brings together governments, UN organizations, other international organizations, the private sector, academia, and of course, civil society. Each year at the WSIS Forum, we celebrate great achievements. We have our WSIS prizes, which is always something very exciting for us, and Gitanjali has the leadership in that process. And we see sort of firsthand how technologies can empower women and girls, how technologies can help connect those rural villages, how the latest breakthroughs in AI can help to detect breast cancer, and of course, much, much more. And I think it really shows the power of digital to impact lives of people and livelihoods. So again, I think 2030 is our litmus test, and failure, I think for all of us, is not an option. So I urge you to roll up your sleeves, work with us, let's partner, let's get it done. Join us next year, where we're going to be back-to-back with AI for Good at the WSIS Forum, and I'll let Gitanjali share more details about that later in the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doreen. Yes, indeed, we look forward to welcoming all of you from the 27th to 31st of May in Geneva for the WSIS Plus 20 Forum high-level event, which will be held in the same week as the AI for Good summit as well, which Doreen had mentioned. So now we'll move on to our panel discussion. We have a multi-stakeholder panel to give us different perspectives. We've divided it into two parts because we wanted to include as many voices as possible. So the first question to this panel would be around the topic of identifying achievements and gaps in the implementation of the WSIS process in these 20 years, the WSIS action lines in particular for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and developing a common vision for the future beyond 2025. So Doreen, I'd like to invite you to provide a context around this, and then we'll move on to the panelists.
Thank you. So if I look to achievements, I think we can kind of proudly say that, okay, only a third of humanity is not connected. So we made a lot of progress since 2003, but that only third of humanity is also a gap that we must address. I think it's also when we look to this issue, let's keep in mind what happened during the pandemic. I think the pandemic put digital technologies on the top of everyone's agenda. The pandemic is behind us, hopefully for good. But let's remember those lessons, and let's keep digital at the top of agendas. And you know, because of the pandemic, we actually had in the course of 1 year, we call it the COVID connectivity boost. We had 800 million actually come online during that period. That never would have happened. So we don't like to say thanks to the pandemic, but we recognize because connectivity was a sort of lifeline, it happened. So let's put that urgency in our work so that we can actually get out there and connect those unconnected. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen, for setting the scene for this topic. And I'd like to first invite Excellency Mr. Hiroshi Yoshida, Vice Minister, Japan, who is the co-organizer of this event as well. Mr. Yoshida, in your opinion, what have we achieved and what are the real challenges and gaps that we really need to focus on?
Thank you, Gitanjali. I'm very happy to join you here. And first of all, I would like to welcome you to Kyoto. And it is a very great season. Unfortunately, today it is raining. But yes, you can. I think you can enjoy the very beautiful scenery and traditional city of Kyoto. Having said that, yes, regarding WSIS, I think that one of the significant features of WSIS is the point that they set the WSIS action line. Of course, we know that WSIS action line, we all know now, but at that time, everyone didn't know what we should do, and we knew at that time what we should do, not just at that time, but in the mid-term and long-term. So that every stakeholders all over the world knew what is the issues we should challenge and what is the goal we should aim at. And so every stakeholders made actions from, of course, the process are different and the way of doing it is different, but everyone had the same common goal. That is a very important point. And so as Mr. Uchi mentioned, so there are many achievements, including bridging digital divide, or capacity building, and so improving of application or services. And so that in that process, this IGF forum had played an important role and for multi-stakeholder discussion. And so that I believe that IGF had enlightened with this process, and we have up to now made a great achievement. On the other hand, it is often pointed out that still 2.6 billion people remained unconnected. And every country, every other stakeholders, also ITU had made a very hard work to achieve this achieve this goal to tackle digital divide, but it still remained. And so what we should do now is to introduce new technology. As you know, mobile technology allowed leapfrog for many countries to let people connected. And also we have other technologies, including a non-terrestrial network. And those technologies can be an effective way to connect in the rural areas. And so that we should not hesitate to introduce new technology. So we are going to have a WSIS Plus 20 review in 2025. And so it was very important to know what was discussed in the very beginning of this WSIS process, as thanks to Mr. Utsumi. So we should take that background of what is a starting point in our mind, and but of course we should look forward, so that technologies are advancing, changing very, very rapidly in this field, so that so introducing those new technologies, we should still go further to achieve this WSIS action line. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yoshida-san, and also for reminding us about the WSIS action line frameworks of the 11 action lines that still remain a very important framework for global digital cooperation. Thank you very much. We'd now like to move on to Excellency Mr. Nezar Ben Neji. He's the Minister of Ministry of Information and Communication Technologies, Tunisia. Everybody knows that Tunisia had the vision of the WSIS process and initiated it by a proposal in the ITU's plenipotentiary in 1998. And this is how we are sitting here today. So thank you very much for the role that Tunisia has played in the process. So Minister, what are the specific actions that we still need to take to achieve the WSIS goals? And what are the main role of the governments all around to increase confidence and security in the use of ICTs? Over to you.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for these two questions. And I would like also to thank the Japanese government for the hospitality and for the good organization of this event. I'm really happy to be with you in this session. Regarding the specific actions, so I think we need, at this moment, we need a global effort in order to reduce disparities, especially in the use and in the development of the IT and the ICT in general. And we have several levels and we can say several factors of these disparities. The first one is about the ICT legislation. So we need to have a complete, modern, coherent and up-to-date ICT legislations at national level in each country in order, at the beginning, in order to well develop the ICT sector, and also in order to not block the new initiatives and to not block the new forms of technological development. So we need major efforts in order to update our ICT legislation. The second level of disparity is about the development of the network, IT, and telecom infrastructure. So in many countries around the world, we have wide white areas, not well connected, not well served with the IT infrastructure and also with the IT services. Since it requires a huge investment, it requires financial resources. So we need to help countries in order to well develop their IT and telecom infrastructure. And the third level or the third point is about the digital illiteracy. So regarding the digital illiteracy, so this is mainly the inability of people to benefit from the ICT services. And in many countries around the world, they don't have good education where to teach and to teach people how to use smartphones, how to use internet, how to benefit from the ICT services in general. So I think at this moment we need major effort in order to address these three challenges. So we need to update the ICT legislations for each country to not have these disparities between countries, regions, and continents. We need also to well develop the IT and telecom infrastructure and to benefit from all kind of types of connections, wired, wireless, satellite connections, and also we need to spread the digital culture, and also we need to teach the digital skills for everyone. And regarding the second question about confidence and trust about ICT and in the cyberspace in general, so let's say we have 10 layers of trust and 10 layers of confidence that we need to build and we need to set in place. The first one, we need to recognize at the beginning the digital content, the digital document. So we need to have the legislation and the legal framework to recognize, for example, the electronic transaction, the electronic invoices, the electronic identifications. And then at the second level, we need to recognize the electronic proofs, like digital signature, like, for example, time stamping. And at the third level, for example, we need to have a legal framework for homologation and for the technical improvement of the software and hardware solutions, either imported or developed locally at the national level. And also we need, at the national level, also we need to set in place framework in order to organize the hosting services, especially the cloud service providers. For example, in Tunisia, we have recently set in place a labeling framework in order to give two types of label, G-Cloud label and N-Cloud label, in order to organize the hosting capabilities, the hosting services at the national level. Also, we need to think about trust at the network level, because we need to consider always trust when we select operators, when we select providers. So we need to consider trust at the network level. After that, so we have the digital services or the electronic services. So we need to have specific legislation for each sector, for e-health, for telemedicine, for e-commerce, e-gov. And also we need to protect the consumers of the electronic services. And we need to set in place also a legal framework in order to periodically control the security of the electronic services. And in case of incidents, so of course we need national computer emergency response teams. And in case of cybercriminality, we need the legal framework for the incriminations of the cyber attacks and for the sanctions and for the digital investigation. So we need a stack of rules and a stack of operators to intervene at each level in order to build the trust, from the electronic documents to the cyber criminality and to the sanctions of the cyber attacks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. We look forward to working closely with Tunisia in the review process, and we do know that you'll be a strong voice in the vision beyond 2025 as well. So thank you very much for your guidance and your vision. We'd now like to invite Mr. Rob Opp, the Chief Digital Officer of UNDP. UNDP is a very close partner of the implementation process. ITU, UNESCO, UNDP implement the WSIS process in coordination with more than 32 UN agencies. So Rob, it's a pleasure to have you here in our panel. So my questions to you would be that what are the key priorities for us for WSIS beyond 2025, and how can we ensure that WSIS remains relevant and impactful in the years to come? Over to you, Tom.
Thanks, Gitanjali. And it's a pleasure to be here, despite the jet lag. So I'm going to do my best to be articulate if I can. I think your second question, which is how do we ensure WSIS stays relevant? I think, Doreen, you spoke to this a bit already. I think the key to this is really aligning with the SDGs and other processes that are going on right now. We have a big year coming up for digital discussions. The Global Digital Compact, as part of the Summit for the Future, is a major milestone for the world when it comes to digital. And the SDGs at the midway point represent an important inflection point for how we need to accelerate with using ICTs and digital technologies. So I think the key to relevance is to make sure that we're aligned with these global processes and supporting and driving the way WSIS has been doing over the last 2 decades. I think in terms of priorities, I would make a few observations, maybe a little bit more general in nature based on our experience as UNDP as we encounter and dialogue with our 170 partner countries, many of them on the digital transformation efforts they're making. And one of them is that we still see a lot of fragmentation when it comes to the use of technologies in countries themselves. So ministries will be very fragmented between each other. There's a lack of a whole of government approach. There's not always a lot of whole of society thinking. Civil society and other stakeholders and private sector are not well integrated. And so what we at UNDP try to do is support our countries in thinking through what does a whole of society approach look like. So not just what individual solutions. So it's really moving from solutions to systems, or in the case of digital, ecosystems. And I think that is also important for the second issue that I would flag, which is we're starting to see the importance of truly interoperable and open systems coming into play. So, for example, the digital public infrastructure, I would say, movement that is emerging, and this is due in part to India's recent leadership in the G20 on this issue, and it's kind of evolving the concept that has been at work in a number of countries over the last decade or so at least, where countries have been realizing that the right combination of technologies with the right interoperability, the right systems thinking, and the right governance around that can really unlock the ability for governments to lay down the kind of infrastructure, the sort of digital roads and bridges, and for the private sector to be able to innovate on top of that. Also leaving the roads open for civil society and others to participate. So we really think that this interoperability, this openness, the notion behind digital public infrastructure is another issue that I think we can take forward in the WSIS platform. And maybe the last thing I would say is that I think that WSIS needs to really double down on the people-centered approach. We must understand how, I think the original action lines, paid attention to some of the issues around the information society and potential negative effects. But as Mr. Otsumi said in his video, we're starting to see some really important trends emerge that are really quite negative for humanity. And so we have to understand that everything we do with technology has to be accompanied by the right governance and the right people-centered approaches. And this includes, for example, the safeguards that need to be in place. And related to that, very important, as Minister Neji just said as well, is the issue of digital capacity. Because we're not obviously going to be able to get to a point where where the work that we do with technology is people-centered unless people are really actively able to engage, they understand what their rights are, they understand how to engage safely and meaningfully with the connectivity and the government systems and the societal systems that are available. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Rob. And of course, keeping in mind the entire digital ecosystem, very important. Also the digital finance component, which we have been talking about also in the SDG Digital. It was highlighted by ITU and UNDP. Thank you very much. I'd now like to move on to Aniret, the Senior Advisor on Internet Governance, Policy, Advocacy, and Strategic Planning, APC, Association for Progressive Communication. Aniret and APC have been associated with the WSIS process, also right since its inception, bringing the voice of civil society into the process whenever needed. So Aniret, my questions to you would be again, what are some key achievements in your opinion that the framework of the WSIS action lines have brought in the past 20 years? Of course, the gaps. And you had a very interesting session yesterday about the gender inclusion to GDC. So how do you look at that, also the GDC and the WSIS process moving together? Over to you.
Thanks, Gitanjali. I really think the importance of the WSIS actually strikes me year after year, and I think it just shows you how often one feels that a process that you've invested in might not have achieved enough once member states have agreed on the final sort of small print. But in fact, I think in the case of WSIS, it has proven to really endure, and that's why I think what Robert and others and Doreen have said about updating it. I think why it's so important and why it provided a good framework, even though not all the goals have been met, Gitanjali, is that it combines overarching principles, people-centered. I absolutely agree with Robert on that. It's one of the strengths of the WSIS, human rights. And then the principles of participation. And I don't think we've had anything else that has actually been as strong on bringing those overarching principles together. And then it combines them with the action lines. And therefore it creates a framework when you as civil society are collaborating with government or holding governments accountable. Sometimes governments update policies in ways that are not so good, and that's the role of civil society. WSIS creates a framework where you can actually engage in a specific field such as access to health, public health, agriculture and food security, media freedom, at a very specific level, e-governance as well, while also putting on the table considerations around the rule of law, respect for human rights, and inclusion. And I think there are very few frameworks, even within the UN system, that brings civil and political rights, as well as social and economic development and economic, social, and cultural rights together. And for civil society, which is immensely diverse, that's the strength of civil society, that it's so diverse, that also then creates a framework where you're going to have a very wide and diverse range of civil society organizations participate. I think the other strength really has been that it was focused on the positive potential of ICTs. And I'm not saying that we should not consider harms. Mr. Utsumi said that, others have said that. But I think we've now moved into a paradigm that is not only not people-centered, it's digital-centered, but it's also overly concerned with the harms and less with the potential. And this is particularly problematic because, as Doreen said, a third of the world are not yet connected. And of those that are connected, many do not have meaningful connectivity. I mean, I think just in terms of civil society participation, Gitanjali, I would agree that, and you asked about gender, I think there is a need to rethink one thing in the Tunis agenda, and that's in their respective roles and responsibility. I think there was a vision within the Tunis agenda that came not from member states, which reduced the role of civil society very much to being a partner in implementation, not necessarily a partner in policy making and shaping. I think civil society's role also needs to be at the level of policy making, and then of course, at the level of holding states and other actors accountable for human rights, but also in implementation. So I think if we look at the future of the WSIS follow-up and monitoring paradigm, let's look at one where there's these different roles in different contexts, depending what's at stake, can be accommodated from the different stakeholders. I think updating the content is necessary. I think it can be done. I think climate change is extremely important. I think financing and gender. And I think the WSIS framework gives us the granularity to be able to update it without having to come up with a brand new framework. In the same way that, as Doreen pointed out in the earlier session, it really harmonized very well with the SDG framework. I think the GDC, the Global Digital Compact, I also see it actually reflected within the WSIS. I think the WSIS gives us a strong, both at the level of broad principle and specific frameworks. And then I think finally I would just say that, you know, as we take this forward, let's work with the WSIS Forum, let's work with the IGF, the Commission on Science and Technology for Development, UNDP, bring UNDP even more into the process, bring the Office of the High Commission into the process. So this strong family of UN agencies that have been driving WSIS, I think, could benefit from bringing more UN agencies into the table. I think the working with the G20 process on digital public infrastructure is also an incredible opportunity, as Robert said. And I think that we ultimately, and this will be my last comment, I think for civil society as well and for member states, let's not reinvent our forums, our processes. Let's improve, let's build on what we've achieved in terms of models for collaborative policy making and implementation. And I think what I would like to see most is to really use this notion of the WSIS principle of participation, of multi-stakeholder participation, as a mechanism for deepening and including more actors and doing it more effectively, rather than as a brand. I think too frequently these days multi-stakeholder has become a brand rather than an approach which has transformative potential.
Thank you, Annaret, and we really appreciate your support. We'd like to invite the panelists of the first round to please join the audience, and the panelists of the second round to please join us. Please do bring your nameplates if you're with you. And Doreen, you stay? Yes, and request Secretary General to stay back with us. Yes. Please do not leave, panelists from the first round, because we will come back to you at the end. So please take a seat. Also recognizing the so many civil society activists and partners here in our session today, which highlights the relevance of the process among civil society members. So thank you so much for being here with us. So while we are waiting for the second round of our speakers to join us, I'd like to invite, of course, Doreen to please provide a context and set the context of this group. In this group, we are going to focus on strengthening digital cooperation. So, of course, multi-stakeholder cooperation, global partnerships, and creating an accessible and equitable digital landscape for all, leaving no one behind. Rebecca, please join us here. You can take the seat. Our youth envoy, Amruget from Kyrgyzstan, please join us here. Okay, so thank you very much for accommodating this change. And we'd like to start with the Vice Minister of Indonesia. Oh, sorry. Yes, Doreen.
Okay. Please go ahead. Thank you. So I was asked to just say a few words in terms of context setting. And actually, I think, Henriette, you said it better probably than I can. WSIS is digital cooperation in action, I would say. And you know, as you were alluding in the whole panel before, we don't really need to reinvent it because there's a framework there that we can build upon. Maybe picking up again, Henriette, if we were to add in environment, finance, more gender, I mean, there are things I think that we can improve. And it is a process, yes, that's multi-stakeholder, but it's also very much a working as one UN process. Of course, close ties with UNESCO, with UNCTAD, with UNDP. We also have, I think, in the room, our friends from UNU. We have UNESCAP here. We have FAO, of course, DESA. We are working also very closely with UNHCR, OHCHR, and I think those partnerships we will strengthen as we look to the future of WSIS plus 20. And of course, we work closely with the co-facilitators for the GDC, and thank you also for being here. And I think it's important also to consider we do cover a range of issues. So be it from healthy aging in the digital era, which is more and more of an issue, to looking at digital service design, tech entrepreneurship for women and youth. And here I just want to commend the IGF because you do such a great job in getting young people, as I commend the ITU Generation Connect young person who's here. But I think that's really important, especially as we look to the future process, the future framework that we recognize, and we do include young people. Because at the end, we want to ensure that no matter what their age, their gender, their economic means, or location, that we want to bring the benefits of technology to everyone, everywhere. I think our task, what we would love to hear from this panel, is how we can find new, maybe, or more creative means so that we can double down. We heard from the previous panel, we do have to double down to make these meaningful partnerships and to ensure that no one is left behind. We want to ensure that the WSIS process, of course, is closely synced up with the GDC, the Summit of the Futures, and ultimately to shape a digital future that's meaningful, that's accessible. Rob, you mentioned the skills piece. I think that's a fundamental piece that we need to strengthen. And of course, that it's affordable, trusted, and that we can access local content, which is something that's also come across in some of the sessions today. Back to you, Hensley.
Thank you, Doreen, for setting the scene. I'll move first to our Deputy Minister from Indonesia. And Indonesia is really record-breaking entries to the WSIS prizes every year. Thank you so much for that, for galvanizing action in Indonesia. We receive so many that it's always very difficult for the action line experts to, decide, on the different winners. So thank you so much for bringing the local action into the process and for showcasing them every year at the WSIS Forum and the WSIS Prizes. So, sir, my question again to you would be, where do you see this process going? What are the specific actions that need to be taken to ensure that everybody can benefit from the digital revolution? And how can we ensure that digital collaboration and partnerships prioritize needs and aspiration of local communities? Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Gitanjali and Doreen. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to extend my appreciation to the government of Japan for hosting IGF in this beautiful city, Kyoto. The choosing of the present IGF theme is not just timely, but also accurate in depicting our current internet solution and configuring the situations today. With the growth of the internet usage, our maturity, our perception, and our desire in responding internet has grown as well. So depending on who you are, where you are, when you started to use internet, your dream and vision on the internet will differ. However, such difference must not set us apart. To achieve such dream, allow me to address the questions on what are the specific actions that need to be taken to ensure that everyone has access to the benefits of the digital revolutions. The actions that we need to take in Indonesians' views are, first, the need to prepare our society for the future disruption as the result of the emerging technology. With rapid adoption of technology in business, we will see a lot of impact of the emerging technology in our daily life, not only from the threat of harmful contents such as disinformation, deepfake technologies that enable child pornography, but also from the economic side, such as disruption of conventional business model to online model, until the danger of losing jobs to working automations. The second aspect involves establishing a level playing field within the nations. As digital transformation has risen, the creation of a new competition ground, local and international players compete for market dominance within a country. Unfortunately, this dynamic often results in unfair competitions. While many see business competition is a normal thing, I firmly believe that the advent of digital technologies should be harnessed as a potential catalyst for fostering collaborative innovation that benefit all people instead in the frame of competitions. I come to the third point that this condition should be enabled for governance to support the interoperability of internet utilizations. With the current complex dynamic within the internet ecosystem, marked by conflicting interests among stakeholders, it is imperative for countries to establish governance that able to balance the diverse interests in technology utilizations to foster a conducive, secure, and mutually beneficial internet environment. And for the second question, how can we ensure that digital collaborations and partnership prioritize the needs and aspirations of local communities and avoid imposing one-size-fits-all solutions. The answer, in Indonesian opinion, lies on the collaboration between different stakeholders facilitated by a specific platform acting as the pool of knowledge and the knowledge resource for policies and governance related to digital issues at multilateral level, which WSIS and IGF could play such important role. However, we cannot stop there. Such platform must also optimize its unique feature as the platform for stakeholders to brainstorm policies and approaches that are tangible and impacting the society positively. Indonesia believes only through cooperation we can solidify our position, especially on digital internet realms. Let's work together hand in hand to enable collaboration that brings us closer to achieve the internet that we want. An internet that brings us a better life, not just for us, but for the next generation to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to now bring in Ms. Agne Excellency, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Transport and Communications, Lithuania. Thank you for being here with us, ma'am. So my first question is, how can we strengthen digital cooperation and global partnership among stakeholders? And what are the challenges and opportunities, in your opinion, to create this equitable and easy to access digital landscape for all?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, as always, congratulations for Japanese government, for IGF, for creating such an amazing opportunity for us to be here. And of course, for Secretary General Doreen Bogdan and ITU for raising those very important and timely questions, I would say, at the moment. So I would like to share with you several aspects from Lithuanian side. And first of all, I would say that we fully support current multi-stakeholder model when digital collaboration is based on truly cooperative approach. This is the model that worked well so far, and we are proponents of evolution in post-2025 with this process and not revolution. The word partnerships is instrumental here, as it was mentioned many times before today. Strong partnerships help to Ukraine sustaining against the aggressors. Strong partnerships help implementing a number of digital projects such as Team Europe initiatives, and this is the way how Global North could and should help to reduce and close digital gaps in Global South. Another example which I would like to mention and which comes into my mind in this regard is the ITU's initiative, Partner to Connect. There were over 200 pledges, which altogether will definitely make a huge impact towards meaningful connectivity and digital transformation globally. Another example I would like to mention is from the European Union perspective. We know very well how multi-stakeholder approach works in the EU. It takes months, if not years, to adopt any piece of legislation, starting from impact assessments, public consultation, commission proposals, and all other procedures. All these stakeholders play or could eventually play an important role in the process. Therefore, we trust our legislation as it is based on the strong involvement of all the parties concerned. And therefore, we see big potential in sharing our experiences with our partners across the globe. And touching upon challenges and opportunities in this regard, I would like to mention how it is crucial to identify long-term vision and common goals and ensure that all stakeholders share a common understanding of the goals and objectives of the collaboration and the vision itself. This alignment is essential for success. Clear governance should also be mentioned. It is necessary to define roles, responsibilities, and decision-making processes within the collaboration. It seems we are on the verge of reshuffles, so we need to take into account our experience and lessons learned. This is our strength. And one very important challenge from my perspective is possible digital gaps we need to avoid. Urban versus rural population, young versus old, gender divide, religion, regions, countries, ethnicities. Digital inclusion should be sustainable to about digital exclusion. And with new emerging technologies such as AI, it is rather easy to leave someone even unintentionally. We should think always, have this in mind, and listen and consult others as many as we can.
Thank you very much, Excellency. We'd now like to invite Ambassador Thomas Schneider, Ambassador and Director of International Affairs Ofcom Switzerland. Ambassador, Switzerland has also played a very important role. Geneva Plan of Action was adopted in Geneva that provides the framework for the WSIS action lines. So what are your impressions, Ambassador? How have we done? We did hear today that we are not all that bad. We are working together to provide a safe environment for a digital inclusive society. However, what can we do better? And what's your vision for the co-hosted WSIS Plus 20 high-level event we are doing next year together? Ambassador.
Thank you, Chitanjali, and welcome all. I'm very happy to be here. I'm also very happy to have seen Mr. Utsumi, because we were working very closely together with him 20 years ago, when we were actually at this stage in October. We were like 1.5 months before a World Summit with tens of thousands of participants, and also some high-level people like presidents and others. So it was quite a lot of work back then. And yeah, there are some fruits that there's some trees that we planted there, and there's some fruits that we can build on. With regard to 2 points that you highlighted in your question, the one is how to build trust, and the other one is how to integrate and prioritize the needs on aspirations of local communities. I'll try and give you some views on both, because they are actually closely linked. First, on the notion of trust, often we hear like titles of paragraphs in papers and in concepts and strategies about fostering trust. And in my experience, trust is something that cannot necessarily be fostered. It needs to be earned. We can maybe foster trustworthiness if we look at ourselves as government or industry representatives, because if we act trustworthy, then people actually tend to trust us. So we should act and work on ourselves mutually. And of course, different stakeholders need to earn trust in different ways according to the different roles that we have. As governments or government representatives or politicians that are above people like me, for instance, we should try to actually do what the people want, focus on solving problems for our citizens, for our people, and not necessarily concentrate on staying in power and pursuing our own goals as politicians, but actually, trying to listen to the needs of the people and help them to get what they need. Unfortunately, nowadays, we often witness actually that the latter is the case, and this does not necessarily add to building trust in political systems. With businesses, it's actually something like same but different. Businesses, they want the trust of their consumers so that they buy the products. And also they need, of course, trust of society, that they are perceived as good actors, acting responsibly, being competitors in markets, but sticking to rules, not damaging environment, not damaging people, etc. So also there, businesses try to be seen in a good light by the consumers, by society. And this is why we have notions like corporate social responsibility, or the new version of it that includes the environment, which is now called ESG, that you already know all probably. So politicians spend a lot of energy to be seen in a positive light by the public, as so do businesses, in the hope that that will give them trust or make them trustworthy. And so this is where we come to the importance of a functioning and independent media system, because people need tools to decide who they trust. So they need information that is reliable, that they can then themselves decide who is trustworthy and who is not trustworthy. And of course, the development of the media and social media has given everybody lots of ways to express opinions, to influence other people's opinions, and this is why it is so important that we do have, no matter what the current latest version of media technologies, that we do have media that are not manipulated by those in power, but actually in the hands of the citizens, and that allow citizens to enable themselves to decide who they will be trusting. So this is something that brings me to the second point about the local needs. Because also there, you need to have ways to communicate needs. So first of all, people that live together on local level, they need to have processes that allows them to identify their needs, to discuss their needs, to set the priorities themselves. For this, again, you also need a public sphere where this discussion is possible. Then they need to have ways to make their voices heard. Again, you need processes. Then they need to have ways that their voices are not just listened to, but actually followed, that this is turned into political decisions. And from somebody that is coming from a country where we have something called direct democracy, where we do not just elect politicians once every 4 years and then are subject to whatever they do, but we are invited to vote on all kinds of substantive issues several times a year. The answer to how to make sure that decision makers actually follow local priorities and local needs is very simple, through inclusion and participation. Inclusion in debates, in discussions, in finding out, in identifying needs, and then participation in political decisions through participatory democracy models, and again, of course, need spaces to discuss this on all levels. So coming to inclusion, we think, and this is one of the definitely let's say fruits of the WSIS, is that in particular through this forum is one important channel to give voices to people that otherwise may not have access to be heard from all over the world. So this is a global opportunity for people to make their voices heard from all stakeholders. So inclusivity is something, of course, that is at the core of the IGF. And at the same time, it's not just at the core of the IGF, it's also at the core of the institutions that were drivers of the WSIS process, i.e. in particular the ITU and UNESCO. Both institutions have elaborated through the WSIS a very intensive multi-stakeholder culture, an inclusive debate in many of their processes, and both institutions are leaders to me in fostering inclusive debates on digital issues, each of them in their own competencies, that try to make all the voices heard. And let me close with this, that given that the UN General Assembly, which is a purely intergovernmental structure, will take the final decisions about what is going to happen in the UN overall after the WSIS plus 20 review at the end of 25, it is even more important that institutions like the IGF, but also institutions like the ITU, UNESCO, and all other bodies that think it is important to include all voices in their deliberations and in the policy guidance that they develop, to include these voices. And so this is why we, of course, support and are very happy to be a key driver in the WSIS plus 20 process, in particular in this one event that you highlighted, the next year's WSIS plus 20 high-level forum in Geneva, because we want to support all those that try to give a voice to all those needs, all the people, not just the ones that normally have access to power and to media. So this is why we strongly support the WSIS plus 20 process led by the UN, in particular by the ITU and UNESCO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Schneider, and thank you for your dynamic leadership and also guidance to all of us in this WSIS Plus 20 review process and the vision beyond 2025. I'd now like to move on to Ms. Maria Fernanda Grazia, Chief of the International Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations on your appointment, ma'am, and welcome to the WSIS family. So ICC was one of the main business voices in the WSIS process right since its inception. They have been supporting us to bring in the voices of business in each of the WSIS forums, the IGF, and the different consultation processes that we hold. So thank you very much for that, ma'am. And how do you think we can work better to make the process more inclusive, to bring the attention of the private sector to the WSIS processes, to the UN processes like the WSIS one that actually impact the private sector? And also, you being the focal point for WSIS over 20 years, how do you see the landscape evolving over the years, and what are the ambitions of the private sector? Back to you.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the International Chamber of Commerce, which is the institutional representative of 45 million businesses in over 170 countries, I would like to thank the government of Japan for hosting us, and the ITU, Doreen, and all your team for organizing this panel. As you mentioned, ICC was the focal business input in the World Summit on the Information Society in 2003-05, and continues to observe and provide input on behalf of global businesses in the WISE as Follow processes. And 20 years ago, this process envisioned the development of global people-centered information society where everyone can truly benefit from the enormous opportunities the internet, information, communication technologies, and digital transformation has to offer. This was a vision not only for the governance of the internet, but for harnessing its unique potential for inclusive and sustainable growth, helping populations everywhere to develop and thrive. WISE has also made it clear that we have a shared responsibility in shaping the inclusive information society, jointly cooperating across all stakeholders groups and find meaningful solutions to common challenges. As it has been mentioned, we have come a long way since 2003, but our greatest challenge still remains: 2.6 billion people still unconnected. And we all know that it takes more than access to the internet to fully benefit from the opportunities it offers. An interoperable ICT ecosystem is crucial to offer truly meaningful connectivity that also includes access to services and relevant content available in local languages, and the skills and capabilities to transform information into actionable knowledge. Governments alone cannot meet the investment needs and implementation challenges of expanding meaningful connectivity, and with it, e-commerce capability. The private sector has been a pioneer and a partner in bridging this gap. And to continue an upscale business investment and enabling policy environment is fundamental. It is important that policymakers understand how the private sector makes investment decisions, as well as how political and regulatory decisions impact the technical functioning of the infrastructure or service. An enabling environment is not a catchphrase or an euphemism for the regulation or relaxing of tax systems or consumer safeguards. Rules. It is substantially much more than that. Ultimately, an enabling environment is one that stimulates the necessary investment in a way that results in sustainable facility or service over time. This means a few things must be in place. First, a stable legal and regulatory environment that welcomes new entrants and recognizes ongoing development, values new forms of competitions, access to stable finance sources and rates that enable a sustainable return and effectively promotes the common goals of digital transformation through educations and skilling. Second, open markets and free flows of data across borders. Digital innovation could be crippled without cross-border data flows. Fragmentation and increased complexity caused by restrictions significantly complicate global value chains, creating burdens and market barriers, particularly for SMEs. And third, holistic whole of government approach to policy making. Policies should take into account the multi-layered nature of the digital ecosystems and consider economic, technical, socio-cultural, and overarching governance factors. And last but probably most importantly, a multi-stakeholder participation. Close cooperation with business and other stakeholders is beneficial to ensure that implemented policies pave the way for them to maximize opportunities while addressing issues that are relevant locally, respecting local culture and social norms. An enabling environment facilitates public-private partnerships in implementation of projects, but also considers the views of those required to implement policies from the first moments of policy creation. At ICC, we work with both the public and the private sector to create such enabling environments, ensure strong and meaningful dialogues, and promote open and inclusive digital cooperation for the prosperity of people and planet.
Thank you very much, Maria. And now for our special guest, the ITU Generation Connect Youth Envoy. He's come all the way from Kyrgyzstan, Omer Bek. There was actually a competition amongst the youth envoys to, and he won the competition to be represented here. So Omer Bek, congratulations. And what role do you see of the youth in the whole process of digital cooperation, you know, ensuring inclusiveness and accessibility for young people all around the world? What are your views and what's the voice of the youth in this regard?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little bit worried right now and happy to be here. Thank you very much for such kind of opportunity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Omer Bek. I'm from Kyrgyzstan, Kyrgyz Republic. Today I'm here to represent Global Generation Connect program. Generation Connect, all about young people like me, like you, like us, who use the technology to change the world. As we know today, we have, as we know, 75% of all young people in the world, they have access to the internet. But at the same time, we should understand that in some part of the world, for example, in low-income countries, as many people, they don't have access to the internet. And today, I think Young Generation Connect, we are solving this problem. I mean, problem with internet, with connection. And first of all, I want to say that we should give chance, we should give opportunity to young generation to participate, for example, such kind of high-level discussion and this such kind of conference. And as we know, a lot of people, a lot of young people, they don't have access to the internet, but at the same time they have really, really good ideas to change the world. And I want to encourage you to give a chance to young generation to realize their ideas and also participate in such kind of conference. And yeah, the last one, I'm a little bit confused. Just thank you for the opportunity, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you for also delivering your talk in English. You were not very comfortable, but you managed, and you did a great job. Thank you so much. Okay, so we'd now like to first of all give a big hand to the audience. Thank you all for being here and for participating. And we have 2 minutes, so very, very quick. I'd like to go through all the panelists just to say in one sentence what they encapsulated as the vision for us and what does WSIS mean to them. Just one sentence, panelists, please. Is there a mic there? Maybe we can start with Rob.
Thanks, Gitanjali. One sentence, maybe just a phrase, people-centered and multi-partnered.
Yeah, so I echo human-centered approach and the multi-stakeholder approach. Thank you.
And connecting communities. Thank you. Anirudh, Ambassador Schneider.
Cooperation so that no one is left behind.
Universal and inclusive.
Clear vision and balanced governance.
Collaboration for a better world.
Can I make it a long sentence? Like so much to say. So I'm going to say inclusion, and what I mean is like inclusive access. I think inclusive frameworks, and whole of government, whole of society. Inclusive participation, picking up on Thomas's point. And I think also inclusive processes, meaning like avoiding the risk of siloing this from other UN processes, I think is so important. So inclusion and inclusivity.
Thank you, Doreen. And with that, we close this session. Thank you very much for joining us today. We will continue the discussion in the open consultation process meeting on the 11th. So that will give you an opportunity to interact with us. So we are not going to talk on the 11th, but we're going to listen to you. So please be there, and look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry for the change of
Not at all, I got it. So thanks for bringing the minister.
It's very, very surprising.
Thank you. Hello, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm presenting tomorrow morning 8:30.
Yes.
After the Caesar event.
Yes, I'll be there. For sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Tuesday evening we have IGF China dinner. If you have time, join us for now.
You can send me information.
Do you have contact information?
Yes, I can. I don't have any of my cards here, but I can give you my number.
Oh, okay.
Thanks a lot, Edita-san. Thank you. Good session. Good job. Thank you. Great collaboration. Thank you very much.
Are you on WhatsApp?
Congratulate you. Very good session and wonderful and very useful.
Sir, Doreen wanted to speak to you. So if you could just be back.
Okay.
Yes. Please come tomorrow. I think in dinner time. And not dinner, lunch. Lunchtime. In this.
Okay, plus
Are you on
+41.
WhatsApp
Yes,
or no?
yes, +41.
Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The next session, Building Capacity in Cybersecurity, will start soon. So if you could please be seated and wait for just a moment. Thank you. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this Building Capacity in Cybersecurity session. The moderator of this session is Mr. Peter Stevens. He's from the OECD, and he will be participating online from Paris. So, Peter, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Good
great.
afternoon, everyone.
So, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone to this session on capacity building on cybersecurity. As was said, my name is Peter Stevens, and I'm at the OECD, looking on digital security. And today we've got a fantastic panel. So before we start, can I please pass over to introductions? Can I please pass to Ms. Shinoda, please?
Me first? Yeah, I'll just say the name. Yeah, I'm Kana Shinoda, and I'm from Code Blue. Thank you.
I'm Chris Painter. I'm the president of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, former U.S. government cyber diplomat, among other things. So very nice to be here in Japan.
I'm Tomoe Yamauchi, Director General for Cybersecurity at Ministry of International Affairs and Communication, MIC Japan.
Thank you very much. And it's a great pleasure to have such a fantastic group of panelists today. We all know that cybersecurity is very much an international problem that requires a lot of international partnerships in order to respond to them. We know that cybercrime is interconnected, and the way that technology can be weaponized across borders is an ongoing challenge. If we just take one example of the Mirai attack in 2016, we saw that 61 simple username and passwords was able to compromise 600,000 devices across Brazil, Colombia, and Vietnam. And then those products were able to be weaponized to damage and cause harm in the US, Liberia, and also in Germany. Governments cannot operate in isolation, and we need to work in partnership with one another to boost resilience from cyber threat. And we know that this issue continues to evolve. What is an issue now will not be an issue forever, and more problems will continue to come. So there is a need for all countries to adapt and to prepare for those future threats within new and emerging technologies. As we know, there's a lot of interest now in artificial intelligence, and also as things develop in quantum as well. So there's a really important question about how can we build capacity in two ways. So I always think about capacity building as a combination of the cross-country capacity building, which is how can high-capacity countries support lower-capacity countries, and that's the supporting to the development of international norms, as well as helping governments to set the foundations by delivering meaningful policy to address market failure and promote strong cybersecurity practices. There's also a challenge of how can we move from strategy to the delivery of law in countries, and how can we implement government approaches to help set those expectations on industry, which of course all operate globally. As well as the regional component, there's also an important component which is about how can we help time-based capacity building? How can we prepare for the future? How can we make sure that we have sufficient skill sets and a diverse community of people who are working in cybersecurity? I most recently was at a DEF CON conference in the United States, and there was a really passionate discussion around the distinction between cybersecurity skills And also, how can we prepare for the workforce? How can we make sure that more people are able to find the right roles in cybersecurity to help them to make big impact and to help support industry and also the wider economy? So we saw that already with things like the cyber workforce strategy in the United States, but also there's a need for further partnerships between these communities. So I know that there's a lot of work helping to bridge the gap between cybersecurity professionals and also policymakers who historically have not worked in partnership, perhaps through a number of different reasons, which we might go into. And I think it's really interesting to see how that is continuing to evolve and that relationship changing. So I'm looking forward to hearing from participants about that as well. So as we say, we have a 1-hour session here today. So we will have 3 presentations from each of our panelists before going into 20 minutes of discussion. And then there will be 5 minutes of questions and answers towards the end. So if you do have questions, please do make a note of them, and there will be time for them at the end of the session. So without further ado, I would love to pass over to Chris Painter, who's president of the GFCE, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. And what I'd really love you to do, Chris, if you could tell us a bit more about the work that the GFCE is doing and how it is supporting policymakers to address cybersecurity threats around the world.
Great. Thank you, Peter. And first, let me just say how much of a pleasure it is to be here and be back in Japan, which I've, especially when I was with the U.S. government, had worked with a lot over the years and really valued that interaction on cyber security, other kinds of cyber issues. And so it's, thank you to our hosts. I know how much work it is to put on something like this, so thank you for that. I really appreciate it. So let me just put the first slide up that I have, or someone put up the first slide. Okay, there. So when I think about cyber capacity building, I think it's really foundational to everything we're trying to do, not just to fight threats online, of which there are many and growing, but also it's a foundation for achieving all the good things. And so all the digital economy, digitization, all the things we talk about, and it will empower countries, empower individuals. Cybersecurity, having good cybersecurity is key to that, and having capacity building to enable countries to do that is also very important. So let's go to that next slide. The GFC is basically an organization that was set up as a response, an international response to this global challenge, because many countries and individuals and organizations around the world are now faced with these threats but don't really have the capability to deal with them. And that's particularly true in the global south, the global majority, who are dealing with these issues. And again, it's really their economies are depending on it. And it's meant to close the cybersecurity capacity gap, because there is a large one between more developed countries and less developed countries. But even within the developed countries, there are gaps that need to be addressed. And the point of the GFC is to help countries and organizations put foundational building blocks to help with cyber resilience. And we use cyber resilience because that phrase, I think, has more currency, more buy-in from communities outside the cyber sphere, the development sphere and others. Peter mentioned sometimes the breakdown between policymakers and technical experts. Certainly that's there. But there's also, I think, a breakdown between different communities of interest, people who do economic policy, people who do security policy, people who are in the development community, traditional development community like the SDGs, and folks who do cybersecurity capacity building. We can't afford those communities to be different. They need to be brought together. So we identify successful policies, best practices, ideas so that we can both share them between regions and individuals, but also in countries, but also multiply their effect on a global level. Go to the next slide. So basically the GFC, which is an organization of now 200 members and partners, including about 60 countries, including Japan, the US, and many others, civil society, industry, a true multi-stakeholder organization. The overall vision is to fully reap the benefits of ICT through a free, open, peaceful, and secure digital world. And the mission is to strengthen cybersecurity capacity building and do that. And what we try to do, and this is really important, and this is something I saw when I was in the government, is you can't, the resources are pretty slim in this area. And often what happened is 5 different countries would train the same 5 people in the country over and over and over again, or not really ask them what they needed, and therefore the resources were somewhat misspent by duplicating efforts and not really having a strategic plan in place. So one of our core things is to avoid that duplication, to help coordinate projects and to really coordinate these efforts. and also to help improve the efficiency and effectiveness of products, both by coordination but also being able to share knowledge more fully among different stakeholders, and then map and then fill capacity building gaps, which is critically important too. And then finally, to help develop research, to look at what the gaps are, see if we can commission research and projects. So we have a research agenda, a clearinghouse. So if a country says we need help with X, we match that country with donors and implementers who are part of the GFC community. Knowledge sharing we do through a portal, which I'll talk about in a second. Coordination is really our raison d'etre. Next slide. So the key things I mentioned, the research agenda is what I just mentioned, is commissioning research that fills the gaps, where we identify gaps in the mapping that's done through the various people in the GFC community. The clearinghouse is where a country says, I need help. For instance, we've had a country come to us recently, an African country, saying, I need a national strategy. So there are lots of national strategies out there. There are lots of best practices, which we provide to them, but we can also match them with people who can really walk them through and help that process and make sure it's sustainable. And the Sybil portal, which is at www.sybilportal.org, which is open to everyone, all of you can look at this, which is a collection of now hundreds of best practices, other documents along a number of different areas, both regionally searchable, but also more broadly in various national strategies, diplomacy, cybercrime, incident response and certs, standards. All of those are mirrored in that portal, and I recommend it to all of you. Next slide. So this is a breakdown of what's on the Sybil portal. As I said, it's a repository for cyber capacity building projects. It is a central portal. It's also linked to the Unidir portal, and we cross-link between us of some of the work they've done. Now over 200 publications, 830 projects, 120 tools, and over 800 actors, including regional actors. And I think that's really important because some things are really specific to particular regions, and that helps people really fill the need, the crying need that they have for more help, and also points them to directions where they can get more help. Next slide. This gives you a regional breakdown too, from really all over the world. That we have projects, actors, and a number of upcoming events. We also have a calendar built on this, which I think helps people see what are all the upcoming events, and there are many in this area. Next. So our priorities coming forward are to expand global cooperation, expand our network, focusing on inclusivity from every region around the world, regional coordination to bridge the gap both on a national and global level. And one of the things I've heard often is, and this has been a move we've been doing, a demand-driven approach. So listening to the people who want the help, rather than saying, here's a program that we can give you, or a country saying, here's a program we can give you, really listening and doing that demand-driven approach, and doing work on regional hubs to do that, and local collaboration by connecting local projects with a larger global GFC ecosystem. Next slide. Part of the way we've done that, recognizing that global efforts are important, but you also have to have regional efforts that are more to the ground, closer to the ground. So I just came from Fiji, where we launched our Pacific Hub. Former director of the Tonga CERT is running that. It's for the Pacific Islands. It's really linked there, and it's really meant to help their needs. And they particularly are some of the places that said, look, everyone wants to give us aid, but we don't even have the capacity to deal with that aid because it's duplicative often. They say, here's how to build a CERT 101. We get that 12 different times, where we need how to build a CERT 102, and we need to put this in the larger context. So the Pacific Hub I just launched, really look forward to that. We have in the Latin America and Caribbean region, we're partnering with the Organization for American States to do a regional hub there. We have an Africa hub and created an Africa Cyber Experts Group. And then the Southeast Asia hub and liaison. We have an ASEAN liaison based in Singapore that's just starting to work, and I think that's, again, for this region in particular, is going to be really important, working with Japan and other countries to make sure that we're really listening to the region and amplifying efforts that are out there. Next slide. Which leads me to the last thing I want to touch on. So I mentioned these different communities, the development community, the traditional development community, the cyber community, and others, and bringing them together. And we are having a major conference in Ghana, in Accra, at the end of November, 29th and 30th of November, for several things. One, to highlight and elevate this issue of cyber resilience as a priority in international and national development agenda. Now, we all know who deal with this area that increasingly cybersecurity undergirds every kind of infrastructure project you can think about: water, power, financial systems. Yet it's not given the attention I think it deserves to make sure that those development projects succeed in the long term with strong cybersecurity. So how can we bring those communities together to really leverage each other's efforts and not make these opposing things, but things that are built together? And that's really the point, the overall point of this, and also to bring more attention to capacity building in the cyber area globally. It's a first of its kind of event. It's going to have leaders, decision makers, experts from all over the world. I say it's hosted in Ghana to be opened by the Ghana president. We're bringing the development folks in, we're bringing the cyber folks in, we're bringing regional efforts. We're going to have some regional discussions from each of the regions I talked about. It's really going to be, it's been a massive undertaking. We've been planning it for a while, but I think it's going to be really important. Next slide. So I mentioned some of the outcomes of this. Really, it's to elevate and mainstream cyber resilience and capacity building in that development agenda. We want that to be a high-level global cyber capacity building agenda for going forward based on regional agendas. We're planning on launching something called the, I think it's going to be called the ACRA call right now. We're still working on the phrasing, which is going to be a set of high-level action item principles. So, you know, there are lots of principles out there, including cybersecurity principles that we've done, that the UN has done, but really now taking this to the next level in terms of action. And to overall expand the pool of resources, which is still far too limited in this area because the demand is huge, particularly in the developing world. Next. And that's it. That's it from me. So really look forward to your participation here today. Look forward to your input. If your country is not a member of the GFC, it's not hard to join. If your organization is not a member, it's not hard to join as a member or partner. We welcome these efforts. We've expanded dramatically over just the course of 7 years, but this is a really key, as I said, this is foundational to everything else I think we're trying to do in this space, both positive and fighting threats. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. And that was fantastic to hear about first of all, the importance of networks, bringing together the communities from typical development communities, as well as cyber communities and more policy folk. How can we make sure that they are working in partnership with one another? I also really liked what you said about the demand-driven approach and thinking about what are the issues that need to be done and how can we help to amplify what has already been done. You know, I think there's a supposition that you don't need to start from ground zero. You can build on other people's work already, and I think there's a need to do that. I also enjoyed hearing what you said about the importance of regional hubs and the importance of regional development work. And I also would love to pass over now to Mr. Yamauchi, who I know has done a lot of work, particularly with Japan, and how I'd love to hear a bit more about the work Japan has been doing at a regional level to promote more effective technical, strategic, and policy initiatives within cybersecurity. So Mr. Yamauchi, can I please pass over to you?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you everyone here joining this session on-site and online. And thank you very much for participating in the forum as a member of the host. Okay, yes. Next slide, please. Okay, for the Japanese government, we have just a cybersecurity strategy every 3 years, and now the existing strategy was decided 2021. This was just about the when we established the Digital J Agency to promote DX, and just after the Tokyo Olympics Games, that we have successfully operated the game. And we have 3 major policy pillars, 1, 2, 3, and 3, you can see the enhancing initiative from the perspective of the national security. And under these pillars, we have several specific measures, and you can see the number 3, the international cooperation and the collaborations. And in these objectives, the supporting for capacity buildings, we we focus the activities for the capacity buildings especially for Indo-Pacific regions. So I would like to explain how we extend or have the capacity building activities for ASEAN countries. The next slide, please. That we have not only the MIC, my ministries, but also the holistic, policy makers in Japan to have the cybersecurity capacity building activities. And you have several activities from 1 to 10, and the number 5, that capacity building working there. And I would like to emphasize the last column, so you can see the lead countries. Of course, now Japan has about more than half the items, but you can see Indonesia, the Brunei, or the Thailand for several items. So that means the ASEAN countries have a voluntarily intention or ability to lead these activities. So we expect the ASEAN countries has more abilities or incentives to promote such kind of cybersecurity initiatives. Okay, next slide, please. I would like to explain the AJCCBC, the ASEAN Japan Cybersecurity Capacity Building Center, established in Bangkok. This is a very busy slide, I'm sorry. The major activities at the center, we have two major pillars. The one is a cybersecurity exercise, the other is a cyber sea game. The first one, the cybersecurity exercise, we have originally called the CIDER exercise. This is established and organized for Japanese local government. This is the very realistic exercise, and we revised the CIDER program to for the ASEAN countries. And the second one, the Cyber Sea Game, this is in order to promote the activities for younger age, especially for students or the higher educated people. We have been conducting the CTF style contest, and we promote them to have the more advanced capacity in executing such kind of sea games. And now we have the more than 1,200 people participated in as of August this year. And now from this year, from this fiscal year, the centers, the operation of the center was transferred to JICA, a subsidiary of the MOFA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And MIC is continuously providing the contents to the centers. And we are considering to expand this kind of activities to Oceanian countries, especially for the northern part of the Oceanian countries. Now we are talking with the neighboring countries, including the United States and Australia, how to operate such kind of activities. Okay. Next slide. This is the end of my explanation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yamuchi. And it was fantastic to hear about the work the AJCCBC has been doing, and also the work in CTFs and the exercises and how you are helping to scale that across the regional area. It's a fantastic endeavor, and I look forward to hearing more in the questions afterwards. I'd love to drill down into a bit more detail with Ms. Shinoda, who is the founder of Code Blue Events and Blue Inc. And lovely to hear a bit more about some of the work that you're doing at Code Blue Events and helping to build partnerships with the technical community, and also your work with youth development. So Ms. Shinoda, can I please pass over to you?
Yes. Thank you. I would like to talk about three projects. One is Code Blue, and then one is GCC, and then the last one is ICC and the ACSC. Okay, Code Blue is an international conference in Tokyo. It's been this year, it will be 11th this year. It will be happening next month. And we invited the two keynotes this year, like Mikko Hipponen from Finland, and then Sergei Korsunsky, ambassador of Ukraine to Japan. Those two will be the keynote, and then we're gonna have the 35 sessions and the 42 speakers, and also 3 contests, and then some other CTFs and car hacking villages too. So it's like a Black Hat and DEF CON mixed conference. And the Code Blue itself is a very top global event and a workshop and then contest in cybersecurity. And it's been doing like first time it was like a very technical oriented, but since we thought we need to mix more law and policy people and the cybercrime people too. I mean, so that's why we built a law and policy track and then cybercrime track. That's why we try to mix those people all together in the one venue to change the society faster by, let them talk together in the same field. And then also to cultivate the young people, we set up like U25 youth sessions, 2 sessions, and then we created scholarship. We say the Code Blue research grant. If they are really good speaker and really good research, we're gonna give them some grants from the Code Blue. So. And then also at the same time, we hired student staff too. We hired this year 34 student staff to involve more young people to the cybersecurity industries too. Mostly like high school students and university students are coming here to, they work one day and then they listen one day. So they have enough time to talk with speakers and then the people at the booth, like industry people, and also they make friends among those student staffs too, who is coming from all over Japan. The student staff is very popular among the young kids. And we hired only 34 students, but we have 3 times more applications for it. So it's very popular. So we created Code Blue because about 10 years ago, security in Japan, we kind of like, I felt like that we have a lot of taboos in Japan. Like they don't fully open to talk about security. Like for example, automotive security stuff, even America. They talk about car hacking stuff already, but in Japanese media, they don't publish that much about it. So I try to make the security bar a little higher in Japan. So that's why I try to make it like an international conference, English and Japanese equally. That's why I'm named it Code Blue. Code is a technology, blue is ocean. All the borders in Japan is on the ocean. That's why we name it that way. So that's about it. And can you do the next one, please? Okay, this is the sponsors for this year. You can see like a Panasonic, Hitachi, NECs, and those, and then the banks, and lots of Japanese global companies are supporting us, and also some other companies from overseas also interested too. So, next slide, please. Can you go back a slides? I forgot to mention just for the supporters. We have automotive association here now. So yeah, I just want to mention it. Yeah, can you go? Thank you. This is just a snapshot from the Code Blue. It's a before COVID-19, so that's why people are so close together. So you see some people playing with soldering stuff, and they're making like a hardware hacking stuff. And then some people are working together, internationally, smiling and working on the CTFs. And some people are standing and watching about some tools, some tool talks. And we have, at this time, we had about 1,000 people in one room. So it was the COVID-19. So next slide, please. And this is a part of the snaps also. And because the Code Blue is always happening the Halloween period. So that's why some people are joining with dinosaur suits. So we're having fun with that way. And some people, the left down corner, they are playing the CTF very seriously. So it's like that. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah. So that's about Code Blue. So next one is GCC, the Global Cybersecurity Camp. It's a one-week training camp for Asian youth. And then it's an Asian version of security camp in Japan. It's been already 5 years. Global camp is like, yeah, you see from left, we have 8 countries already. Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, Australia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Those are member countries, and we're going to have the Indonesia and India probably from next year. And those are various type of organizations. Like from Japan, we have Security Camp is joining. Security Camp is like an NPO in Japan, and then like Taiwan, they are. It's like a government education project too. And South Korea also government project too. And then some others are community, and some others are university. So it's very mixed people are supporting and then joining the GCC. Each country select like 6 or 7 students, and we came all together in one place, and then we do the 1-week training. And we give them the 1-week training and whole cutting edge trainings too. But at the same time, we have the group work for all students to make them talk whole entire week. So, for example, group work was like how to foster the friendship among Asian countries, or to think of the future careers of themselves too, and that kind of stuff. Yep, and then also, this is, yeah, as I said, it's a model of the security camp in Japan. Security camp in Japan is held like, it's been over 13 years already. It's once in a year, and it's just a 1 week. But I created this one because the security camp is very succeeding in Japan. It's mixed with academia and the industries, and then yeah, and the communities too, and then the ecosystem working very good. Like students, after graduate, they becoming the trainers or tutors, and so we don't have to train the trainers. But by doing the security camp, they come back to the community because they want to be. So that's how it works, and it works like that in GCC. GCC itself is like the students are coming back and they're being the trainer and sponsor, and also the staff too. Now I'm kind of just step a little bit aside, and then they let them work. So they, because of friendship, they work smoothly over the countries. Okay. And because the cybersecurity is, we've been teaching kids in the community for a long time. That's the nature of the cybersecurity here in the community. So that's why, because it's pretty, because of it, it's pretty natural for us to get together and teaching them together voluntarily. Okay, next slide, please. And this one is the GCC students. It's about 50 or 60 size of the class. Yeah, and it's going to be Thailand in 2024, February. Next one. Yeah, next slide, please. And ICC and GCC, no, ICC and ACSC. ICC is an International Cybersecurity Challenge, and it's a CTF World Championship where representative teams from the continuous competitions. And it's actually, the ICC is founded by ENISA, actually. ENISA had ECSC, it's a European Cybersecurity Challenge. It's also CTF among European countries. And then they've been doing good, and they're confident to expand it to the global level. So that's why they create the ICC in, the first meeting was 2020 February. And then we started to expand it this way. And we had 7 teams from each region, like 1 from Europe, 1 from Africa, 1 from South America, and so on and so forth. From Asia, we have 8 countries. And then, yeah, for next round, we had Thailand last year, but they were kind of decided to leave. And India was part of us, but India has a huge population, so they will make their own team to participate this one. And then the final round will be sometime in 2024, and it will be probably in Dubai, in Middle East. We had a Middle East team, but they couldn't participate in America this year, so probably Middle East, but we haven't decided yet. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Next slide, please. Sorry, it takes time. This is a team Asia from the first ICC, Athens, Greece. And then on the left side, you see the overall results. Europe was first, Asia was second, and the USA was third. And then the interesting thing is the Asian team won the attack and defense. And then Jeopardy is second. Even we didn't have a chance to train the team, and we even didn't have a uniform altogether. But they did very good job. And then next slide, please. And this one was from this year, ICC, held in San Diego in United States, and supported by US governments. And the result is that Europe is first, and Oceania is second, and Team Asia is third. And for attack and defense, we won the first place again. So maybe because we selected finalists, 17 finalists among 14 competitors from the one CTF. So that's what they are really good at, attack and defense, I think. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, it takes too much.
Thank you very much. That was fascinating, and I can see a lot of consistency with Mr. Yamauchi's presentation about the importance of war games and scenario planning, and how can competitions and CTFs be a helpful exercise to help boost capacity also in a regional level. Thank you so much also to Mr. Yamauchi for presenting about the AJCCBC, as well as to Mr. Painter for talking about the work on the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building, which is happening in Ghana in November, as well as the Sybil program, which sounds fascinating as a way for policymakers around the world to access materials that have already been created and to build partnerships with experts to help them address their own challenges. And I think the demand-level approaches, or demand-based approaches, is a really important point. Thank you so much for the presentations. It's been fascinating for me, and I'm sure it has for everyone else in the audience. What I'd love to do now is to just delve in a bit more detail into some of the challenges that we know exist. You all have a great deal of experience working with partners in cyber capacity building. So what I'd love to just ask the panel, perhaps starting with you, Mr. Painter, is what are some of the key challenges that you find, when you're facing regional capacity building initiatives? What are the key challenges that you see coming up again and again in your experience?
Well, one is getting a sufficient level of, I think, policy and political buy-in in the country, because as much as they may need capacity building help, if you don't have that buy-in, you're not going to have the sustainability. So making sure that that it's not just the experts you're talking to, although they're important to talk to, but getting that buy-in at a higher level. That's one. Resources, as I said, are a continuing challenge, that not enough resources are devoted to this, given the huge demand of countries around the world and the need for better information sharing. So efficiency and coordination is really important, and that's what we're trying to do in my organization. But really expanding that pool, I think, is really important. I think the third one I'd mention is just breaking down the silos I talked about between the technical community, the policy community, the innovation community, the security community, and the development community and the cyber community. So all of those, I think, are challenges. They're not challenges that can't be overcome, but they're ones that really take concerted effort, because this really is something that's critical to the growth of economies, of societies, and we need to address it now and not treat it simply as an afterthought, which I think too often we've done in the past.
Thank you very much. Would any other panelists like to contribute on that topic? Okay. In which case, Ms. Shinoda?
Yeah, I kind of agree with him. Like, the security is a process, and it's never ending. So we collaborate together. We have to discuss getting all together. So I totally agree with him.
Great, thank you. And so to Mr. Yamauchi, based on the important role of efficiency in helping generate resources and getting that political buy-in, how do you think countries like Japan can support developing countries more as we look to deliver initiatives in cybersecurity?
Okay, from the government side, I think they need two issues. The one is what kind of policies do they need, and the second is the how do they make such kind of policies. So once they are determined, I think we have sufficient content filled in the respective policies, and we can make some kind of respective initiative like AJCCBC. So in this slide, the AJCCBC is the technical capacity building. So before that, we need some kind of holistic capacity building for the government side. That's my comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we're talking about the important role of foundations in a policy level, as well as the technical on top, and how we can make sure, to Mr. Painter's point, we are breaking the silos between those communities more effectively. I think something that's come across in this panel already is that there is a lot of work that is already happening, and lots of different initiatives, whether they are competitions or capacity building conferences or other programs to support partnerships between policymakers. So as we said before, an important part of this is using your existing resources efficiently. So how can we make sure that, given that all of these challenges are global, how can we support and amplify what has been seen to work well? So how can we think what has really worked, and what would you like to see amplified at a greater scale? So Ms. Shinoda, can I ask you a bit more about things that you think have really worked and you would like to see grow at a greater scale?
Yes, since I'm from the community side, I really like to, like Chris mentioned, like a mixed up people all together. It's very important. So that I see that Japan is a really good case to, we kind of mixing like community and the government and academia all together. I've seen it. But some countries are having hard time. I mean, I see some walls that divide it. So person to person or people to people, they talk together, but some countries may need some bridge between to work together with government and the community, because community has a lot of resources and trainers and the reach to the students too. Doesn't have to be, some developed countries, they are not rich enough to go to school, right? And then, so those people who don't go to school, but they have a really good talented, people there out there. So the community can reach there and reach them. And even it's going to prevent them to go to the underground. So community, government, academia all together working is very good. And if we can, with help with Chris and then Yamanaka-san's, we can help them to bridge all together, perhaps.
Thank you. I think it's really coming through as a theme, the importance of building those communities and having networks that bridge existing communities and skill sets. So Mr. Yamuchi, I would love to understand from your perspective how you think the international policy community can help better amplify the success of initiatives that have had impact.
Thank you. As you can see the slide 2 of my presentation, for example, now between the ASEAN and Japan policymakers, we have 10 working groups. So it's important for us to enhance and or enrich the content, and so they can know or they can obtain the much more acknowledgement. And the second is it's important for us the so-called teachers to expand the target countries. So now we see ASEAN countries and the Oceanian countries, but we need to expand the target. So as the previous presentators, that they have the global coverage, but from government side, we see some missing countries. So it's important for us to extend and fill the gap. That's my comment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Mr. Painter, you were talking about the work of Sybil and how that is helping to support policymakers to identify what has already been done in the area that may be of interest to them. Do you have any thoughts about one issue that you think has really seemed to work, or one program that's really worked you'd love to see amplified more that you can share with us?
So I'd say, just more generally, that having the multi-stakeholder approach has been very helpful, because governments are doing a lot of work in this area, but they're not the only ones. There's civil societies doing a lot of work, private industry has. So bringing them together, I think it's been a good way to do that. Another thing that I think we found is the enemy of progress, I think, is one-offs. Just doing things, doing a program and saying, okay, we're done, and then you come back 5 years later, and then any momentum you built is gone. So I think building that sustainability, which goes to the political buy-in, but also goes in just having a program, creating something sustainable in countries has really been important, and that's been good. And you mentioned Sybil, I think having that information sharing platform, but also looking for gaps, and we're organized around working groups, one on cybersecurity, one on national strategies, and it has a subgroup on diplomacy, one on incident response and building certs, one on cybercrime, one on standards, and one on awareness training and workforce. Organizing around those themes and getting folks to talk about that and sharing what they've done has helped a lot too. So I think all of those have had some real practical benefits, and we want to continue to build on those and make sure that this is not just one-off conversations, but a long and sustained conversation, building on all the great work that's being done in Japan, which the other speakers have talked about, focusing more on the region. I think that's been very helpful too. We're having our annual regional meeting next week in Singapore at Singapore Cyber Week for the ASEAN countries, and so that's an important way to ground what's happening globally in a more local environment, and I think that two-way communication has worked and is important as well.
Great, thank you so much. I'm aware that we're running quite short on time, so what I'd love to do is now look towards the future, because as we all know, one thing that's for certain is the future is very much uncertain, and all countries need to develop further capacity to face these challenges, whatever in format they may take. So, of course, there's a lot of interest now in artificial intelligence, but there's also other questions that are being brought out because of, as we said, the ongoing interconnectedness between all elements of public life, whether that is infrastructure or then moving into the home more broadly. So, Mr. Yamauchi, I would love to ask you, from your perspective, what trends do you think will lead the next 3 years? And what can policymakers do now to build future capacity in light of these trends?
Okay, thank you. Actually, now I see a lot of people participating here, but I think the international collaboration or the capacity building programs remains as still as an early stage. So we need the expansion or advancement of the capacity building activities will be needed. So I need some kind of sustainabilities of the policies and the programs and activities. So the Chris and the Kana-san, we need the some kind of the capacity building in the private sectors, and we need the collaboration between the private sector and the government side, and we need to expand the contents, and we want these many countries are interested in these activities.
Thank you very much. Mr. Painter, can I ask you about what you think for the next 3 years and what policymakers can do now?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think we need to do a lot of work just to satisfy the demand we already have. So not just look to the future, but also there's still a huge gap in terms of needs versus resources versus delivery, and so we need to address that. I think we can leverage some of the challenges that are coming up. I worry sometimes that we turn from one bright shiny light to the next, and AI is the new bright shiny light, and everyone's like, oh, everything's AI. It is, it's important, but let's use that as an action call to say, well, because of the challenges that AI poses and the opportunities, that the kind of basic cybersecurity capacity building, the basic breaking down the silos between communities is something we need to do now. So not treated as just a whole new both set of risks and opportunities, but folded into the conversation we already have to make this, again, stronger and sustainable going forward. So that is exactly what the Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building is meant to achieve, to break down those silos, to have greater attention to this and have that longer-term future view that this is not a separate thing. This is something that is important as we have any of these conversations going forward, and we look at any of both the threats, but also the technological developments.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think your point about leveraging AI as a need to sort of generate political will to help get the basics right is really, really critical. Ms. Shinoda, can I ask you?
Yes, I kind of agree with the AI stuff too. And then I was fascinated about the U.S. government's trial, by the DAPA, AICC, it's a cyber grand challenge stuff. And I love that. I love to see the result in 2 years later. So, and that's the one, and that's a trend for next 3 years. And then the other one for the cyber security capability building is that I like to see, Chris mentioned the duplications. That's the key word. I think a lot of countries are, offering a lot of similar trainings to one country, the other countries. It's a duplication I see. And I think we have like a one platform and then put the, the trainings all together. And like, yeah, we have lots of trainers and training contents. Yeah, if there's a one platform, we can collaborate all together on the training contents. That in that way, we don't have to, worry about the duplication, and then even the country, developed country, having a lot of time to, digest all the trainings materials too. So I like to see that one, that kind of collaboration in next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm aware we're running very close on time. So we, I think, only have time, if possible, for one question. Is there any burning questions in the room? Or so if not, what I'd love to do is just to round up and say a really huge thank you to our three panelists. So Ms. Kana Shinoda, Mr. Christopher Painter, and also Mr. Tumu Yamauchi. Thank you so very much for your presentations and your subsequent conversations. I found that a fascinating conversation. Thank you very much also to the MIC in Japan, and thank you to everyone for joining in person or remotely. I think what came through very closely for me was the importance of, everyone mentioned the importance of networks, the importance of breaking those silos, and how can we support one another as an army of the good and the willing who want to try and support capacity building to help generate political will and also help support the efficient use of resources in this space. I'm really, really grateful, and I know this is a huge task, but one where I think there's a great amount of how can we support one another, how can we break down those knowledge gaps, and how can we, once again, to help to amplify what works and build towards a more efficient future. So thank you so very much, everyone, for your presentations, and I look forward to continuing on this journey together, and I wish you all a wonderful day. Thank you so very much.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining to this last session of the day. I know it's been a packed day, but thank you everyone here. So we're gonna talk a little bit about the discoverability of digital public goods. Thank you for the people also joining online. Please ask any questions through the chat. We have a moderator here and we will try to answer as many as we can. And yeah, with that, I think we can start. So first of all, a little bit of introduction. My name is Ricardo Miron. I'm the technical lead at the Digital Public Goods Alliance, which is a multi-stakeholder initiative endorsed by the UN with the goal of attaining the Sustainable Development Goals by increasing the discoverability, use, and investment on open source technologies. There are multiple organizations that are part of this alliance, including the UN system, but also donors, civil society organizations, private companies, and governments, including GitHub, of course, who's co-hosting this session. And to start a little bit with this conversation, I want to put a quick example of what digital public goods are and the value they create. This is a common example we always use, but it's a really good one. Starting the pandemic in 2019, a lot of the governments facing a lot of challenges throughout the different logistics of trying to resolve for vaccines and contact tracing and different stuff, right? So this is the case of Sri Lanka, a small country that after 2 or 3 days of detecting the first case of COVID-19 in the country, they started developing an app, basically a COVID-19 tracker, and they did it at a really fast scale and in a really quick manner because this COVID-19 tracker was built on top of something called DHIS2, which is a digital healthcare information system, and it's the backbone of many digital healthcare systems in the world. So they didn't start from scratch, but they basically used this and built it on top of it. It got quickly deployed at airports, hospitals, and other public spaces, and they released it under an open source code. So basically, it was able to be reused by many other countries. And as I mentioned, it was because it was based in other open source solution called DHIS2. And you can see here in the map the different countries that have adopted this COVID-19 tracker that was developed in Sri Lanka. And this was possible, of course, because the code was available, but also because other conditions that I'll talk a little bit more about. But if you notice something in this map, is that there's like a clear line of where this COVID-19 tracker was adopted, and that's not a coincidence. The only small country that you see up there is Norway, but that's because DHIS2 was developed by the University of Oslo and is still maintained by the University of Oslo. But that speaks a little bit about the need to increase the use of certain open source technologies, especially in low and middle income countries. Yeah.
So yeah, talking about developing software anywhere in the world, GitHub. A little bit of background about what GitHub is and why we're here today at IGF. So GitHub is a complete software developer platform for anybody to create software. So whether that is in the public sector, the social sector, private sector, civil society, they can then go on GitHub to build, scale, and deliver secure software. We have a number of software developers around the world, and they create software like digital public goods, such as DHIS2. And they use different tools, such as Copilot, which is an AI pair programmer, to help software developers write code faster. And it's one way where we can lower the barrier to programming for individuals that want to learn a new programming language or learn how to code. There are ways for them to do so with a pair programmer, and they don't need to pay for expensive boot camps, for instance. There's GitHub Actions, which automate wants certain jobs to be run on GitHub, and there's a whole marketplace where other people can create tools and share them as part of an open source community. There's advanced security. There's also code spaces, which allows for developers to spin up a coding environment easily, and they can do so from any device. So if someone doesn't have a computer, for instance, they can use a different device to set up a development environment to start coding. So that's a little bit about GitHub. We're going to then go into the next slide on what open source is and what open source means for the social sector. A little bit more background for anybody who's not familiar. Open source refers to software which the source code is freely available to the public. It allows anyone to use it, modify it, and then distribute it again. It means that software can be then improved and customized. Does anybody use Android, for instance, an Android phone? That's an open source tool. And so you already use open source maybe without knowing. And open source is important because you're able to then develop collaboratively with a community of other developers around the world. Now, open source in the social sector, this is defined as software that's built with relevance to the Sustainable Development Goals. They do no harm by design, and it's driven to really increase transparency, accountability, as well as participation to really empower anybody who wants to create code to work together to address all the Sustainable Development Goals, and which is how it fits in with the digital public goods. I'm going to hand it over to Ricardo to explain a little bit more.
And GitHub is kind of the default platform that almost all open source projects use. And I talked a little bit about DHIS2, which is on GitHub, but there are also other projects like CCAN, which is the world's largest open source open data portal and is used by many governments. There's also ERP Next, which is the world's largest ERP that's open source. And there's many ways that these projects are available through GitHub, and developers know the way on how to fork these projects, adapt them, reuse them, and even contribute back through GitHub platform. But that's not the case for every single project, and that's why a little bit of this discussion focuses on how we make discoverable these other digital public goods that are not the world's largest open source something, right? So one of those examples is not only the open source software projects, but also open data, open content, open models, and open standards, which are also digital public goods. One of those systems is Simple Map, which uses computer vision for precision agriculture, and they basically detect the different health status of different types of crops. There's also Open Terms Archive, which is a database of the different terms of service that different governments, private companies, and digital services have used and modified to give more transparency and accountability to the changes of those platforms. So those are also great digital public goods that are helping achieve certain targets of different SDGs, but that are maybe not as well known as the other examples that we just mentioned. So to kind of help make these projects more discoverable, we created the DPG registry and the DPG standard, but something that I first want to mention is that all of these projects help solve a global need, even if it's locally deployed or within a local context. Any of these projects are relevant to the SDGs, so they could be replicated, and that's kind of also what open source and digital public goods try to achieve. Are open by default, but it's not only that the code's available, but also the documentation, and that anyone can contribute either through GitHub or through the different channels that they have, and that, of course, they're like officially recognized as digital public goods. And we have a set of criteria that we use to vet these solutions and make sure that it's not only the license, so it's not only that's public and that there's an open source license, but also that they have things like great documentation, that they adhere to laws and privacy and security best practices, that they use open standards, and that they do no harm by design. So in here we also look at how their code of conduct for the contribution community works, or different things as best practices for contributing, right? So that's part of what makes a digital public good. And we use this standard to evaluate the different open source solutions that are out there, and people can apply to be officially recognized as a digital public good. So they nominate through our portal at digitalpublicgoods.net, then it goes through a technical review, and if they pass all of the indicators, then they get added to the registry. Right now we have around 150 plus solutions, including, as I mentioned, not only software, but also content, data, models, and standards across all of the SDGs and all of the different sectors. Some of these solutions are more specific use cases or sectorial, but also some others are more in the society-wide functions. And there's been a lot of talk here around digital public infrastructure, and the best way that we think to build digital public infrastructure is through digital public goods, such as MOSIP, which is also around here somewhere. But yeah, and this registry gets updated every year. We make a reassessment of all of the tools, and as I said, it's vetted against through the DPG standard, and every single solution that's in there gets reviewed. So it's not only a list of the projects, but it's also something that's updated and that's reviewed by a technical team. And this registry also fits into several other digital catalogs, like UNDP Digital X, which use these solutions as well for the long-term agreements, for example, with UN country offices, but also, for example, for investments by the Inter-American Development Bank. So there are many use cases why we want to make digital public goods discoverable. It's not only for the tech community to contribute or develop, right? So this is one of the tools we use, but there are also other challenges that we might want to highlight with the discoverability.
And yeah, so some policies to consider to help improve this discoverability of the tools. We have here a couple. On starting with public and private sector partnerships, being able to pull in a number of different private sector, public sector, academia to be able to work together on either highlighting these tools exist, this is how it's used, this is how to implement them. A lot of times, for instance, on GitHub, the implementation can be a little bit harder as they're very technical tools and the documentation is highly technical. So one thing we want to work together on is being able to create a microsite to make it really easy for open source developers to pick up an issue that is related to a digital public good, and the open source community can then work on that. So for example, if there's a bug on a certain app, any open source developer then can go and try and fix that bug and push that fix through for a digital public good. But we do need help from digital public goods as well with, for instance, on the metadata standards, making sure it's tagged properly so we can pull that into the microsite, and encouraging more standardizing formats and tagging systems. And in this way, we can create more long-term plans, having sustainability on these plans, as a lot of times with the private sector, things change a little bit quicker. Every quarter, there sometimes is a different initiative, and we want to make sure we have longer term plans in place. Being able to create a collaborative platform to make it really easy to share the digital public goods. The registry is really great, but we want to make sure it's also accessible to other standards and other organizations that have their lists of digital public goods. Included in that is creating a feedback and improvement loop, so we can hear back from individuals that create digital public goods, that use digital public goods, and also fund digital public goods. A lot of times those are different groups, so being able to understand where they're coming from and being able to incorporate that back into GitHub, for instance, on how we host the digital public goods and how the individuals can find them is really important. On the next slide, we'll go into a little bit more on the public and private partnerships considerations. They're very similar to the previous slide, of course, with highlighting transparency and accountability, being able to really showcase this is what this partnership means, and this is what we will do on both sides, and also on capacity building. A lot of times there is a little bit of a divide with the private sector. They may not fully understand the terms that are used within the social sector or the public sector. Being able to showcase this is, a lot of times, this is what the SDGs are, and this is why it's important with the private sector. has been sometimes a little bit of a learning curve for some other partners, but they do understand the importance of SDGs. And furthermore, being able to align on the goals, being able to showcase this is how certain DPGs work, and this is why it's important, really help to align the goals to be able to make sure that we're really working towards the same thing for that long-term plan. And of course, having monitoring, evaluation, impact reports. A lot of times, some private sector companies may not be used to creating monitoring evaluation reports in certain ways. So being able to showcase this is what M&E is, and this is how it can incorporate into that long-term plan really helps strengthen the partnership. And finally, on data and knowledge sharing, being able to share the data that comes through on DPGs, on how it's being used, which regions are using it, and then sharing that across the partnership. One that comes to mind is a World Bank Development Data Partnership, being able to share that data to be able to have more research and highlight areas where more DPGs are needed or where DPGs aren't well known. Then we can work a little bit more in that section. And then finally, we have 5 simple rules. Hopefully these are the ones that you can remember on improving discoverability. The rule 1 is decide what level of access you can provide to your partners and how deep that access should be. Rule number 2, deposit the DPGs in multiple trusted repositories for access, preservation, and reuse. So being able to have it in different areas, even though it may seem like it's repeating itself, it makes it easier for anybody to come across it. Rule number 3, create thoughtful and rich metadata. So consider the FAIR data principles, which is making sure the data is findable, is accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And number 4, localize the tools for cross-domain integration. So localization can appear in many different ways, whether that's by language, by software development languages, being able to have the tool be implemented easily for an organization that may not have a large technical team. Making it really easy for them to implement is very important on discoverability. And then lastly, ensuring accessibility and inclusion for ease of access. So having a digital public good that's easy to access and the use of a design considers traditionally marginalized groups is important to improve discoverability, as there may be groups that don't have access to certain connectivities. So if this DPG can work in low connectivity regions and also the systems are in multiple languages, it'll make it increase the discoverability chances. And most importantly, to engage the community, to be able to understand what type of tools they need, what are they currently using that it's not working or works really well, and understanding the accessibility on and including them in the accessibility journey as well. So those are the 5 rules that we have, and in this session, we want to have more of an interactive time. So we have some roundtable discussions that Ricardo will take it away, and we want to hear from you.
Yeah, a little bit of what we want to hear from you is also like what are the use cases in your context that you could use digital public goods. And it's not only because you're necessarily interested in open source, but a lot of the discussions around digital transformation, either from governments or international development or private companies, comes around how half of the world or the global south is going to continue this journey and just replicating the model from the developed countries is not necessarily going to work the same here. So there's a necessity to use digital public goods to help some of these digital transformation efforts. So yeah, these are just a couple of guiding questions, and I want to encourage as well the people participating online to put their comments, but I don't know if someone from the public here wants to answer any of these questions or something related to that. Like, what would be your use cases in terms of open source?
Hi, my name is Tarek Hassan. I'm the head of the Digital Transformation Center for the GIZ in Vietnam. Thank you so much for this session. I think this is an amazing showcase that DPGs can be an antithesis to the usually private sector driven deployment of technology. But I was also interested in that IBM, SAP, they offer solutions, but they also offer consulting services. So you spoke a lot about capacity, not coming with an answer, but more of a question from your practice on how do you see successful deployment usually being implemented? From my understanding, a lot of the institutions usually don't have the tech expertise in-house a lot of the times. And what's really attractive about private sector partners like IBM is that they come in and they have their consultants who help you implement that in your system. So I was also wondering, for the DPG Alliance, I understand that your team wouldn't have the capacity, of course, to consult public sector institutions around the world. But do you see, for example, consultancies, private sector consultancies who use DPGs in order to then consult public sector institutions around the world? Is that something that you would like to see? Or is your ideal scenario, so to speak, to see more DPGs being implemented by the institutions themselves rather than have a sort of economy built, consultancy economy built around DPGs? That makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, I can maybe talk a little bit around that question. I think like having a strong community behind the digital public good project is something that's key for implementation and successful deployment of these technologies. And we talked about DHIS2, and maybe I didn't mention this, but part of the success of the replication of the tracker that was developed is because there are many community hubs that focus around DHIS2 that already have the technical knowledge and capacity to implement this. So that was crucial part of this process, right? And that doesn't happen only because you publish some code on certain place, right? So that's one model, like build different communities. And I don't think there's like a one way or one correct answer to that. But there are others that have different models, like validating different vendors that provide this technical assistance that you were talking about, right? So one of the other examples is Xroad, which is this data exchange open source solution developed by Estonia, which has approved vendors around different places that help implement and provide this, right? Because Xroad directly does not provide this service, but rather relies on this vendor ecosystem to successfully deploy and maintain the different implementations of this solution. So I think it's definitely like a mix of different models that could be applied, but yeah, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I'm the online moderator, but since there's not much to moderate, let me jump in here as well. I'm also with the DPGA. I lead on our work with countries on AI, and what you put forward, this idea to develop really a consultancy environment, that's actually what we try to inspire, so to say. Because a lot of countries ask this actually, how can I develop my local vendor ecosystem for digital public goods? And for countries that open source their technology, it's also, in their interest to build up this capacity locally, because for them it's a way to position themselves as a global leader in digital transformation and digital public services. So for instance, the Togolese government developed Novisi, which is a payment system which was used and deployed during the COVID-19 pandemic to make cashless transfers to vulnerable people. And they have a great interest in building the capacity that other vendors can implement the system in other countries as well, and therefore also boost their soft power, so to say. But since we have Mossip here in the room, maybe you guys also want to share a bit about your model and what's working. Sorry for putting you on the spot.
Hi, this is Rohit from Mossip. We are a digital public good for identity based out of a university in Bangalore, IIIT Bangalore. So the model that has worked for us is similar to what Xroad has done, is that we have developed an ecosystem of vendors because we are a identity platform. And thus, there are two things that are required. One is there are biometric devices that are required for an identity platform to work. And the other thing is that there are SDKs and several other software add-ons, you can say, to create the entire national ID system. So what we have done is that we have created two sorts of, you can say, partnerships. One we call with the system integrators, because those are those big, you could say, software providers who would come and would create all the entire system. And the other thing that we do is that we have created a compliance program for software development kits for biometric devices and other things. And then we have been able to create a vibrant ecosystem of about 80 plus partners across the globe who are then, wherever these countries want to develop a national ID system, they can choose amongst these multiple vendors, avoiding any kind of vendor lock-in or any kind of, consultancy trap, if I may use the term. But at the same time, they're able to provide the services through a capacity building program that MOSIP would have given. So all our SIs undergo a capacity building program where they have to prove that they understand the system and they are able to implement the system for our engineers to test that. So in that sense, as of now, this program has worked well for us. And we have seen about 3 national rollouts that we are going through and about 11 to 12 successful pilots that we have done. So I think that this is a model that has worked. This might not be the DHIS model, which is very community-driven and very bottom-up, you could say. This is not exactly the NIIS model or the X-Road model, as it has been called, that you have a set of vendors that you can only work with. We say any vendor can work with us. Any private entity can work with us. The only thing that we request is that you join our capacity building program. So then what happens is that we build capacity in the country, and we also build capacity at the private level. So that's why developing capacity is both the sides and creating this virtuous cycle. Hopefully, there will be a time when you don't need a triple ITB or MOSIP. You can just go on GitHub, you have your SIs, you have your biometric partners, and countries can do the implementation themselves. So that's our model. Thank you.
Yeah, I think also on the capacity building side, there's one thing where DPGs, we want to encourage them to have a larger community and use the open source community. So trying to figure out ways on capacity building. We have a program to be able to train community managers for digital public goods, and then they will belong to the digital public good and maintain that community for open source developers that want to join. But I also would love to know what other capacity building opportunities, or do you see any gaps in capacity building, how it's currently done, how it's run, that we can consider? Would love to know anybody's thoughts.
Hey there, Tim Steiner, working in the field of digital transformation for GIZ Bangladesh. And to be honest, I sadly do not have any answer for you, but kind of like extending that question. Because from the examples that you have been shown, for me at least, it looked a lot like you would work with partners mostly on the national level. For us in GIZ Bangladesh, we are currently shifting from a national focus to a rather like local government focus, and facing exactly the same problem, right? Like even on the national level, it's really hard to convince people to build up, let's say, an ICT cell for having people also sustaining the solutions over a longer time. So yeah, basically the question that I would like to respond to give back to you is, if you're working on a local level, how do you do that? Or are you working on a local level? And if so, how do you do that if, let's say, the national support is not really there? Thanks.
Yeah, directly us at the DPGA are maybe not working at the local level, but many of these solutions and DPGs are. And I can talk about one specific experience of a project called Decidim, which it's for digital participation of citizens. And that's a very kind of local topic that's implemented mostly at the city level. So what they do is that they basically have as well kind of like a program that they use to kind of train officials on those cities to run the project, but also part of and it's completely optional, of course, right? Because the solution is open source, so you could decide, like any city, government, or organization can decide to directly just pull the project and deploy them themselves. But if they want to be part, like in a partnership or collaboration where they get this extra added kind of capacity building, basically the agreement is that whoever is deploying the solution, like if it's a vendor or whoever, like gets part of funding to the project, also to kind of give back, and in return they get this capacity building. So they're not necessarily charging specifically for that deployment, but that way they can still provide like a service to multiple local governments or cities to have this extra capacity. And that's also kind of their sustainability model, because this tool originally was developed by a government and then kind of spin out into like a different foundation, but that also came with the cost of not having like sustainable funding for them. So yeah, I guess that's one project that I can just highlight, like that's their model, and that works very well at the local level, where they have like a small incentive for cities and governments to collaborate with them, and also creates back like a sustainability funding for the project itself.
Yeah, I think that's a very good example. It does go into the core on this discoverability issue, where one local city or local area may know of a tool, but maybe a partnering one just doesn't know how did they find out. And that's one thing where we hope that the 5 rules earlier could help encourage that, so more tools can be used widely. And we're looking for different ideas to promote the adoption of DPGs and integrate them into local ecosystems effectively.
Hi, thanks for this session. My name is Kay McGowan. I'm with the Digital Impact Alliance. And last year we worked very closely with the Digital Public Goods Alliance to steward an effort called the Digital Public Goods Charter that was meant to kind of lift up the opportunities, but also dig into some of the challenges around this. And the systems integrators and the lack of folks that have the technical capacity certainly came up. But there were capacity issues on the softer side too. Right? So we had, in particular in our consultations with policymakers, whether at a municipal level or a national government, we kept hearing things about like the procurement processes don't allow for open source adoption, or they're already using systems that they're locked into, and there's a lot of risk and cost associated with moving from one system to another. And so I guess I'm just wondering if you guys think about capacity. Are you looking at issues beyond just the technical capacity, which obviously needs a big work, and more of the kind of whole package?
Yeah, it's definitely on our agenda. So at the DPGA's annual members meeting, we will, for instance, have a session around capacity development, which is tackling the 3 levels of capacity development that you usually need in order to be successful. One is the individual, and we talked a lot about individual capacity development, so upskilling users, upskilling developers, upskilling specific vendors. And then of course the other part is the organizational capacity development. So what you say, procurement laws, for instance, what countries need to do to upgrade their ability to actually procure open source software and open source systems. And third part being the societal level, so to really shape policies, shape the understanding of open source technology as a good that benefits society in an ideal case. And that's, for instance, a point that we hear a lot from countries as well, that citizens are skeptical of open source software if they find out that their government is using any of these, because it's usually associated with being not secure, not safe, and so on and so forth. So there's this kind of capacity development needed as well. So it's definitely, as I said, on our agenda. Of course, it's not an easy task. I mean, as like everyone who's working in international development knows, capacity development takes years and years. It's not that there's an easy fix. But I think all of us play our different roles in this part. And as the DPGA, for instance, we encourage sharing of knowledge, of experiences, of good practices. from the different levels that need to be involved in such an endeavor. So, and that's why we put this topic on the agenda of our annual members meeting, for instance.
Hi, I'm Swaratmika. I also work with MOSIP, and I just wanted to take Kim's question probably one step further. We've been sitting in a lot of panels since this morning, and I noticed that while capacity building comes up a lot and people say that it needs to be contextualized, there is a certain capacity that no one is really talking about in terms of how do you kind of ensure that the technology has the socio-cultural relevance? Somebody in the morning very interestingly said that, you know, the technology needs to fit the society and not the other way around. So I think there is definitely an opportunity here. I don't know if the DPG is working on it, but to kind of bring in a lot of interdisciplinary capacity into building this beyond just technology and policy. Like there's kind of an umbrella of things that fall between these two categories. So I was wondering if there's something there. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there are many things that the projects are working on that kind of fall into this in between. And I can say that it's probably not the case for everyone, but many of these open source projects are digital commons or stewarded by a community model, which actually takes into account very much of this kind of capacity of the societal context comes with it, right? And we have some digital public goods that are stewarded by civic tech organizations, for example, where most of the focus is not actually on the technology, but on how you design the process and facilitate different delivery of public services, right? Because if you're just trying to copy the same model of an existing physical public service into a digital tool is not necessarily something that's going to work, but you gotta think in mind with what can be improved, right? Not just putting it in the digital space. And I think many of the organizations behind the open source project are thinking more that way rather than just trying to develop a tech tool for developing a tech tool. But yeah, I don't have a specific answer to that.
Yeah, I think that's a very important question because it relates to this idea of bringing the public back into digital public goods. So a governance question, actually. And as Ricardo mentioned, we see this with some DPGs, but not with all, to be honest. I mean, there are also DPGs that are developed in a top-down manner. And I think that's especially true in the DPI fields, in the digital public infrastructure fields. And here, for instance, we speak about of MOSIP as a DPG with DPI capabilities, and not to confuse these two different things. And I think one good example on a global and multilateral level is the DPI Safeguards initiative that the UN Tech Envoy with UNDP just launched recently, because that's the endeavor to develop a framework for safe and secure DPI, which does so in the multi-stakeholder in a multi-stakeholder process, where you basically involve everyone that wants to add to the development of the framework. And I think that's on a multilateral level a really good example, but I think we also need to break it down to the individual product and actually help developers to do exactly that, so bring back the public into the debate, into the development process.
So it looks like that is all the time we have. We don't want to be in the way between you and the dinner. So the last closing comments that we have, this was a really great conversation, and we're always open for any other thoughts you have on discoverability. We do have a couple other sessions, as you see here. One on October 10th, a quick lightning talk. It'll be myself as well as Ricardo on combating misinformation with digital public goods. One thing to consider, misuse of tools, how do we tackle that? So come and join us on that quick talk on the 10th, and we can continue the conversation there. And then we have an open forum that the Digital Public Good Alliance will have on effective governance for open digital ecosystems. And then lastly, on October 11th, we have a workshop on connecting open code with policymakers to development. Great. And if you have any other questions, feel free to reach out to either myself or Ricardo. And thank you so much for joining us for this talk today.
I'm from Cambodia, and I would like to ask, how can we maybe request onboarding? Because I see you have some initiative with other government.
Your card to you, and I will follow up
Okay.
with you.
Yeah.
I think it's best to have a call, and he can introduce you
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
PGA, the membership process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I don't have a card,
Yeah,
but I
you
will
can
connect
send me
right
an
after.
email. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You are?
Ricardo.
Ricardo. Armando.
Tú escribiste.
Sí, te escribí. ¿Cómo estás?
Muy bien.
Un placer. Sí, que me perdí la charla.
No te apures.
Está bien.
Está un poco escondido el lugar. Entonces.
Sí, no, pero se pasa, ¿no? Excelente. Y bueno, ¿y qué tal? ¿Todo bien?
Sí, sí.
Igual, me tiré la tuya que hiciste para el, para el
Sí.
diáfano. Estuvo bastante bueno, la verdad que sí. Y no, la verdad que creo mucho en el trabajo que ustedes están haciendo. Y de hecho, ya yo venía implementando algo parecido allá en República Dominicana, porque entiendo de que si estás trabajando en un gobierno digital que también está llamado a ser abierto, pues los códigos fuentes también tienen que ser abiertos y deben estar disponibles para que cualquiera pueda ver, cualquiera pueda compartir, y no únicamente por un tema de transparencia, sino también porque la misma comunidad técnica tiene mucho que aportar. Entonces, hay varias cosas que estamos desarrollando ya en República Dominicana que pudiera ser interesante poderla compartir, más del punto de vista de planificación estratégica institucional y todo eso, y otras plataformas que tenemos ahí, que bueno, más adelante después entonces sí me gustaría
Sí, claro.
ya
De hecho,
conversar con
si
ustedes.
están desarrollando algo en concreto que quieran compartir.
Sí, bueno, tenemos varias propuestas de cosas que estamos haciendo que entiendo que pueden agregar valor.
Okay. Sí, porque hay como dos lados como que estamos empujando. Uno es que los propios gobiernos desarrollen sus proyectos open source o que abran cualquier herramienta digital que ya hayan desarrollado para que otros la utilicen, o que implementen proyectos ya existentes que probablemente podrán como ahorrarse esa parte de algo que alguien ya hizo, ¿no?
Sí.
Entonces, si tienen algo que compartir, con todo gusto platicamos y vamos.
Sí, todavía estamos desarrollando, pero ya está como que dice en su última etapa de desarrollo, ya va a entrar a modo de pruebas, que yo diría que es uno de los sistemas más transformacionales que hemos hecho en mucho tiempo, que esencia para poder gestionar todas las estrategias y planes de desarrollo que se hacen desde República Dominicana y la producción operativa de las instituciones para la puesta en marcha de los proyectos y cosas relacionadas. Que ya por eso va a poder monitorear la ejecución presupuestaria, se va a poder dar seguimiento puntual a las actividades, al desempeño, y eso naturalmente va a tener como una especie de módulo de medición de indicadores de ranking de las instituciones para ver en qué punto se encuentra. Y bueno, la verdad que puede ayudar bastante. O sea, dependiendo de cómo nos vaya con esto, yo entiendo que pudiera ser algo que otros países pudieran aprovechar. Esa es una. Y hay otras que ya tienen que ver con gestión propiamente ya de la cartera de proyectos, hay otra para la gestión de cooperación internacional para el desarrollo. Hay varias cosas interesantes que estamos haciendo, que yo creo que pudiera ser de mucho valor.
Sí, bueno, esa es una parte. Si ya están pensando a lo mejor en abrir algunas de estas herramientas, sería genial, pero también, bueno, ¿tú estás específicamente en el gobierno de
República Dominicana? Sí.
Pues otra cosa podría ser también unirse a la alianza.
No, claro, me gustaría. Sí.
Es justo parte como del enfoque que ahorita la mayoría de los miembros son en África o en Asia, entonces estamos trabajando con el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo también como para pues, traer un poco más de miembros de esta región. Y pues estaría interesante como si quisieran platicar también, digo, en general como el requerimiento casi único que hay es que estén trabajando en algo relacionado a digital public goods y digo, si está en sus planes ya abrir una herramienta, pues creo que ya presenten como un pie adentro.
Sí, ya de por sí nosotros hemos adoptado algunos bienes públicos digitales en el país. Por ejemplo, la plataforma Xroad la comenzamos a implementar en el 2020. Ya hay cerca de 19 instituciones que están interconectadas, de las cuales hay un grupo que ya está intercambiando información de manera activa. Fuera de esto, hay otras plataformas que no están propiamente dentro de la alianza, que nosotros hemos estado considerando, por ejemplo, para el tema de identidad digital. Estuvimos viendo MOSIP, pero eso parece que ahí no pudo avanzar. Entonces lo que se hizo fue que se adoptó otro framework que se llama ORI, que aunque no está dentro, pero igual es open source y algo que ahora se está adaptando para la parte de autenticación, más que de registro civil. Y bueno, y así hay otras herramientas que hemos estado viendo.
Exacto. Tenemos, de hecho, como parte de nuestras actividades, una campaña en donde queremos un poco hacer como un showcase de cómo los gobiernos, especialmente como a nivel nacional, han estado implementando infraestructura digital.
Sí.
Se llama 15-5, 50 en 5, que básicamente es un poco de en los próximos 5 años queremos que 50 países puedan como haber implementado su infraestructura pública digital usando open source, ¿no? Básicamente digital public goods, pero será interesante también ver un poco como los casos de uso que usted le han dado a Xroad o en general a cualquier otra plataforma open source, aunque no sea necesariamente digital public
no,
good.
Incluso la mayoría de las cosas que estamos haciendo internamente, y precisamente por un tema de recursos, también son tomando frameworks open source y herramientas que están ahí, y eso ayuda muchísimo.